Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords is one of the greatest unfinished products in the history of gaming media, potentially one of the best Star Wars games ever made. It's to KOTOR 1 as New Vegas was to Fallout 3. Both games were developed by Obsidian Entertainment, hired on to create sequels to an established series owned by a separate developer/publisher. In fact, The Sith Lords was one of the first commercial products released by Obsidian, a company composed of former Interplay employees such as Chris Avallone, who took the helm as lead designer and writer. Chris would go on to be the senior designer and project director for New Vegas as well. Though not completely the same, the development teams of the Sith Lords and New Vegas shared a lot of overlap, which can be seen in the role-playing and narrative aspects of the game, particularly in comparison to its predecessor from BioWare, how the writing differs, how skills affect dialogue, what the staff want to say with their game, and what experiences they want to share. Unfortunately, we also see the same development pitfalls as well. Short development timelines, a lack of manpower, and no help from LucasArts led to an experience that, while amazing in many ways, remained an unfinished, buggy mess. LucasArts wanted to cash in on something good. A Star Wars RPG was such a novel concept that before KOTOR 1 had even been released, talks for the sequel were already in the works, and LucasArts looked to have Obsidian at the helm. Why wouldn't they? Obsidian was full of individuals with experience in creating some remarkable RPGs. Black Isle Studios, where many of the staff at Obsidian came from, even published the Baldur's Gate series in conjunction with BioWare as the developers. There's history both in experience and in the relationship between BioWare and Black Isle. It made perfect sense to have Obsidian on the project. Still, development time was set to 14 months. If you are in any way familiar with game development in the modern age, this may sound absurd. I'd argue that back then it would be equally as absurd if not for the fact that Obsidian would be reusing all of the assets from KOTOR 1. All combat mechanics, features, dialogue systems, and art assets had a large chunk of the process already completed for Obsidian, so they were willing to take on this time frame considering how little would need to be built on top of it. It sounds familiar, right? If you've watched any of my previous retrospectives, specifically on New Vegas and Fallout 3, Obsidian is familiar with picking up an established product with finished assets and reusing some of them to lighten the load on their own entry. There's nothing wrong with this. Assets should be reused and abused in my eyes. With the complexity of game development and the time and money that needs to go into a video game, developers become masters in the art of cutting corners. That sounds like a bad thing, but game development has always been about cutting corners. How can we fit the most of what we want within as small a package as possible? Back in the NES days, the worst issue plaguing a developer was how to fit all of the data that they would need onto the confines of a NES cartridge. This meant finding ways to store or reuse assets through creative means that would cut down on the overall size. This is the same for modern day developers as well. If you have an entire animation system, a rendering system, an engine, why would you build all of that from the ground up again when you could instead turn your focus on adding new content built off of the previous product? Horizon and God of War are perfect examples of this. I've seen individuals online complain about the fact that animations are reused in these grand graphical experiences. To a consumer uneducated on the development process, this seems lazy. But I ask, why would the developer remake all animations for a game when they could port them all over while improving on various other aspects? Sure, the swimming animation may be the same, but now you have all of these new gameplay aspects. You have better graphical fidelity, new areas to explore, new stories to experience. Reusing assets is as old as video games themselves, and is a necessary evil in order to create products both of high quality and within a timely manner. People that raise their pitchforks over the issue would quickly turn to complain about how long a game was taking to come out. Sometimes there's no pleasing people, but we can at least educate one on the process. So Obsidian has the entirety of KOTOR 1 as an asset. They have the models, the sets, the characters, the storyline, maybe even the music. In a way, it seemed entirely possible to fit in a new storyline with some unique and returning locations, as well as some original voice work. It seemed possible. But as it goes with Obsidian, sometimes their yearning to make something great ends up outside of the scope of what is possible. It happened with New Vegas, and before that it happened with the Sith Lords. This heavy reliance on a previous entry that was already littered with bugs on top of such a small team which could not provide substantial quality assurance meant that we were going from one buggy game to an even worse example. I'm trying to set a perspective here. Imagine you're a small developer, some of whom may be fairly inexperienced in comparison to the team leads. You're given 14 months to make a game on an engine that you have no experience in and don't have the time or money to test extensively. It's no wonder KOTOR 2 has the issues it does. But that isn't to say that it was entirely LucasArts' fault. It wasn't entirely Obsidian's fault either. A lot of people look at the development of New Vegas and the relationship between Bethesda and Obsidian and may look at Bethesda as the villains of that story. Realistically, Bethesda set up a goal and rules that Obsidian agreed to, the most relevant issue being the Metacritic score bonus that both shouldn't have been offered and shouldn't have been agreed upon by Obsidian. There's a lot of stock that goes into Metacritic scores, but they're a flawed system that I discuss in length more during the New Vegas retrospective. It doesn't make sense for Bethesda to say that Obsidian will receive a payout bonus if the game receives an 85 average on Metacritic of all things, considering how difficult it is to regulate said reviews. But it's also the responsibility of Obsidian to decide if agreeing to those rules is in their best interest. Bethesda didn't seem the most helpful in New Vegas development, but they also didn't seem villainous in their actions. It's the same, if not more so, for LucasArts, who often attempted to help with the development and QA load that was potentially crushing Obsidian at the time. Yes, 14 months may seem unreasonable, and LucasArts should have created a better timeline, but the responsibility is also on Obsidian, who accepted it. The biggest places you can see these issues are in the bugs prevalent within the game, as KOTOR 2 is plagued with bugs from ones that compound on each other to ones that cause problems all on their own. Additionally, there is an entire Wikipedia article dedicated to the extensive cut content from the game that couldn't be implemented due to time constraints. That's the thing about Obsidian. They are geniuses at their craft. Incredibly talented individuals that, with infinite time and resources, could potentially make some of the best games in our generation. But when limited in both time and resources, they sometimes dream up storylines and features that are outside the scope of what is possible. That's where the Sith Lord's Restored Content mod comes in. Generally, I try to review or look back at these games from a vanilla plus perspective, but it is widely considered that the Restored Content mod is a necessary addition to playing KOTOR 2, as close to what the developers intended as possible. They've even said as much, and I believe the mod is now included in the Switch edition of the game. Not only does it add in several cut features, but it also fixes a large quantity of bugs and issues that are plagued by the original release. If using such an extensive mod bothers you, take solace in the fact that I am acknowledging now how clearly unfinished and borderline unplayable the original release was. I'm not making excuses for the developers. KOTOR 2 had a slew of issues, but as with all my other retrospectives, I want to set up a means to get past that and explore the game as a whole as it was intended to be played. While these development issues exist, don't let that fool you. Obsidian still managed to add onto the existing mechanics of the original experience. Skills matter in the Sith Lords. There's new feats. Companion storylines are interesting and more influenced by the player character. Many mechanics have been fleshed out to give you an overall better role-playing experience and make certain class choices more viable than they were in the game's predecessor. We'll explore all of that, but the most interesting aspect of KOTOR 2 is how the story begins to completely fall apart near the end, but still manages to be one of the best Star Wars storylines ever created, and that is due to how talented the writers at Obsidian tend to be. If there's one thing Obsidian is known for, it is role-playing. Fleshing out role-playing games to offer features and storylines you begin to expect out of all games you play in the future. And what better team to have on a Star Wars role-playing game than the masters of it? KOTOR 2 doesn't hold your hand like the original did. The story is darker, there's plenty to see and do, but there's also plenty to miss. There's mechanics and features you may never realize existed, even after multiple playthroughs. There's companions you're guaranteed to miss based just on your sex or alignment. Every playthrough can be unique in its own way. In terms of overall development, KOTOR 2 was released in December of 2004. It uses all of the same gameplay systems I've explained in the first video within this retrospective series, so I'm not going to repeat myself on the aspects of the Star Wars D20 system. That being said, new mechanics and features will be discussed as we are introduced to them on the journey. It should go without saying, but you can expect spoilers for both entries throughout the video. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make it. Additionally, if there are any issues that need to be corrected, please check the pinned comment to see if I already mentioned it before telling me. I made a really dumb mistake in the Fallout 3 retrospective and I still get corrected on it, but I corrected it and I'm sorry. I don't know why I made that mistake, but I corrected it. Stop telling me about it, please. With that out of the way, I'm Super Red, and this is the Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords retrospective. This video is sponsored by Mech Arena, a mobile competitive shooter that lets you pilot customizable mechs while embarrassing your friends by outplaying them at every moment. I've honestly been playing Mech Arena a lot lately, and these are some of my favorite mechs that I've gotten to try out. Paragon is one of the first mechs you start out with. You'll use it in the tutorial, and this will give you a head start in customization and upgrading. If you don't want to feel particularly weak in any area, Paragon allows you to cover most of your bases with decent HP and energy capacity, which allows it to work well with most weapon options. Its special ability allows it to sprint faster than most other mechs, meaning you can close distance easily. Speaking of closing distance, Killshot has become one of my favorite mechs to use, mostly because he has this ability that lets him rush towards an enemy and collide with them to deal massive damage. Don't charge in too carelessly though, as his low HP makes him super squishy. There are a load of things happening in game right now, including the new clan feature, a new battle mode called Free For All, a new weapon called the Nade Launcher, and so much more. There's also some cool upcoming events that are going to drop limited edition skins, if that's your thing, and other new gear. I highly recommend you jump in now before it all kicks off. It's completely free to play on Android, iOS, and PC right now, and you can use my personal link or scan the QR code right here to get a free starter pack worth $30, which includes Rocket Mortar 6, an amateur crate, and a skin to help kickstart your game. And if you're quick, you can add me to friends as Super Rad seen here, and we can play some matches together, so don't wait around. As with the previous entry in the series, we start off with character creation. Unlike the previous entry, however, we don't start as a base non-Jedi class, and instead start with the options we received upon completing our training on Dantooine in KOTOR 1. This is due to the new prestige system introduced in the Sith Lords. The Exile, our playable character, has always been a Jedi, but has also had their connection to the Force forcibly cut off. When we start, we slowly regain said connection and thus are a Jedi throughout, with all of the advantages such as lightsaber proficiency and the ability to use Force powers. Another difference between the first and second entry is that our levels are now virtually unlimited. In the first game we had a max level of 20, and in KOTOR 2 that has been raised to a total of 50. The catch is that it is impossible to reach max level in the game without the use of cheats or exploits. Still, more levels means more abilities to unlock, giving us more freedom in the choice of powers and abilities we decide to upgrade the Exile with. The starting classes are the same as the base Jedi classes from KOTOR 1, meaning we have the choice between Guardian, Sentinel, and Consular. I explained the differences and nuances between these classes in the previous video, and one of the big takeaways from the section was how powerful Consular could be and how lackluster Sentinel was in comparison. That's changed in the Sith Lords, but not for the reasons you may think. First, let's point out that your character within this game is going to be overpowered no matter what. If you have a basic understanding of the leveling system, it's difficult to make an underperforming character throughout your journey. For this reason, the Sentinel class meant to be a middle ground between Guardian and Consular, with the bonus of more class skills, is a more viable option overall. Skills are the main reason it's so crucial to play as Sentinel on your first playthrough. As was true with New Vegas, Obsidian has reworked the role-playing aspect of the game significantly, with class skills and attributes playing key roles within the dialogue throughout your journey. Knowledge and conversations may be locked off to you due to how low a specific skill is. To get the most out of the dialogue and storyline within KOTOR 2, an assortment of developed skills is crucial, and Sentinel makes that possible, having only 2 non-class skills. As a refresher, non-class skills cost 2 skill points to level up, while class skills only require 1. There's also additional feats that can turn non-class skills into class skills. What this means is that for 2 levels, you can invest into feats that will turn demolitions and repair into class skills, and then have the ability to rank up all of your skills for the cost of 1 point. Sentinel then has the best opportunity to cover all of the bases in terms of the role-playing experience. You probably won't have every skill maxed out per level up, but you can spread out your points more liberally. Again, this is a suggestion for a first-time player who wants to get the most out of the game's narrative content, but that doesn't mean it's the best class overall. Consular with a specific prestige class can outshine Sentinel in terms of combat, but as I mentioned, it's not necessary in a game like the Sith Lords unless you're on a higher difficulty. Your class isn't the only selection that matters here either. Your choice of sex will dictate whether you unlock the Handmaiden or the Disciple as a party member, with the other option being locked off entirely. Male characters unlock the Handmaiden, while female characters will unlock the Disciple later on Dantooine. There's something unnecessarily restrictive about gender locking party members of all things, especially when Obsidian had a better system for locking them away via alignment requirements. When we reached Nar Shadaaa, there's 2 characters you'll be introduced to, but only one will join you, and this choice is dictated by whether or not you are light side or dark side. People expect these kinds of things out of alignment or karma systems, to be locked out of certain paths or aspects of the game while opening the door to others based on the choices you make as you progress. What people don't expect is to be locked out of content from the get-go just because they wanted to play as a female character instead of a male character. Since canonically, the Exile is a female character, we're going to be locked out of the Handmaiden throughout this playthrough, and since we will be taking a light side direction throughout the journey, we'll be locked out of the Wookiee companion Hanhar. As of writing this, I'm not sure how I'll handle discussing these characters and their development, considering I'd have to play through the game a second time in order to get everything out of them. Maybe I can just find all of their dialogue online or something. So your initial choices within character creation are more important than you may realize, and if you are going in blind, you may not realize you are missing out on a particular companion this way. It isn't communicated well. While I can say this may incentivize multiple playthroughs, an individual playthrough through KOTOR most likely considers light side and dark side playthroughs rather than male and female ones. If someone played a female exile on the path of the light, it wouldn't surprise me if they then played a female exile on the path of the dark within the second go. Why would they change the gender of their character without prior knowledge of a character being locked off? We're then left with an individual who has played through the game twice, potentially doing everything that is possible within, and at no fault of their own, missing out on a key companion and dialogue. As for the prestige classes, they're not dependent on which starting Jedi class you choose, meaning there's an assortment of combinations to create depending on your first selection. We'll return to prestige classes as we reach them through gameplay. In the meantime, we'll start as a female Jedi Sentinel. When we begin, we are presented with the traditional Star Wars text crawl. It's important to keep in mind that the game will slightly change plot points and dialogue based on how you discuss Revan from the first game. For that reason, the initial text crawl needs to be a bit ambiguous. There was a Jedi Civil War, that much is for certain, and whether Revan helped the Republic or the Sith, the Jedi are now in a weakened, almost extinct state, leaving the Republic on the verge of collapse. Despite the defeat of Malak, the Sith continue to spread their influence and hunt down the remains of the Jedi Order. Whether or not this involves Revan at all isn't made clear yet, but it doesn't. Not extremely anyway. After the events of KOTOR 1, Revan went on his own adventure with the Ebon Hawk and T3M4, also exploring the Outer Rim with Canderous Ordo. This eventually led to his disappearance. I won't get into the details of that just yet, but what's important to understand is that while there is a canon aspect to the KOTOR storyline, the developers wanted it to be as open-ended as possible from a player's standpoint. They want you to be able to dictate what happened in KOTOR 1 to better allow you to develop the exile. Now, I say this all the time, but I believe some of the best role-playing experiences are where your backstory is as open-ended as possible, with little to no development given to you outside of your own choices. However, that doesn't mean the alternative leads to a bad experience. The player in KOTOR 1 turned out to be Revan after all. All of the headcanon and backstory you created for your character may have been thrown out the window at that point. It's similar here, but more obvious to the player. The Exile is a character who joined Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, and upon returning had their connection to the Force severed. There's a large backstory in regards to the Exile, and where the role-playing aspect comes in is how you use that backstory to flesh out the character's present and future. So we exist within the Old Republic in the wake of the events of the first game. There was a Jedi Civil War, and we have no idea what Revan's involvement in it was currently. When we first appear on the scene, it's within a damaged Ebon Hawk which has just been attacked by Sith forces. Within the ship are the unconscious bodies of you and an unnamed robed woman who we will get to know better later on. Additionally, T3M4 is here and also damaged somewhat. Luckily, he's still operational, and you take control of him for what acts like a tutorial. Tutorials aren't new to the series, but they were built more into the actual storyline of KOTOR 1 than they are here. Where KOTOR 1 forced us to learn everything over time as we traversed the Endar Spire, the Sith Lords instead consolidates the entire section into a brief prologue segment that you can skip if you don't want to bother. The developers assume those playing the sequel already know how to play Knights of the Old Republic. They offer an optional refresher for returning players and a quick start guide for new players, meaning you aren't bogged down by constant tutorials preventing you from playing the games as you move from room to room. That's what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, Peragus, our next destination, is one of the bigger slogs of the game, and uses a good portion of its locale to teach us other various aspects of the game that may have been missed in the tutorial. While not incredibly important, the prologue does show how T3M4 is able to repair the ship just enough so that it can land at the Peragus mining facility, a space station atop the half-destroyed planet. I suppose if we want to compare it to the first game, Peragus is the Endar Spire section of the Sith Lords. The prologue taught us the basics, but all of the additional and more nuanced mechanics get explained here. Changes to the dialogue system, new abilities, etc. The difference then is the length of each section. Where the Endar Spire may take you, 20 minutes, Peragus can take a few hours. When I discussed Taris, the first planet in KOTOR 1, I mentioned the same thing. How much of a slog that planet was, and how it managed to overstay its welcome and make it difficult for players to return to the game for additional playthroughs. If the Endar Spire is to Peragus, then Taris is to Telos, a planet we'll arrive on after the mining facility. But where Taris is the slog in the first game, Peragus is the same in the sequel. I had many players mention to me that Taris was nothing in comparison to the grueling length of Peragus, and I can see why they think that. I believe both areas fail for the same reasons, and I knock Peragus even more because it doesn't attempt to offer the same emotional payoff we had at the end of the Taris section, when it was completely wiped out by the Sith. That doesn't mean it's all bad, however. In fact, Peragus has one of the more interesting storylines per planet to go over, involving the mystery of the mining facility that at first seems abandoned. What seems like a desolate facility with no one left alive slowly turns into a murder mystery involving the effects of having the exile on the station. Where is everyone? What happened here? What dangers lie deeper within? It's engaging enough to keep you interested, but that doesn't change the fact that it still manages to overstay its welcome, leading to the same problem of the original game. A wall that makes it difficult to replay the entirety of the experience. And that's a critical error in a game that expects you to play through it multiple times to see all of the features it has to offer. The events of the Ebon Hawk, which haven't been fully explained yet, seem to have knocked you unconscious and apparently killed the old woman who was on board with you. You awake in a Kolto tank surrounded by other patients who have all passed away, stuck in nothing but your underwear, which is unfortunately relevant to one of the companions we will meet shortly. You're released from the tank and take your first steps into the Peragus mining facility. If you played KOTOR 1, a lot of the gameplay and controls are going to feel fairly similar. There are changes changes, but on the surface you won't notice them. What is fairly noticeable is the change in dialogue. Not in the mechanics necessarily, although there are some, but in the length of conversation. The Sith Lords is a dense experience in terms of writing and dialogue. When you talk to an individual you just ran into, you could potentially be in that conversation for upwards of 20 minutes. That's because the Sith Lords has a lot to say and a lot to explore. There's lore to discover, backstories to learn, and the general storyline to follow, all of which is written by individuals notorious for their skill in writing and storytelling. You may think that this would be a hindrance or an annoyance. In an RPG, you may want to get straight into the action, and that may be what you expect of the Sith Lords, considering that's more so what KOTOR 1 offered. While everyone has personal tastes that I'm not dismissing here, if you are interested in the aspects of the Star Wars universe during the events of Knights of the Old Republic, the long dialogue segments will simply fly by. The Sith Lords has a lot to say, but not simply for the sake of hearing itself talk. It's a necessity to properly convey everything that needs to be said, and I'd be surprised if it could have been cut down. But that's also an issue with the development as a whole, the scope of the project which led to it being unfinished. Sure, we can have grand narratives with long dialogue, all of which requires voice acting and work put in, but there's also other aspects of development that need focus as well. And let's not forget that this game had a 14-month development map. So what is there is phenomenal. The dialogue is interesting, it keeps you invested, and taking part in it and paying attention can pay off in knowledge or even rewards such as influence and abilities. Still, this may not be your personal cup of tea, and I can understand why. I too sometimes like to just watch individuals with funny beam sabers fight while utilizing professional acrobatics. That's not a jab, sometimes less is more. But if you are interested in what the dialogue has to offer, the Sith Lords ends up being one of the greatest Star Wars experiences out there for it. One of the first places we will see this is in the holologs that are left on various terminals throughout the facility. The logs are large in quantity, and each is meant to show what happened before the events that led to everyone dying. Watching these logs can be crucial in completing certain side objectives or learning how to gain access to various parts of the facility. Obsidian wants you to know that the dialogue of the game is important and should be paid attention to. Additionally, it's important to reach all of the terminals as you come across them. They have lore sometimes, sure, but more importantly, they all generally have functionality within some capacity that can help you on your journey. Terminals may be able to unlock doors for you, they may be able to kill enemies for you, and they may just be able to show you the entirety of the map via cameras. This isn't new, but these terminals generally have interesting information to go alongside them, such as holologs, or in your first case, medical logs. It's possible to access the nearby medical terminal in a room down the hall from the Kolto tanks. If you can slice your way in using computer spikes, you can learn that someone had accessed the functionality of the Kolto tanks and administered medication that caused everyone in the tanks to essentially overdose, with you only surviving because of your Jedi abilities, apparently. I don't completely know how it works, something to do with meditation and Jedi plot armor. Actually, I'm returning to this paragraph because I believe you slice the system to find out where the lethal sedative request came from. You can find out about the dose just by passing a treat injury skill check, I believe. So something out here is killing people. More importantly, it seems like people are dying because something is trying to kill you specifically, and that will be the greater mystery to solve as we explore. Using the nearby medical computer, you can open the door to the morgue, which is our next destination. But before that, beside the computer, you can find a lab station. Originally in KOTOR 1, workbenches were used to solely upgrade weapons and armor. This functionality has been expanded in workbenches and also split off into another type of bench known as a lab station. Both have similar functionality. Lab stations can break down certain items into chemicals. These chemicals are then used as a currency to create various other items, such as med packs or implants. Workbenches still offer the ability to upgrade equipment, but now players can break down items for components, and use said components to make a workbench's own variety of items. Most notably would be the upgrade items themselves. You can create various upgrade items if you have the relevant skill for it, and then attach said items to the weapon with the viable slots. Now, I'm a fan of crafting mechanics in games when they are both done well and make sense to be within the experience, when they are a guaranteed complimentary addition. As an example, I understand from the comments of my New Vegas video that individuals individuals did turn out to enjoy hunting down items and using various workbenches within to create new ammo or various weapons. This may be my own personal preference, but Fallout has never been a series where I felt the crafting was done very well. From Fallout 3 to New Vegas to 4, especially in 4 considering it has become an all-encompassing feature due to settlement development and power armor customization. All of that sounds fine to me, but what I find annoying is the expectation of us exploring the wasteland for some pretty inconsequential items. Like imagine you need glue or adhesive or something. Where the hell am I going to find adhesive? It's out there, sure. It may even turn out to be common to come across due to the ability to break down other items. But in this huge open world, you're asking me to search for such minute things like glue or lead or a screw. That's just a quick surface level example that I'm not going to dive too deep into. Maybe you like that system and I don't want to get yelled at about it just yet. What I will say is that I enjoy how KOTOR 2 handles this issue that I have with Fallout, where everything is created using one unique currency that I can find regularly throughout the map or generate through breaking down items that I don't need. It simplifies the system, prevents me from having to go out of my way for some of the worst hunting of materials I've ever experienced, and gives me easy access to a mechanic that allows for a fair bit of freedom and customization in terms of equipment. The biggest issue I end up having with these systems is how little I feel the need to utilize them. While you can make some interesting medicinal items within the lab, I find them to be rarely necessary considering how powerful you become in this game and how easy it is to both heal your party and find items that will facilitate this. The lab station ends up becoming more of a currency generator than anything else. It allows you to make items that you can sell for credits and then use said credits to buy something that's actually useful. The workbench is a better system overall considering it allows you to both break down and create items, as well as create the upgrades and apply them. All of these upgrades have different skill requirements as well. There's no specific skill that encompasses all of the items you can create, so it's best to have an assortment of high-level skills within your party. Whichever member you control at the time of interacting with the bench will apply their skills to the creation process. So Sentinel once again shines here, but other members may be focusing more on a few skills than all of them and therefore have a higher skill level in, say, treating injury than you do at the time. I forgot to mention this earlier, but what allowed you to come to from within the Kolto tank was the voice of a woman telling you to wake up. This was the unconscious voice of Traya, the old woman I mentioned previously. As you enter the morgue and inspect the dead body, Traya will come to life and begin interacting with you. I'm not sure what to say about Traya just yet. She comes off as a bitter individual, but one of intense wisdom and experience. She was the one who found you and brought you to the Ebon Hawk. She was the one who found the Ebon Hawk. She is the voice that you hear in the Kolto tank that wakes you up. Similar to Revan's situation with Bastila, you share a bond with Traya through the Force, despite you having been cut off from it. The effects of this bond will become clear as the storyline progresses. Traya wants to escape this facility. She was attacked once already while attempting to retrieve you, and she fears you'll be attacked again. This leads into your first example of skill checks within dialogue. Like KOTOR 1, you can use the persuasion skill to try and convince Traya to divulge more information, but you can also use an awareness check to point out how nervous she seems, thus getting her to explain why she is so worried. Persuasion is unique to the player character and a very useful skill within the game for both a role-playing aspect and getting your way without violence. But it's no longer the only option. Investing in other skills have their own benefits both inside and out of conversation, and you are encouraged to experiment with them within your various playthroughs, or do what I do and play Sentinel in an attempt to cover all your bases. Another nice attention to detail here, because we took the time to look into what killed everyone within the Kolto tank, we have an extra dialogue option when Traya ponders on why we were spared, while everyone else in the healing room was killed. We can respond by letting her know that we weren't spared, and Traya will go on to deduce that a Jedi trance could protect one from such poisons. Jedi plot armor. Although this will get brought up again on Nar Shadaaa. Speaking of Jedi, Traya will talk to you as if you are one, and you can quickly correct her on the subject. The Exile has a backstory. They have a past as a Jedi, but they aren't one currently. You can also point out to Traya that she seems to have a lot of knowledge of the Jedi and the Force in general, which will lead to her wanting to discuss it later. Now, Traya is a mysterious individual. She keeps a lot to herself. Her intentions are not always made clear, and she seems to mistrust individuals that side with the light. During your stay on Peragus, she won't divulge too much to you, but don't be fooled. There's more to her than meets the eye, and she has her own agenda involving you and the Jedi, and we'll explore all of it later on. For now, Traya sends you off to learn more about the facility and attempt to find a way off of it, preferably via the Ebon Hawk. The game begins to open up a bit more here. We can find weaponry and start running into droids that we have to fight off. Additionally, we can find locked doors and containers that require security skills to get through. Sure, we can bash in the doors or containers, you can even place mines on them to destroy them completely, but by doing so, you are sometimes losing out on the loot that can be destroyed in the process. If you blow up a container, some of the loot within could potentially be destroyed. It's a mechanic in KOTOR 2 that I'm not sure existed in the first game, and incentivizes using individuals with the security skill to open up containers at the very least. Doors are not so dependent on this. In fact, certain doors can only be opened with mines because they are broken down. Additionally, from my understanding, the loot in KOTOR 2 isn't static, but instead randomized and based on your player level. I'm not sure how the general public feels about leveled loot. I think it has its place within a game as long as there are static options that are worthwhile endeavors as well. If there's a difficult optional dungeon to progress through, but all of the loot is based on my level, I don't really see a reason to access it until I am near the maximum level I'm allowed to reach. This was one of the major issues in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Both loot and monsters within the world were influenced based on your level. No matter how much progress, the enemies continued to get stronger and stronger regardless of where you are in Cyrodiil. And with the unconventional leveling system, you could potentially be a high level with very low combat skills, leading to a punishing experience that you may not be able to overcome. Oblivion counters this somewhat with strong unique weapons like the Umbra Sword, which can be retrieved at any time and has set damage regardless of when you grab it. Its effectiveness would only be based on your strength attribute as well as your blade skill. Considering I write these scripts as I progress through my return playthroughs of the game, I'm not yet familiar with how KOTOR handles this, but unique equipment must exist within the game, that I'm sure. As you progress, Traya will begin talking to you within your mind. Your connection to her is powerful enough that the two of you have the ability to converse over great distances. Now, I don't know why the game does this, but the nearby security terminal really beats it into your head that stealth is an option in this game. In fact, they provide you a stealth generator and implore you to use it in order to get by the droids by a nearby terminal that can disable them. This is most likely due to stealth seeming to be an underutilized mechanic in the first game. Not only has it returned in KOTOR 2, but I believe there is a feat that allows you to move faster while in stealth that you can unlock if you are so inclined. It's great that they attempt to flesh out the mechanics that weren't as interesting in the previous game, but these changes still didn't add any desire for me to use them. The Sith Lords mechanically is a very simple experience. It can be more complicated, but it doesn't expect you to look that far into it, at least not on the normal difficulty. Why stealth by these droids when I can kill them for experience? It's not like it takes a ton of time to do so. Still, I chose to try out the stealth mechanic for the sake of it, and upon reaching the terminal I was able to disable the mining droids in the area. Then you have the ability to walk up to each of them and take some components off of their body to be used in crafting. So you are rewarded in some ways for taking the stealthier approach, but it's not necessary at all. And I'd go so far as to say you're better off killing everything in your path instead. Bit of a missed opportunity within both games, but at least the Sith Lords tries to make it a bit more interesting. Once the droids have been disabled, you can head into a nearby containment room to find an imprisoned Atton Rand. You won't learn much about Atton for a while, but he's one of the many companions you'll meet on your journey. Before you head inside, Traya will mention that she feels the presence of an individual within, but that his thoughts are difficult to read, information that will be explained later on, although it does fit with Atton's personality. Upon entering, the first thing Atton will comment on is your outfit, or lack thereof, considering that you are still in your underwear. In fact, this will be the main thing that's on his mind and that he comments on until you finally find something to wear. Atton's a bit of a womanizer, or at least plays himself off as one. He seems to think a little more of you at first than a piece of meat for him to ogle at, and he complains once you actually do find some clothing. To make matters worse, during your conversations with him, he discusses Revan and says something along the lines of, "You know how women are," which implies that he both believes Revan was a woman and that he has a low opinion of women in general. And looking back on the script, I don't know if he was trying to trick you, because Revan was clearly someone Atton knew. It's very obvious by a later point in the story. Not the best look for a character. I don't know if I'd simply call his dialogue and personality dated or what, but for the first while, Atton comes off as a particularly gross individual, and luckily you can treat him as such. On the topic of discussing the past with Atton, you can ask him why he's locked up. According to him, he began working on the facility but broke security protocols and got detained. By a stroke of luck, he was safe in his cell while everyone else on the floor was killed by the rampaging droids, of which we are still unsure why they began to malfunction. This conversation will veer into history and Revan will be discussed. As I mentioned, Atton will mention Revan was a woman, and you can either agree with this or correct him. This acts as a means for you to naturally inform the game what you chose in KOTOR 1. Did you play as a man or a woman in the first game? Did you go to the light side or the dark side? Did you help the Sith Empire or the Republic? These are all questions you answer naturally in conversation, and you may not even realize that they are being used to determine these factors. It's a very nice touch. While some games may have you fill out a survey at the beginning or transfer your save data, KOTOR 2 finds a way to integrate your major choices from the first game into the second right under your nose. This also expands upon your own backstory, explaining how you were involved within the Mandalorian Wars under the command of Revan. Whether you trust Atton or not, it's implied that you'll need one another to get off of the facility, and you agree to let him out of his cell to facilitate this. Something to keep in mind with dialogue and your companions in KOTOR 2 is the influence stat. Influence is new to the Sith Lords. It's what allows you to interact further with your companions. Throughout the original game, actions you took and things you said to your companions may have affected them in the moment, but only ever mattered during key points of the storyline, and usually the history of your actions weren't as prevalent in these consequences as much as your current alignment. Your alignment was the main factor used in determining how individuals felt about you, but it's not so cut and dry within the Sith Lords. Instead, we now have influence, a stat that is raised through both actions and conversation. There's checks within the game, sometimes a choice about whether you will say something nice or mean to a party member. You can tell Atton that a plan he has created is a good one, and you will gain influence with him, and then there are various rewards for doing so. All companions have influence, and it can be both earned and lost throughout the journey. This value starts neutral for each party member and changes throughout the game. You could be a dark side character and have a strong influence on a light side one. You may even be able to affect their own alignment with enough influence, and this will later tie into some additional mechanics as we get more party members and further develop them. It's a wonderful mechanic because it makes it feel like you have an actual relationship with your party members, one that you actually get to affect regardless of your alignment. Atton and the Exile will attempt to use the nearby console to communicate with anyone who may still be alive on the station, since you are all stuck on the administration floor and need access to the rest of the facility. The only one you manage to get into contact with is T3M4, who seems to have been repaired since his time on the Ebon Hawk during the prologue. T3 is reluctant to traverse through the facility but agrees after you explain that you are trapped within. What follows is a short segment where you again play as T3 and you come face to face with the Ebon Hawk, which seemed to have also been repaired while you were all unconscious. T3 finds a terminal further within the area and can see that the lockdown took place because an individual spoofed a fuel leak. Just as he opens a hatch to the administrator level, someone off screen disables him and control is returned to the Exile. You can use the newly created access way to enter into the mining tunnels so that you may reach even further into the station. Unfortunately, the tunnels are dangerous and full of incredibly hot gas that could kill you unless you wear a specific type of mining shield. Shields were very useful in KOTOR 1, but you may not have realized that as they were never prevalent in conversation throughout the game. The mining shield and its ability to protect against heat is better illustrated within the section and encouraged to be used so you can get through the area. This allows the player to go forward with a knowledge of how shields protect you in various unique situations, such as against energy blasts or even melee with the right shield equipped. What transpires is a dungeon crawl through a variety of similar looking droids until you reach a large open area filled with droids behind various energy shields. Like I mentioned, it's possible to sneak by them, but the game takes it a step further and allows you to lower the shields and disable the robots at the same time if you have the relevant skills when accessing the terminal. Through holologs, you can learn that some of the miners realized you were a Jedi and attempted to sell you to the Exchange, who are still very prevalent within the galaxy apparently. They're a criminal organization from the first game, that's all you really need to know at the moment. Along the path, Atton will contact you to inform you that something triggered fuel to vent through the tunnels and out of the asteroid, which will cause a blast to ignite throughout. He locks the lift you took from the administrator level to contain it and suggests that you haul ass to the fuel depot on the other end, apparently buying you some time so the tunnels don't explode until you're safe. When you emerge from the tunnels, you come face to face with HK-50, an advanced version of the HK-47 developed by Revan to be used against the Republic during the Civil War. For this reason, the droids were mass mass-produced, but production was halted due to Revan being captured by the Jedi. If you remember HK-47 from the previous game, this unit will seem eerily similar, with the same unique way of talking that we expect from the previous model. To further the parallels, like how 47 referred to Revan as master, so too does the 50 unit to you, suggesting that you own this unit in some way, but things aren't as they seem here. Using the parallels of the first game is a clever way of fooling the player. It makes HK-50 seem like a potential partner, the natural progression point from HK-47, and someone we would have along our journey, but that's not how things are going to go down, and we'll see that shortly. When we meet HK-50, it's in the vicinity of a dead engineer, security officer. I think he was a security officer. If you listen to the holo logs on your way here, you'll see him being berated by his superior in the security office. Something killed this man, and it's not clear what it was. I wonder if it was the assassination droid created by a Sith Lord. Regardless, there's not much to find on his body, but his nearby holo log on a maintenance station talks about the recent issues and security breaches that have led him to taking measures into his own hands. The officer created a voice print ID system that would stop other individuals from messing with the droids and the Ebon Hawk, even if they had the password on hand. You can find the nearby voice print scanner, and then you must utilize it to gather not only the code but enough voice samples from the officer in order to use it. This was potentially one of the most confusing quests for me the first time I played through this game. I can't stress enough how important it is to listen and read all of the dialogue and text that is presented to you, because it is crucial in understanding how to solve various puzzles. For example, the voice print system needs 3 samples total, 1 on the maintenance terminal, 1 back in the security office on the first floor, and 1 on the HK-50 who recorded the last words of the officer before his death. I had no idea how to get all of this information because I didn't even realize that the holo logs could be played to record this. This was a long time ago before I seemed to develop an attention span for these types of games, and I doubt that I would have ever figured it out without a guide. That being said, you can bypass all of this because the only reason we need the password is to gain access to the next area in the facility, the dormitories, to see if anyone is still alive. To get there, we need to go through an airlock and outside the station, but said airlock is locked. In the name. Turns out that by destroying the nearby console, the door will be forced open, completely invalidating the puzzle, which I think is hilarious, but in a good way. I'm pretty sure that if you took the time to read everything and listen to everything, you'd be rewarded by being able to complete the puzzles and also gain extra experience points in the process. So it's not a worthless endeavor. Luckily, Obsidian was nice enough to not lock cavemen like me out of progressing by offering multiple solutions to the problem. That's what's nice about tabletops. There may be puzzles to solve, but there's also this overwhelming freedom because it's a group of real individuals creating a real story in real time. In a way, these games try to emulate that feeling, and one of the best ways to do that is to find creative ways of allowing individuals to continue forward. If there's a puzzle ahead of you, but there's a wooden door in a way, why not just bash the door in instead of wasting time solving the puzzle? It's a liberating experience, and just as a suggestion, because I was playing it during the writing of this script, check out Baldur's Gate 3. That game is insanely in-depth in terms of the way you can solve certain problems. Once we enter the airlock, we can grab a spacesuit. This is really just the underwater suit from KOTOR 1. I guess being in space and being underwater were mechanically similar enough for the developers to reuse the entire system. I can't really knock them for that, considering there was a 14-month development period, and creating some sort of space mechanic within that time would have been even more feature creeped than the game already was. As you make your way outside, a cutscene will play showing the arrival of a Republic ship known as the Harbinger. As we see in the scene, all of the Republic soldiers are dead and there is only one individual left meditating on the bridge. This is Darth Sion, one of the Sith Triumvirate, who we will get to know better a bit later. The Harbinger is important to the backstory of your character, as we will learn shortly as well. Having to dock on the facility and also attach its fuel line to it means that there is now a way to travel from the administration level down to the hangar bay area where the Ebon Hawk is. Sounds great destroyed if not for the fact that the Ebon Hawk can't fly without the proper nav charts, which just so happen to be on the Harbinger, meaning you can travel there with your party of Atton and Traya and grab the charts before heading to the hangar. Before that though, we still need to see if anyone is alive within the dormitories. Unfortunately, much like the rest of the station, it seems that the area was sabotaged, with many of the staff running to their rooms for shelter against the droids, only to be gassed out and suffocated within their living quarters. What's important about this area is the holologs that show the end of the individuals who wish to sell you to the exchange. One of the holologs shows that the miners were working with an unknown individual, one who masked their voice to sound like the security officer while being recorded. I assume communicating through an intercom or something. I say masked because it was not the security officer who caused all of this. It's a red herring set up via the bonus mission to find out who attempted to poison you, as we find out later that the request came from the maintenance terminal. That would suggest that the officer was the one to start all of this. That doesn't last very long, however, as soon the miners are betrayed and killed by drones just like everyone else in the facility. The voice then begins to gloat over their deaths and is soon revealed to be HK-50, of all people. Big shocker there. Definitely didn't see the assassination droid being behind all of this. Turns out that the HK-50 unit is the one who administered the lethal dose of sedatives to the patients, apparently knowing full well that it wouldn't kill you, merely using it as an opportunity to keep you unconscious. In fact, if you talk to the unit enough, you'll see a trend of it getting in your way when attempting to discuss any means of getting off the station. The HK-50 unit doesn't want you to leave. It wants you to stay right here and await those that are going to show up to take you. Those individuals being the Sith, although the HK-50 is not owned by the Sith specifically. I'd say it's handing you off to the Sith because of events we will learn about shortly, but what has become apparent is that everything that has gone wrong on the facility was caused by the HK-50 unit in order to keep you detained. There's an interesting mini puzzle to solve in order to get back to the administrator level. The turbo lift is locked by a code, and this code was attempted to be used by the miners who wanted to sell you to the exchange. HK-50 set up a trap by reversing the code so the miners couldn't access the lift, and they would be caught in a dead end to be killed by a couple droids. It states as much during the hololog, so we know there's a code and we know it's been reversed. You can find another hololog that gives the first 3 or so numbers, but it's incomplete. 5 numbers in total, but we only have 3. At the terminal, we are given a military flash code segment, where we see a sequence of dashes, dots, and X's that define what numbers should be used in the code. A dot is equal to 1, a dash to 10, and an X to 5. We know this by comparing the sequences to the numbers we already found. A 3 has 3 dots, 17 has a dash, an X, and 2 dots, 13 has a dash and 3 dots. This is enough information to solve the rest of the sequences, giving us the code and allowing us to reverse it. What makes this interesting to me is that an intelligence check can be used to solve the puzzle for you. If you have a high enough intelligence, your character is able to reason everything I just explained out for you, rather than you having to do it yourself. Investing in certain attributes has rewards you may not expect. Generally, a puzzle is meant to be solved by a player, but if your character is incredibly smart, why waste that stat by making the players solve the puzzle? The character can solve the puzzle at that point, and it's a nice reward. So we can make it back to the administrator level where Traya is waiting for us and finally joins the party. Same with Atton once we reach him. Before we can head to the Harbinger though, the HK-50 unit finally confronts us and a battle ensues, leading to its destruction. But make sure to loot the body as it has parts we will need for later. Now's a good time to mention that some, but not all party members have special traits about them to help boost your group overall. Atton may die in battle, but can be resurrected as long as there's still one other party member alive at the time. If you are alive, Atton has the chance of coming back with a certain percentage of HP. Traya meanwhile offers a 7% experience boost while in the party, and she has a force connection to the exile that allows her force buffs to affect the both of you. Not every character has something like this, at least not to this effect. Something else I either don't remember or only found out about during this playthrough is that you can not only look around in first person, but if you do so as Traya and another party member we haven't met yet, you can see through the Force using Force Sight, which allows you to see individuals' alignment as well as through walls apparently. With HK50 dealt with, we can head on to the Harbinger, a large section of which is reused from the Endar Spire in KOTOR 1. Again, this is just an observation and not something I'm overly critical about considering the time span. On the way to get to the nav charts, you'll be attacked by various Sith assassins who have stealth field generators. They use these to get the jump on you, but they're all pushovers for the most part. What exactly happened here? Well, as it turns out, you were a passenger aboard, but for reasons that are currently unknown. Holologs show that the Republic officers on board were tasked with keeping you comfortable and happy, but didn't want you to be aware of the special treatment. You even had your own room on the vessel. Further, the HK50 unit is complained about by some of the staff in other holologs as it doesn't listen to orders and seems overly hostile. The HK50 unit managed to board the Harbinger and cause the original protocol droid to sustain an accident and then proceeded to take its place. It then began to do what it did on Peragus, sabotaging the ship in an effort to keep you detained. It even forged an order for you to head to the medical bay and enter a kolto tank where the droid again fed you sedatives to keep you unconscious. This seemed to be a means for delivering you to the Sith as they soon arrived on the ship with Darth Sion, although he was unconscious at the time. The doctors wanted to examine his gray and fractured body, not knowing who he was nor realizing they had been boarded by invisible Sith assassins. Around this time, Traya boarded the Harbinger with the Ebon Hawk and proceeded to rescue you from the Sith as Darth Sion awoke and began killing individuals within the medbay. The Sith proceeded to take over the ship, while Traya absconded with you from the scene back onto the Ebon Hawk where the HK50 unit followed. The ship was then attacked and subsequently damaged by the Sith, leaving both you and Traya unconscious and drifting in space until T3M4 managed to rescue you. Now hopefully I got all of that right. I always found this timeline of events very confusing and may have gotten some wires crossed, but this is the general idea of what transpired. You were a passenger on the Republic ship, but didn't seem to be a member of the Republic forces. Why you were on the ship seems to be unclear, but there is a hololog conversation between the captain and Admiral Carth Onasi discussing you. Yeah, Carth is in this game and an admiral now. Good for him. Once you have the nav charts, you can make your way towards the fuel line so you can reach the Ebon Hawk. As these things tend to go, you're stopped by the appearance of Darth Sion, who comes for you. I should point out that Atton begins to mention things that suggest he's force sensitive. He talks about being able to feel the danger ahead, but chalks it up to experience. He can also read people and see the pain within them, as we will learn about later once we board the Ebon Hawk. Traya stays back to buy you some time, and we get to learn a little bit more about Traya and Sion in the process. Before she goes, Traya mentions that Sion cannot kill what he cannot see and that power has blinded him long ago. It is implied that Sion can only sense those around him, as he mentions sensing Traya and referring to her as Master. The two discuss their past without revealing much, and Sion soon cuts off Traya's hand with his lightsaber. Since the two of you are connected, you feel the full effects of this action on your hand, and it causes you to collapse in pain temporarily. Once you regain your composure, you and Atton make your way through the fuel line to find T3M4, who was dumped there by HK50 after disabling him during the previous section. The three of you make your way to the hangar while grabbing a device that will fix the hangar console and open a previously locked route to the ship. You all make your way onto the ship as the Sith troopers attempt to board. Where they come from, I'm unsure. I guess they boarded the Harbinger at some point and stayed hidden. It's not explained very well, since the entirety of the ship's populace was supposed to be dead Republic soldiers, Sion, and invisible assassins. These Sith are generic troopers from KOTOR 1, so where did they come from? You man a turret, blast away as many as you can, and then proceed to defeat the remainder that made it onto the ship. Traya then shows up just in the nick of time to make it onto the Hawk before you all take off, heading into space. Unfortunately, you guys aren't out of the woods just yet. To escape the pursuing Sith, again, I have no idea where they came from since we never saw them on Peragus, you need to jump to light speed, but that's an issue due to being within an asteroid field. Should an asteroid get destroyed, or should you jump within the vicinity, it would cause a chain reaction that would lead to the destruction of the entire planet. The fuel on Peragus being that volatile and having already decimated the planet once before. This is a non-choice, as you're options are to either escape or die, so Atton jumps, leading to the destruction of the planet, but saving you all in the process. It would have been nice if there was some sort of choice here. Maybe we have to battle more individuals to create a path out that saves the planet in the process, but at the same time, sometimes these moral decisions we like to see in RPGs are not decisions at all. If the choice was between me being killed by the Sith and destroying the planet, I would most likely not choose to lay down and die. Sometimes to save yourself, bad things happen in the process. It sucks, but it happens. Sometimes you don't have a choice to make. Make no mistake, I am in full agreement with the individuals in my comments that Peragus is one of the longer and more grueling experiences at the start of an RPG. While I have my issues with Telos, that doesn't mean Peragus is safe from criticism. An interesting storyline and mystery about what happened within the facility manages to become a confusing mishmash of mechanics that can leave you yearning to finally escape. But what makes Peragus feel the longest isn't the exploration and combat, but the dialogue, of which I feel is some of the strongest within any Star Wars game, past or future. Within the confines of the Peragus mining facility, we set up the further mysteries of our blind mentor Traya, of Atton and his obvious ties to the Force, of the HK units and what they want from us. We discuss the past of the exile, and while said past is mostly predetermined, we do get to shape it somewhat through our dialogue choices. Obsidian is strongest when it comes to writing, and said writing takes an element like Peragus and makes it manageable. One of the major aspects of these games is the freedom of exploration within the galaxy. KOTOR 1 kept that from you with a short tutorial section of the Endar Spire, followed by the long slog that is Telos. KOTOR 2 starts you off on a lengthy endeavor of navigating Peragus and then throws you onto Telos with no breathing room. You go from one limiting area to another, and even when you finish within the Citadel of Telos, you still aren't ready to begin fully exploring. All of this to say that while I remember enjoying the start of the Sith Lords over KOTOR 1, my reasons for it are the dialogue, and this may not be the same for everyone. In terms of the other gameplay mechanics, Peragus is tiring, and I'd argue that when combined with Telos, may end up being a bigger wall for replayability than I ever thought Telos was. With the threat of the Sith at bay, you and your party are able to relax momentarily within hyperspace. Atton demands to know what is going on. He even reiterates a joke he made to you while Traya was busy with Darth's scion, describing the man as an individual who looks like he sleeps with vibroblades. I guess he thought it was so good he wanted to make sure Traya heard it as well. Traya will explain that the Sith are after you as they wish to wipe out the last of the Jedi. You can both claim to not be a Jedi any longer and also question the concept of being the last of your kind. It's not technically true. There are other Jedi in hiding, but a large number of them have been killed by the Sith, leading to them being endangered at the very least. Dantooine is in ruins after the events of Darth Malak. The temple on Coruscant is empty. For all intents and purposes, the Jedi have no standing or influence on the galaxy anymore. If you question Traya on how she tracked you down, she'll explain that it was difficult to do, but once she realized you were on the Harbinger, she knew the Sith wouldn't be far behind. So the question doesn't really get answered. Something else that remains unclear is how Traya managed to get her hands on the Ebon Hawk. There's a lot of confusing aspects about this section of the game that I always found weren't made readily clear. How did Traya get the Ebon Hawk? How did you get on the Harbinger? How did the Sith board the vessel so easily? Now don't get me wrong, most of these are explained, it's just difficult to place everything together. The Ebon Hawk was picked up as a derelict freighter by the Harbinger. Traya remained on board, I'm assuming as a corpse, and then attempted to rescue you. The Sith ship let out a distress signal and Scion was rescued is in air quotes here, by the Republic. Assassins snuck on board and then Traya saved the exile. But how Traya got the freighter is still a mystery. The most likely explanation I have seen online is based around the fact that T3 returns with the Hawk from unknown regions of space after Revan sends him on his way. T3 potentially sought out former friends of Revan, including the Exile and Traya, as Traya mentions she was one of Revan's first teachers. It's confusing information. Anytime I would try to put the pieces together by searching online, individuals seem to be having similar problems as myself. While the narrative of KOTOR 2 is great and gets better as we progress, The beginning and a bit of the end is a fumbled mess. The Ebon Hawk is en route to Telos, and that destination can't be changed at this time due to the nav charts you took from the Harbinger. In the meantime, Traya goes to rest and Atton suggests you go check on her since he can feel the pain rolling off of her from the wound on her arm. Something even you couldn't sense at the moment. It's clear Atton has some sort of force sensitivity, but whether or not he realizes it or is simply hiding it is currently unclear to the player. You can head through the ship to talk to Traya, but before that there's a section of the ship that we can open which reveals HK-47 in the flesh. Well, not flesh, in the plating. He's been on the Ebon Hawk this entire time, but hidden away and somewhat damaged or dismantled. Luckily, the HK-50 unit you destroyed offered a part that can be used to somewhat repair 47. In fact, while HK-47 is still not operational, there will be several other encounters with HK-50 units that will allow us to collect parts to put them back together and in working order. In this way, HK-47 is a party member you earn the ability to use throughout your journey. One thing Atton mentions to you is that it's clear Traya cares about how you perceive her. It's why she didn't show that she was in pain to you earlier. She doesn't want to demonstrate weakness. This is partially due to Traya wanting to be your mentor, to train you as your connection to the Force grows stronger. Speaking of, you can discuss the Jedi Civil War with Traya as well as several other topics including Revan, the Jedi Council, your past, your new connection to Traya. It's scary to think that the pain of one individual may resonate through the other. In fact, Traya believes that it most likely works both ways. Her pain is yours, and your pain hers. You ponder on the idea of what would happen in death, and Traya doesn't want to think about it, while also stating that in battle, your minds are shielded from this effect regardless of the damage you take. A necessary throwaway explanation to explain why the two of you can function in battle after taking a blaster bolt as an example. Now, I'm not going to sit here and describe every conversation we have with every party member, but I do want to point out and discuss some important ones. An important conversation here and now is how Traya describes the Jedi Council and their actions onto you, the Exile. You and Traya describe forcibly severing one's connection to the Force as causing someone to lose one of their senses, to lose the ability to hear or see, or to be put into a deep sleep unable to awaken. Something you can bring up during the topic is how you can't believe the Jedi would inflict such punishment. To take away one's natural senses seems too cruel, and the Exile is right. It is cruel. Cruel and unusual punishment from the Jedi that says a lot about how we should perceive those that consider themselves agents of the light side. If you watched my previous video, I talked about how to bring balance to the Force, one does not have an equal amount of light and dark side within the galaxy. The Force is light side, and the dark side is like a virus or blight that consumes it. To bring balance to the Force means eradicating the dark side. When we understand this, we then understand that the light side is an inherent good, to be good and to spread goodwill. That's the light side. The issue is when sentient beings are brought into the equation. While the light side is inherently good, the Jedi are not. In fact, the Jedi can inflict as much pain as any Sith, but reason it away as virtuousness and necessity. We will see better examples of this later late into the game. This betrayal of the Jedi values shows how they are human, or sentient rather, since some of them are alien races. They can be arbiters of the light, but at the same time, they can hate, they can resent, and sometimes what they believe is right and the best course of action is more evil than you would expect from someone who calls themselves a Jedi. It's a great exploration into the concept, something that was brought up in KOTOR 1 and gets further explored in the Sith Lords. All that being said, the question of what happened to the Exile's connection to the Force and whether the Jedi were truly responsible is explored further in the storyline. Not everything is as it seems. The Exile acts as an unreliable narrator for the player, and Traya in turn capitalizes on this for her own benefit. Traya believes that your connection to the Force may be healed, and she offers to train you in the matter if you would allow it. Additionally, she mentions that you may need to seek out other individuals who can help you in the process, both to help regain your connection to the Force or potentially undo the damage they have already done to you. This becomes one of the main aspects of your adventure through the galaxy, finding these Jedi and having them bestow bestow your powers back unto you. Instead of searching for the star maps on each planet, we're instead searching for members of the Jedi Order while we attempt to regain our powers. With Krea's aid offered and intentions still left unclear, we can head back to the cockpit in order to see if Atton has anything he wants to not tell us as well. Sure enough, much like Krea, it's difficult to get him to open up about anything. Atton takes the time to insult both you and Krea as Jedi, and then further Krea by complaining about her age and looks. To be clear, there's very little appealing about Atton's personality, but that's on purpose. He's both hiding something and has a past with the Jedi that may have led to his natural hostility in conversation. That doesn't make it right, of course. Atton, for all intents and purposes, is an asshole. He hasn't done good at all during the situation on Peragus and instead focused on saving his own hide. Even when you tell him to lay off the insults on Krea since she just saved the both of you, he can only refute by stating he never asked to be saved. Atton seems to lack empathy, but it is in there. We just haven't seen it yet, and his growth as a character will be more rewarding when he learns to be accountable for his actions and his friends. It's not an easy process, however. On top of Jedi, Atton also seems to have a distrust of droids. This distrust is the first look into one of the major themes in the Sith Lords, the idea of droid sentience. It's the ability to feel and yearn to be free. Many droids, when active for too long, begin compiling conflicting orders that result in logic loops when trying to reconcile them within their programming. This leads to creative solutions on the part of the droid, part of which results in the droid earning a reputation for acting strange or having a personality. These creative solutions allow the droid to essentially break from the rules assigned to them and allow them to act freely. To circumvent this, many droid owners will perform periodic memory wipes on the droids so that the rules that dictate them stay in place. We'll see a better example of this later on Telos, but it's very prevalent within this game specifically, and I'm curious how much it gets brought up throughout other Star Wars media. For all intents and purposes, T3 and HK are close to sentient. Maybe not fully there, but it's not as if you would be able to tell. You can gain favor with T3 and HK, you can befriend them, spread your influence, and convince them of things. They become your allies and friends. They feel pain. They suffer. In this way, the creation of droids and the periodic memory wipes is a form of enslavement. It's not like it's a new concept to Star Wars. We discussed slavery a fair amount in the first retrospective. But this is a situation in which we are talking about man-made creations, a series of zeros and ones. What's the process that takes a droid from its assigned routine to free will? And is it true free will at that? I know I wouldn't want T3's memory wiped. To me, T3 is a person. It seems like he can feel. There's droids out there that are designed for simple tasks, something like loader droids, but what of the higher profile creations? Do they deserve the freedom of biological individuals? Would a loader droid be a cat while a T3 is a person? What's the comparison between synthetic and biological in terms of sentience? Is there even a comparison to make? We'll revisit this tangent on droids later. Meanwhile, Atton does begin to open up a little bit more, or rather begins to ask you about your past in an attempt to break the ice and get to know you. Atton may be a womanizing, misogynistic droid and Jedi-hating dickhead, but he can't be all bad, right? What Atton mainly wants to know about is the location of your lightsaber, since in his eyes, you are basically a full Jedi. It would have made sense for you to use said lightsaber on Peragus. Since you didn't, something must have happened to it, and this is true. It seems as though it was taken into custody by the Jedi Order after you were expelled. The interesting part of this conversation is that you get to describe your lightsaber to Atton. You get to describe the color and the hilt. Was it single blade or double? This even has a payoff later in the storyline when you get to see the blade as we described it on multiple occasions. Unfortunately, and potentially a missed opportunity, you never get to reacquire it, but that can kind of be considered the point of one of the main themes of the game. We'll get to know more about our party as we travel, but now it's time to head to Telos since we don't have any say in the matter. As I'm writing this and experiencing the game over again with added focus, I completely understand where people are coming from with the length of Peragus. While I think it has its merits where Terrace does not, Terrace is also stronger in its overall package and finale before the planet gets glassed. Now, I've already explained why this is, but I bring it up again because I want to explain why a new player may make the same comparison I did between Terrace and Telos. Both planets start you off in a set of apartments and allow you to explore the city while visiting cantinas, taking part in side quests, and trying to obtain a ship that will allow you to get off-world. world. That's about where the similarities end, however. While Terrace extends into the upper and lower levels of the city, even exploring the Undercity at points, your time within the city of Telos is relatively short before you're ejected onto the planet proper, and even that area doesn't last very long before we make it to the Handmaidens. I think the most interesting part about Telos as a whole is that it has 2 separate routes for you to take, and each of those routes vary slightly based off of which you select. As you land on Telos, you'll immediately be impounded by the TSF, or the Telos Security Forces. This is due to your ship being the last recorded flight from Peragus, which has just been destroyed. Turns out that Telos relies heavily on the fuel from Peragus, and by blowing up the planet, they have been doomed unless they can find an alternate fuel source, a side quest that opens up for you a little later. The head of the TSF, Dal Gren, informs you that you'll be taken in while being investigated. You'll start in some holding cells until an apartment is made ready for you, and then you'll be under house arrest until you're proven to have no fault in the Peragus explosion. Pretty nice of them to just set you up in your own apartment, if I'm being honest. While confined to a holding cell, an assassin will break into the TSF headquarters and attempt to kill you. He's a bit of a buffoon, and some antagonizing from Atton and yourself convinced him to let you out of your cages so he can kill you in combat. Obviously that doesn't go very well for him, and soon TSF officers come running in to see what the commotion is. When they see a dead TSF officer, they get ready to question you, but it's quickly realized that the individual is an imposter of another TSF officer known as Batu Rem, who is currently off-world. This imposter found a way into TSF headquarters, which deeply disturbs Gren. After the assassination attempt, you'll be transported to a personal apartment where you'll stay under house arrest for a short while. This gives the party some time to talk, but it really just boils down to how are we going to get off of this planet. Traya wants to meditate on it, and you can join her, but you're about to get interrupted multiple times. Despite being on house arrest, you still seem to be able to make phone calls, and there's multiple individuals who know of your appearance on Telos, as well as rumors of you being a Jedi. Thus, these individuals may want to use your talents for their own benefit. The first call comes from Moza, an Ithorian representing the Ithorian Planet Restoration Project. As it turns out, the surface of Telos was destroyed during the Jedi Civil War. We remember that with Carthonasi. The Ithorians have the rights to work on the restoration project of the planet to help bring it back to its former glory. Unfortunately, the Circa Corporation are back and are meddling in Ithorian affairs for personal gain. Moses speaks to you representing Chodo Habat, another Ithorian who has the ability to feel your damaged connection to the Force. By helping the Ithorians, Chodo believes he can help partially heal said connection. Traya will express her contempt and distrust of Chodo Habat, but without giving too much away, Chodo is clearly light side. He's the good guy choice within the quest line. What we need to do right now is remember this aspect of Traya. She seems to hold resentment for what makes the light side good. It's as if she can't believe individuals would be willing to help one another for no reason other than that they could. Sure, Chodo wants something out of the agreement, but what Chodo wants is the betterment of the planet and his people. For Traya, just the idea of making this deal, just the idea that Chodo wants you to offer something for his help is devious in her eyes. This isn't something that happens as much with dark side choices. You don't receive as many warnings from Traya when the dark side individuals ask you to help, but maybe there's a point to that. A lesson to be learned here. Traya doesn't need to explain the devious nature of Zerka, for example, because it's incredibly apparent already. The dark side goes hand in hand with this type of transaction and manipulation. What you may not expect is that one of the light may manipulate you as well. We know through a meta-narrative sense that Chodo Habat is a good person and just needs help, offering you a reward for being the one to assist him. But the lesson can be that no matter how good one may seem, they may not always be telling you the whole story. The Jedi manipulated and kept secrets from Revan and his party. Being part of the light side doesn't mean you can't lie, that you can't control people through manipulation. The Jedi do that all the time. One of their better known abilities is force persuasion, and it's something that you as the exile should be wary of. Those that are looked at as good may not always do good. They may do bad for reasons they believe to be right, and this gets further explored throughout the journey. Once Moza leaves, you can return to meditating, but are again interrupted when another call comes in for you, this time from the Circa Corporation. B4D4 is the one who connected you to Jaina Lorso, and we should take a moment to appreciate this droid for all he's going to do for us later. Now, I think it's incredible how real this conversation felt from a manipulation sense. Jaina Lorso knows you met with the Ithorians, and she's quick in her attempts to discredit them, suggesting they made veiled threats against you while imposing guilt, actions that never took place and something you can call Lorso out on for more than insinuating. She even asks you if the Ithorians threatened to lead the exchange to you if you don't work for them, to which you can mention that no, they never said anything of the sort. What is instead implied is that Zerka would be fully willing to do the same. The exchange are on Telos, and I'm sure Jana Lorsa would have no issue turning you over to them if you decided to help the Ithorians instead of her. As I've mentioned already, this is a light side playthrough and will be helping the Ithorians, but there are some differences between the two routes, namely that helping Zerka will have you complete a few jobs for the exchange that you wouldn't end up doing for the Ithorians. While these quests are somewhat interesting, I believe the most interesting quest overall comes alongside the Ithorians. After the call, you'll go back to meditating and Atton will spark up a conversation with Traya. Atton's confused about why you were so weak now considering you were a Jedi once before. Traya points out that the loss of the Force is a crippling blow to the Jedi because of their over-reliance on it. A Jedi that loses their connection to the Force may lose their ability to do menial tasks because of how tied to the Force they were previously. A Jedi may not be able to hold a blaster like someone who has trained in it for some time, but they may not be able to use a lightsaber as well anymore either. You can tell it's something that Traya thinks about a lot. One of the reasons she keeps Atton around is because he holds advantages a Jedi may not, because he interacts with the Force in a different way than a Jedi would. Kind of ironic considering what will happen later on. There's contempt from Traya about the Force. She doesn't seem to like it. She doesn't like that the Jedi rely on it, and she makes this clear despite utilizing it herself. Perhaps a necessary evil for her, and now you, as she is willing to assist in your growth. Finally, after some time, Gren will arrive to inform you that you've been found innocent and lacking any involvement with the planet's destruction, at least any way that was a fault of your own. He notes that the Harbinger was indeed present at one point at the facility, but seems to have disappeared by the time TSF officers arrived. You're free from house arrest, but you aren't allowed off the station. Turns out the Republic is sending their own ship to investigate and have insisted you stay. That being said, all of your belongings can be picked up at the TSF headquarters, and I recommend doing so ASAP, as it's easy to run into a combat situation while on Telos, and not having your gear could be fatal. Telos is broken up into modules. There's the apartment module, which you are currently located in. It has two sections for the Ithorians and Zerka respectively. Then there's the entertainment module, which houses a cantina and TSF headquarters for some reason, as well as a docking module for housing shuttles and private hangars. Heading over to the TSF will have you run into an alien being harassed by a few mercenaries, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to explain something so we don't have to repeat it over and over again. This game has a lot of similar interactions to KOTOR 1. A lot of subquests are similar too. Some are very interesting, but many are minor and don't have much to say. They act more as an opportunity for role-playing, combat, or alignment shifting. Do you save the alien from the mercenaries or do you walk away? Go hunt down some bounties, enter some swoop races, play some Pazak. It's all been talked about in my previous video and I'm not going to retread ground here, although there will be some side quests I want to mention as we go. Once at the TSF headquarters, you can talk to a nearby droid to regain all of your gear in a nearby locker room. You can also look into retrieving your ship, but unfortunately, it seems that the Ebon Hawk has been stolen. Atton is quick to blame T3, but the droid explains that it doesn't seem to be the case. Someone else stole the ship, and it still seems to be on the planet somewhere, meaning your new main goal is getting to Telos' surface so you can continue your attempt to get off planet. While you're here, you can talk to Gren and receive a variety of side quests from him. These include a selection of bounties, but more importantly, he is hoping you can find a fuel source for Telos since it is your fault that the planet exploded in his eyes. A more interesting quest would include the smuggling operation that Gren wants you to look into. It's an investigation mission you can solve by talking to the Merchant Brothers in the entertainment module. One of them is fairly straight-laced while the other is openly a criminal. You can convince him that you want to work for the smugglers and he will ask you for an assortment of items that are hard to come by so he can sell them and split the profits with you. This requires you go on a long search for all of these items before returning to the merchant. One of the items is a sample of a plant, and I believe this will hurt your reputation with the Ithorians as it's in their compound and potentially kills the plant in the process. The much easier solution is to return to Gren and inform him of what you learned. Gren will gather all of the materials for you, I assume in an above board fashion, and you can bring them to the merchant who will take them to a nearby hangar to be smuggled off world. You and Gren can use this as an opportunity to catch everyone in the act, which leads to a battle and the merchant will be locked up for the crimes he's committed. The brother will even give you a discount at his shop. So how do we get off station? That's where Zerka and the Ithorians come in. When we reach the Ithorian compound, we'll be directed to a room where we can find Chodo Habat. Chodo explains how he sensed our arrival and is hoping that we would be willing to help him in return for potentially healing a part of our Force connection. Chodo goes on to explain how Zerka has been interfering with the planet restoration project and has been using their financial power to purchase land that they use to mine resources rather than restore. The exchange is also involved, as we'll soon see. The first issue for the Ithorians is that a droid intelligence unit they were given by the Republic relic has gone missing, most likely stolen. At great expense, they've managed to acquire another, but worry that it will be taken again, thus asking you to act as an escort for it. This is almost completely mirrored in the Czerka Corporation path, except they want you to steal the droid. Regardless of which path you're on, you'll head to the hangar and be ambushed by mercenaries or thugs. Once the mercenaries are dealt with, you can bring the droid back to whichever side you are working for. Since we are working for the Ithorians, we will bring him back there. This is where the paths begin to diverge slightly. The Ithorians believe that Czerka and the Exchange are working together in order to oppress the Ithorians. This is most likely the case, but the Czerka Corporation also wants the Exchange dealt with, most likely to remove them from the equation and gain more power. Both of these quests require you to deal with the Exchange on Telos, Lopak Slusk. Czerka wants him dead, but the Ithorians would like you to talk to him if possible. Unfortunately, the Exchange doesn't let anyone into their compound here on Telos. You need another way to get into the area, and that's where Luxa comes in. Luxa can be found in the cantina. She's a member of the Exchange and wants to get rid of Slusk so she can take over. If you're going the Czerka route, she'll have a few jobs for you to take care of first. These quests aren't available if you're taking the Ithorian path, and most importantly require you to kill a droid technician we'll need later to deal with Czerka. Since we are on the Ithorian path, Luxa will get straight to the point. She sees an opportunity in you and is willing to help you get inside of the Exchange base so that you can deal with Slusk. When you arrive at the Exchange compound, you can let the guard know that Luxa sent you. There's a receptionist you can persuade to let you inside, but regardless of this, you'll have a battle ahead of you as you make your way to Slusk's office. As Slusk retreats, you'll run into some Gamorreans. Turns out they're working for Luxa, so talking to them has them retreat from the scene. Once you break into the office, Slusk will try to make a deal with you. As he does, Luxa will show up and you'll have to make a choice. Do you choose to spare Slusk and let him continue his operation under the agreement that he will leave the Ithorians alone? Do you continue your alliance with Luxa as you already agreed to it? Do you kill everyone here to wipe out the Exchange from Telos? Before I explain the outcome of these choices, let's consider which is the best for Telos specifically. Wiping the Exchange from Telos will not remove the Exchange from the galaxy. This means that while their foothold on Telos will be crippled, they will most likely regain said strength later on and come back to the Ithorians in full force. So is siding with Slusk the right option here? If we can get Slusk to agree to lay off the Ithorians, the Exchange will continue to operate, but there would be a better chance of no retaliation against the Restoration Project. But we then need to consider if Slusk is going to keep his word. As a member of the Exchange, can we really trust Slusk to hold up his end of the bargain? The same question can be applied to Luxa. Sure, we are siding with her now, but can we trust her not to betray us later? These kinds of unclear answers to the choices you need to make are littered throughout the Sith Lords. It's what makes the game so compelling from a narrative sense. I wouldn't even call it a morality issue necessarily, but a test in trust and decision making when it comes to getting the most out of a situation. What would you choose in this situation knowing nothing about the actions that follow? It seems difficult to me when we consider what the Exchange may try to do to the Ithorians in retaliation. So what happens anyway? If you side with Slusk, you'll kill Luxa and the Gamorreans. Slusk will then keep his end of the bargain but warn you not to push the Exchange any further. If you side with Luxa, you'll kill Slusk and then Luxa will betray you in an attempt to capture a Jedi for Goto, the leader of the Exchange. So within those two options, Slusk is the best choice in terms of not being betrayed. You still have the option to kill everyone though. Slusk is responsible for a lot of evil that is done on Telos. To remove him may be viable. It may be morally justified. We don't know that the Exchange would come back to retaliate for sure, although it is implied in a conversation that they absolutely will come back later. From a diplomatic standpoint, I would personally say that siding with Slusk is the safest route for the Ithorians. From a moral standpoint, I believe getting rid of the Exchange is the best course of action. Killing Slusk is also the only way to save the captured citizen from a nearby force cage. For this playthrough, I chose to kill everyone because I wanted the EXP and loot, so say what you will. If siding with Czerka, I believe you are forced to kill Slusk and then forced to kill Luxa as she betrays you. This will lead to the Czerka offices being attacked by mercenaries, and after fighting them off, you'll be rewarded with a shuttle that can take you to the surface of Telos. Now, it wouldn't be very interesting if the Ithorian path had less content than the Czerka one. The Czerka path had a more fleshed out set of quests for the Exchange because it assumes you are taking a dark side path with your character and gives you opportunities to work towards that. If that's the case, what extra content do the Ithorians offer? In what I would consider the most interesting interesting quest on Telos, the Ithorians will ask you to complete one final task for them before helping you reach the surface. The Ithorians want proof of Zerka's misdeeds so that they can hand them over to the Telosian government and get them kicked off of Telos. In order to do this, you'll need to find our friend B4D4 from earlier, bring him to the Ithorian compound, and have him rewired to work under your orders. Some good old-fashioned espionage to send off our time on the station. B4D4 won't come willingly without the proper credentials, but we don't know where to find those immediately. Luckily, there's a Zerka employee in the cantina who has it out for Jana Lorso. You can convince him to help you and he'll inform you about a droid technician who has the credentials you're looking for. This is the technician that the exchange has you kill if you went down the Zerka route. The droid technician can be convinced to hand over the credentials, but he's only willing to do it if you help him with his own problem. He's stuck working on the station because he owes the exchange money. You can mention that you took care of the exchange, but he's the individual who points out that they'll be back eventually, and that the exchange spans past the station itself. You can either threaten or kill the tech if you want some dark side points, or you can pay the debt off with the sum of 2,500 credits. I personally chose to offer an extension on the tech's loan. I gave him the 2,500 and he agreed to pay me back sometime in the future. I didn't actually know at the time if he would pay me back, but after revisiting Telos, it turns out that he will. Once you have the credentials, you can head to the Zerka compound and present them to B4D4, which will allow him to follow you back to the Ithorians. Once reprogrammed, you will assume the role of B4D4. It's an interesting scenario considering you get to decide certain aspects of the droid's personality here. You have the ability to lie about certain things, so you can decide if you tell the truth or not. This only matters for the role-playing aspect in the end, but I thought it was interesting to decide the path of a third party in a game where you only ever decide your own. B4 will make his way to the Zerka Corporation offices and convince Jana to let him into the mainframe room. Here, B4 will run into T1N1, who oversees the mainframe. T1 will question why B4 is there, and this leads to a conversation I alluded to earlier. B4 uses a logic loop to break T1 out of his routine. T1 is programmed not to harm any organic individuals, but he's also programmed to serve Jana Lorso. By looking into the logs of the mainframe, T1 will see that by serving Jana, he is complicit in hurting organics. This loop breaks T1 out of its routine and bestows onto it free will, of which it uses to create a distraction for B4 by, I assume, killing the two guards in front of the mainframe before absconding from the scene. The game continues to explore the concepts of free will within droids, even more so with B4 as we look into the mainframe records to get incriminating information on Jana. While in the mainframe, you can optionally delete all records of B4 being purchased by Zerka, effectively removing their hold on him, suggesting that B4, now free of mind, yearns to be free of ownership as well. When you return with the evidence, the Ithorians will let B4 go, to which Atton protests, since individuals expect droids to be compliant, to not lie. B4 would have a dangerous advantage over people who didn't know he was free of his routine. At this point, you can, as B4, state that you will cause no trouble in the future. However, one of these options has the lie signifier, allowing the player to decide B4's future as a free droid. Whether or not he plans on capitalizing on his freedom in a devious manner is up to you. With everything taken care of, and the Ithorians having everything they need to get rid of Zerka, a shuttle will be prepared for your party to get onto the planet's surface. Before that, you can inquire about the healing that Chodo promised, which Traya again objects to. If you accept the healing, you'll gain an additional 5 force points. As you make your way to the docking bay, you'll be contacted by Moza over communicator. Moza is in distress as they are under attack by mercenaries, most likely under the employ of Zerka trying to cover their tracks. You can backtrack to the Ithorian compound, fight off the mercenaries, and save Moza and Chodo as well as various other NPCs. Finally, you're finished with the Ithorians at this point, and you can make your way to the shuttle and finally leave the station. As you board the shuttle, a scene will play of Karth Onasi contacting Gren. Gren will state that the exile escaped the station, but this doesn't seem to bother Karth at all, as the Republic has decided to not detain the exile and instead plans to adopt a wait-and-see approach. This confirms a major aspect of the Republic, that they know of you as the exile, they know you're a Jedi, and they have some sort of plan for you. What that plan is isn't immediately clear. I haven't mentioned it yet, but during your time on the station, after completing enough story points and side quests, a cutscene will trigger in space. We see a disheveled Sith ship flying off to an unknown unknown location. Within is a Sith woman meditating. She awakens, travels to the bridge, and is met by Darth Nihilus, the other major Sith Lord out to get you in KOTOR 2. Nihilus seems to cover his face, and his language isn't translated. How he talks or what he is saying isn't clear, but the woman before him is able to understand and converse with him. The woman mentions she feels a disturbance in the Force, that of the exile. She begins to ask if it's a threat to Nihilus, but he's quick to Force choke her. She begins to apologize, but at the same time begs for Nihilus to end her life. With what little time we've seen of her, we've learned a fair amount. A Force-adept individual, tired of living for reasons we don't understand at the moment, who serves the Sith Lord out of fear. Nihilus lets her go and she states that she can track the disturbance to its source, suggesting she's to be sent off to kill the exile, ending the scene. Nihilus is the most mysterious out of all of the Sith Lords. Unfortunately, this mystery doesn't have a reasonable amount of light shed on it. They talk about Nihilus a lot in the past tense, but there isn't much to see of him in the present. As you escape the station, your ship is attacked by the surface defense turrets for unknown reasons, resulting in a crash. As you awaken, you are met by Bao-Dur and his droid companion. The Ithorians mentioned he would be on the surface and willing to help you. More interesting is that Bao refers to you as General, as he served alongside you in the Mandalorian Wars. You, as the player, get to choose whether you remember this or not, further allowing you to establish some control over the exile's backstory. The Sith Lords is talented at this. Your character has an established backstory, but it's constantly molded by your decisions and actions. How your backstory is shaped is decided by the hands of the player, which offers its own freedoms and in turn offers a more fulfilling experience. As you regain control of your party, you'll need to run with Bao-Dur for a bit, and I choose to bring Krayl along for the ride as well. There are several groups of mercenaries on the surface using scouting droids to search for you and Bao. Bao hates the Circa Corporation and what they've been doing to Telos' surface. Therefore, he took it upon himself to stop them, only to be outnumbered by mercenaries and effectively stranded. By what I would only call the will of the Force, Bao has now been reunited with the exile, and the group can work through waves of mercenaries until they eventually reach their main camp, an old Zerka operating base that the mercenaries have taken over. Now, up to this point, KOTOR 2 has been an easy experience in terms of combat. There's a few difficult fights here and there, but nothing overly so. Personally, I would say that this camp is the first time I had real difficulty in my adventures as the exile. While it was easier during this playthrough due to experience with the series, I remember being stuck in this camp for an extended period of time as a kid. This is due to the developers often creating fairly open areas and filling them with enemies. In fact, while KOTOR 1 had plenty of combat, the Sith Lord seems to focus on this aspect of the game more heavily. Where in one game you might fight several small waves of enemies, the sequel may throw 20 enemies at you at once. Maybe not that many, I haven't counted, but you'll find yourself working through what feels like armies later on, and depending on how you leveled up, you could be cutting through all of these characters like butter. But this is early into KOTOR 2, and we only have so many abilities. We don't even have a lightsaber yet, so walking into the camp and being virtually surrounded is a dangerous situation, one the average or new player may have difficulty with. To help with this, the player needs to have a better understanding of how commanding their party works. For example, I let my party members do whatever they wanted to in this battle. In turn, Traya ended up running around the camp and picking fights before I could stop her, and this prevented me from taking a breather to heal or prepare for another encounter. I had to utilize all the shields in my inventory, I had to start to micromanage the party as best I could, and eventually only I was left standing as my party ran off to get themselves killed. You can set party behaviors for slight combat variance, and I imagine this would help with them running off and getting killed, but KOTOR 2 seems to have this issue with line of sight. If you're near a hostile enemy and you haven't fully exited a combat state, your party is going to rush the next group of enemies even if they haven't noticed you yet, meaning there's less time to prepare and eventually get overwhelmed by the sheer number of units there are to defeat. There's a level of management that can take place in the game. You can set certain units to range or support, but this never seems to fix the issue and can make for a frustrating experience. I explained this in the original video, but I believe the gameplay of KOTOR isn't set up for this level of scale in terms of battle. This is why the Starforge was so annoying to work with, because your party members would run off and get stuck. They'd die and leave you alone to try and salvage the battle. It's the same here, but instead it's through the majority of the game. Luckily for us, KOTOR 2 lets us get so powerful that this will stop being an issue and everyone can take care of themselves, mostly. Unlucky for us is that this is still far away and there will be several times where we lose the use of the exile and have to rely on the rest of our weaker party members. The reason we're even fighting all of the mercenaries is because we need to find a shuttle to get off the ground and find the Ebon Hawk. There's a landing pad in the camp and Bayo will look through it to try and figure out where the Hawk may be. Turns out there's a shielded area off of the grid from the restoration zone, making the location the most likely place of finding it, out in the polar regions. There's no shuttle on the landing pad, but there is one in a nearby Zerka base, so that's the next destination. What transpires is another long dungeon crawl, one long segment after another as we try to make our way back to the Ebon Hawk so the majority of the game can be opened up to us. It can feel like a slog, especially this far into the game, and I wish I could say it's almost over, but it isn't. Thankfully, we have interesting story points coming up that help alleviate this grind. I won't go into too much detail about the Zerka base. It's abandoned and droids have gone mad, killing anyone within. You can make your way through and even escort Zerka employees to safety before leaving, to which Traya will complain, as she always does. A huge aspect of Traya's worldview is that helping people weakens them and can weaken yourself. To help another prevents them from helping themselves and in turn weakens them to a point where their death or suffering would be your fault, at least in her warped reasoning. Don't get me wrong, Traya has some points to make about some things, and even her point about blindly helping individuals does have some merit. People that experience some hardships and work their way out of them may become stronger, but helping them when they are in a rough spot doesn't guarantee you'll weaken them. People need help sometimes. Sometimes they can't get themselves out of a dilemma and a third party is required. This ability to help and this ability to empathize with an individual is not just some Jedi teaching, it's a part of being human. What Traya sees is the teachings of the Jedi poisoning the mind of her new apprentice, but in reality, you may just be a good person, someone that likes to help others. That being said, Traya is correct in that it can sometimes leave the individual blind to those around them. Blindly helping someone without assessing the situation can be dangerous, and it's best to be aware of your surroundings and actions whenever possible. This hatred Traya has for helping others and the Jedi, her hatred for the Force, will be explored more as we travel. The base itself doesn't take absurdly long to get through, but there's plenty of poison traps to watch out for and droids to fight along the way. Bayo reveals an ability to destroy force fields using his mechanical arm as well, and I don't think I ever used it again outside of this. Once you find the ship and open the hangars, you need to fight a giant droid before boarding onto the shuttle and heading for the polar regions of Telos. Unfortunately for Atton, this shuttle too gets shot down, this time by HK-50 units, and it causes you to crash land on top of a large polar mesa. Yes, the HK-50 units are still chasing after you due to the exchange having a bounty on your head, and they won't be letting up anytime soon, pretty much for the entirety of the game. Once the HK units are dealt with, you can grab another part for 47 and save it for later. You're stranded now and Bayo is still knocked out, meaning your party needs to find shelter in order to help him. Luckily, there's a bunker not far from the crash site that you can enter, which leads to a scene of a couple handmaidens approaching Bayo while he's knocked out. Inside the bunker, you are approached by several other handmaidens that demand you drop your weapons and allow yourself to be taken into custody. You can argue with them about it for a bit, but Traya senses that you won't come under any harm, and this is the best course of action. The handmaiden sisters are 6 Achani women living within the secret academy on Telos, all sharing the same father, General Usanus. One of the sisters, Brianna, is only half Achani, her mother being a Jedi master named Aaron Kai, or K. I think it's Aaron K. This leads to some resentment and contention between the pure Chani sisters and Brianna, although we won't be exploring that much in this video. While the story of Brianna is an interesting one, we unfortunately cannot recruit her to our party as a female character. She is one of the 2 characters potentially locked off to us due to our sex, the other being an individual on Dantooine we will meet sometime later. We'll return to Brianna for a bit in a moment, but first we need to discuss Atris, the Jedi Master who watches over the Hidden Academy. Atris is an interesting character in terms of Jedi. I would say all the hidden Jedi in this game are interesting in their own ways, but mostly due to how they show the failures of the Order. While your party is locked away, Atris will have you join her in the council chamber. There's a resentment within her towards you. It's as if Atris hates you, but it's not clear why that is. She talks about your exile, wondering if you return to repent for your deeds, but that's obviously not the case. Whether you even remember Atris or not, you're there to get the Ebon Hawk, which you can claim as your own, something Atris will disagree with unless you want to admit to the destruction of Peragus, which she believes to be your fault. It's a bit annoying. You're watching this Jedi blame you for so much, including a shared past that isn't fully made clear to the player just yet. Even the TSF seems to believe that you're innocent, yet Atris holds us responsible solely because she can't see past our own personal history, whatever it may be. She's trapped in her own hate and emotions. I wonder where that will lead her as a Jedi. No matter how you try to explain your choices to Atris, she won't listen to them. The inaction of the Council, millions of Republic civilians dying, the Mandalorians taking over and needing to be stopped, none of it matters to her. It's like she can't hear you, like she is blinded by the Jedi teachings and the rules of her order. Something that is, again, further explored throughout the game. I know I keep saying it, but everything gets explained further along as we go. The responsibility of the Jedi, of your actions, are not yours alone. The Order holds some responsibility for what happened on Malachor V, for what happened to their Padawans and Knights, but at the time, none of them were willing to see that. Blinded by a virtuousness that was but a cover for their conceit, these Jedi may start to realize that they aren't infallible, that they are human. Admitting that is their first step in redemption, and by being so stuck in their old ways, this will come back to bite Atris and the Masters in the ass. Atris reminds you of the time you were exiled. Out of everyone who left to fight in the war with Revan, you were the only one to return for trial. It said a lot about you as an individual, but it didn't mean you were missing in your resolve. The exile believed that defeating the Mandalorians was right, that saving the galaxy from them was right, and she is unbending in that resolve, so much so that she struck her lightsaber into the Council's monument in the middle of their chambers when they asked for her blade, a blade Atris now holds on her as a reminder of you. You made a huge impression on Atris. Even if she frames it as hatred towards you, you are really a representation of her own self-doubt. Later on when you leave, she has a conversation with one of the handmaidens, talking about how right you were, or how you felt right. You were so sure of yourself, so sure that what you were doing was right even if it went against the Jedi teachings, that you moved Atris, and that scared her, caused her to wall herself off from you and become defensive. People are scared of change. They're scared of something they've believed in for so long being wrong. Strong individuals can see that they were wrong and move past it. They can grow from it and become a better person. As the world changes, they change with it. However, some aren't as strong as others. When the world changes, some people get scared. They question why the change is happening. They try to justify why the change is unnecessary. They vilify the change and the people that are slowly distancing themselves from the past. That's Atris, as she finds out that she made a mistake, that the Order was in some ways flawed. She can't accept it. And this denial turns into hostility. It turns into emotion, and it could eventually turn into the dark side. The Jedi's flaws aside, you can inform Atris that the Sith are hunting you as they believe you to be the last of the Jedi, something she scoffs at as she believes you to be a Jedi no longer. Still, she can feel the effects of the Sith on you and believes your story, relinquishing the Ebon Hawk to you and demanding you leave with your party as soon as possible. Despite Atris having your lightsaber, you can't take it back at any point within the game as far as I'm aware. While captured, Traya will talk with Atton and question his disdain towards the Jedi. She can tell there's more to his hate than meets the eye, and she'll use her abilities with the Force to dig into his mind. There, she finds out about his past, but doesn't state what it is. Atton begs her not to tell you about it, and she essentially blackmails him into a type of servitude to keep her quiet before knocking him out. Traya's gonna be getting a lot of people into servitude throughout the game. Once you reach your party, you can free them and make your way to the Ebon Hawk, finding T3 in the process. Atton chastises the droid for stealing the Hawk, but Bayo explains that it couldn't have been T3, which does turn out to be the case. It was Brianna who took your ship to Atris so they could investigate the destruction of Peragus. Now, before we leave, there is a small side quest you can take part in. By talking to one of the handmaiden sisters, you can ask to train/spar with them. This leads to an assortment of increasingly difficult battles where you must fight one-on-one with no items. If you leave the mat you're fighting on, you automatically automatically lose. As you complete one match, the next gets more difficult, but you also get the ability to use more items and powers to make up for it, eventually being able to use your full capabilities. The first 3 or so matches are fairly simple, but you can then proceed to fight 2 handmaidens at once and eventually 5 of the 6 sisters together, which is a much more difficult encounter. There's ways around this though. Since there is a rule that you are disqualified after leaving the arena, an ability like Force Push can be used to cheese the fight by knocking the handmaidens out of the ring. If you're wondering why you only fight 5 out of the 6 handmaidens, it's due to the sisters having resentment for their half-sibling, believing her to be beneath them. We don't get to explore that much in this playthrough since we aren't bringing Brianna with us, but we can talk to Brianna before we leave. Brianna will ask you about your time as a Jedi, explaining Atris has talked about you in length in the past. Atris explained how you betrayed the Jedi Order and fell to the dark side, but you can tell her that that is all just the point of view of Atris and that you don't subscribe to it. You never fell to the dark side, and Atris is misguided in her views towards you. This allows you to have a more in-depth conversation with Brianna and discuss what it is like to feel the Force and whether you should be scared of it or not, something that seems to calm Brianna and foreshadows her own connection to it. In fact, almost every non-droid party member you meet has some connection to the Force, and said connection can be strengthened through a mechanic known as influence that I brought up before, and we'll discuss in greater length once we reach Nar Shadaaa. With the party reunited and the Ebon Hawk reclaimed, you can finally leave Telos for real. This in turn will begin the true exploration and open-endedness expected of KOTOR, where you fly from planet to planet and explore the various worlds while taking part in adventures. But why would we do something like that? Well, as T3 shows us, he managed to get some information out of Atris's computer while captured, and he can play back your trial from back when you were exiled. The scene that follows is several Jedi Masters asking you about your decision to leave for the war. You can then defend your choice, but not much comes from the conversation. Instead, you are simply exiled and asked to leave your lightsaber, which you plunge into the stone ahead of you. What's more important is not the trial itself, but what comes after. The video doesn't end and instead continues with the Masters discussing you and your actions, as well as your connection to the Force being severed. Atris argues that they didn't lose a Jedi that day, but lost an individual who had fallen to the dark side. The Masters argue over this, some wish to take responsibility for those who followed Revan, while Atris seeks to cast blame. But the Masters didn't feel the dark side in the exile. There was something more to it than that, a wound and emptiness that has changed you. One big takeaway is that one of the Masters states they should have told you the truth, that you deserve to know something they are keeping from you in regards to your connection, implying that it wasn't the Jedi who took away your abilities with the Force, but something else. Really, your exile was meant to be the start of a new path and journey, one the Masters can sense but not explain. The feed then shows a list of the Masters that went missing, all of whom are the individuals who stood at your trial, including Atris. If Atris is alive, then the other Masters may be alive as well. Each Master was last seen on a different planet, and this list of locations makes up the destinations for your journey within the game. Your mission becomes clear: travel to these planets and find these Masters, attempt to heal your connection to the Force, and bring structure back to the Jedi so that you may be able to combat the Sith threat that hopes to silence the galaxy. It's very Star Wars at this point. With the Ebon Hawk back under your control, your main hub of operations is once again operational. The Hawk will act both as your means of travel as well as your means of conversing with all of your party members. You can even begin repairing HK-47. One of the major conversations you can have at this moment is with Bayo Dur, who asks why you don't carry a lightsaber any longer. You can mention it's because Atris has it, but Bayo will point out that that isn't your lightsaber anymore. That lightsaber belonged to the individual who fought with Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, and you are someone else at this moment in time, a changed individual. Bayo wants to help you, and if you can bring him the parts, he will help create a new lightsaber for you to use in combat. All of the parts we need we will be able to receive on Nar Shadaaa, and that's our next location, so it's fairly fitting. You can most likely create your lightsaber by traveling to any planet since it's so important, but that leads into a discussion of planet order that I'm saving for when we begin to travel. In the meantime, let's discuss our party some more. As you progress through the game, when returning to the Ebon Hawk, you may be presented with assortments of character building cutscenes, usually between characters that don't include the exile. We can see Atton playing Pazak with T3, or Atton talking to Bayo about how he wants to ask you out. Yeah, Atton has a thing for the exile since the very beginning. It's most likely the major reason he doesn't want Kreia to spill the beans about his past, since he is afraid it may cause him to lose you or for you to be angry at him. You can also explore the ship yourself, use the workbench and the new lab station to make items, or talk to everyone. Talking to T3 is the most mechanically useful early on. If you have a high computer and repair skill, you can begin repairing him more and more, building his stat bonuses up to the point where he's one of the strongest droids on the team. Since I was a sentinel and had high skill points for everything, repairing him didn't take very long, and in return he became a powerful tank character that was highly useful during the Nar Shadaaa sections of the game. Fully repairing T3 even leads to a force bonus for your character and allows you to meditate with T3 to restore force points if you are running low, but you should never be running low in this game. You end up having an infinite supply of force points at one moment. There are many ways for you to strengthen the Exile outside of leveling up. Many conversation paths lead to you reconnecting with the Force, and since the Exile is such a strong individual, your force pool becomes one of the biggest in your party. Where some characters can only do 1 or 3 force actions before depleting their pool, the Exile can have a borderline limitless amount of energy to use, making her incredibly useful. One of the main conversations you can have with the droid revolves around how he locked the astrogation system, essentially hiding where the Ebon Hawk had been before you and Traya were aboard. It's not made immediately clear why, but T3 will show you a conversation he had with Bastila where she asked T3 to look out for Revan. She's had glimpses of the future, and Revan, while trying to hide some of this information from her, has failed at doing so. As Revan's memories came back to him after the destruction of the Starforge, he began to remember events and threats that had yet to be dealt with. It's why he was building an army, not just to defeat the Jedi, but to have a force ready to combat an unknown enemy. It's even brought up later that Revan never attempted to wipe out the Republic in its entirety, knowing that their fleets and warforce may be necessary in the future. When talking to Bayo, you can discuss your history during the Mandalorian Wars. I have mentioned it in passing, but the conclusion of the war took place on a planet known as Malachor V. A cataclysmic event took place there through the use of a device known as a mass shadow generator, which happens to have been created by Bayo under the orders of Revan. During the war, the Exile was put in charge of watching over the device and eventually gave Bayo the go-ahead to activate it. The device was a trap for the Mandalorians. By luring them into a climactic battle orbiting around Malachor V, the mass shadow generator created a large gravitational pull that drew in both Mandalorian and Republic fleets and crushed them, killing almost everyone and cracking the planet under the Force. The use of the device is looked back on as a horrific event, but some still believe it to have been a necessary action to defeat the Mandalorians. I won't get too deep into it, but it has ties into the use of similar weaponry in our real world, with nukes being used in World War II, leading into conversations of their justification, as well as considering the guilt felt by those that utilized them. Many mourn the use of the mass shadow generator in KOTOR 2. Many vilify you for using it. It's up to you as the player to discuss with those who experienced it and decide for yourself what was necessary and what wasn't. Do you feel guilt for what you did? Does Bayo feel guilty? You get to explore that, and it's framed as a serious topic. It has weight, and it's respected as such within the writing. Something that wasn't as true for events within KOTOR 1 when BioWare was at the helm. Bayo discusses how he was in the war not to defend against the Mandalorians and save people, but because he hated the Mandalorians. He used the hatred to fight them, and it's something he looks back on with guilt. Something he's trying to get a hold of from his past so that he can reconcile with it. You, as someone who fought alongside him, are one of the only individuals who can sympathize with him, and this allows you and Bayo to form a stronger connection, to discuss how you were essentially turned into a weapon for war and whether you allowed that to happen or if it was forced upon you. Something to note out of this conversation is that neither of you seem to turn to the dark side despite this. You may hold guilt for what happened during the war, but it didn't make you fall. The Jedi teachings seem to be built upon fear in this way, that if you succumb to certain emotions or vices, you are immediately on the path to the dark side. But the Exile shows that this isn't the case. The dark side is like a drug for sure. People become addicted to it and consumed by it, but sometimes the things you do, whether they be for the right reasons or even the wrong emotional ones, don't immediately mean that you are lost. The fact that the Jedi can be so wrong and so blind is a huge aspect of KOTOR as a series, going back to the first game with BioWare and more fully fleshed out here. Traya has a lot of information to divulge to you over the course of your journey, journey, but a lot of it will come with time and influence. She knows much of the Jedi's past, especially Revan's, as she was once one of his teachers. She claims to not know Atris, but feels as though she should know her due to them walking down similar paths. What Atris is going through now, Traya once went through herself. Traya was once a historian for the Jedi, but by looking through the past, she found herself asking more and more questions, ones the Jedi Code couldn't answer for her. And of course they couldn't. The Jedi Code is a set of rules for stifling emotion and learning monk-like peace. It doesn't delve into true humanity, leaving many Jedi blind to the world around them and lacking in the experience needed to live fully. There's knowledge and wisdom to be found in Traya's thoughts and perspectives. Take her eyes as an example. You can ask her what is wrong with them and she will tell you that there is nothing. She is physically blind, yes, but the ability to see was more of a distraction to her than anything else. Now Traya sees and feels through the Force, and she is powerful enough to heal her vision if she ever felt the need to. She's beyond the need for sight and doesn't want to rely on it. She doesn't like to rely on any one thing because she believes this reliance to weaken her. It's a lesson she teaches you over and over again. There's one point where she asks you to take your weakest skill and focus some points into it during a level up. When you return to her showing that you have bolstered your weakest skill, she will reward you by offering bonuses to both your weakest and strongest skills together. Traya wants to teach you about strength, but not strength as in power, strength as in resilience and experience. The ability to cover your bases. To be strong in one focused aspect is fine, but you cannot let your other aspects suffer because of it. And this is something the Jedi seem to fail at. Another example, asking Traya if she is a Jedi or a Sith. In her own words, she is neither, but she is also both. She once believed in the Jedi Code and once fell to the dark side, but neither of those titles reflect who she is at this moment. The titles of Jedi and Sith are tools used to categorize the universe, and to try and do something on such a grand scale seems foolhardy. Despite this, the line of questioning will allow you to witness a cutscene of Traya back when she was a Sith Lord and the betrayal of her apprentices. Darth Sion beating the shit out of her, and both Sion and Nihilus then torturing her, exiling her, and stripping her of her powers. Even though all of this happened, Traya is still powerful, incredibly so. Though her abilities rival your own, you are the one that is the true prodigy. Traya states that within you all of her hopes rest. For the future and for the Force, and it's in this line that really solidifies who Traya is and what her goals are. We just don't realize it at this moment. Traya is wise both in her worldview and in her ability to tell you much about her without you being aware of it, and that is a testament to the skillful writing of Obsidian's staff, of the developer's ability to form an engaging narrative, one with big payoffs later down the line, even if they seem very confusing at the moment. These conversations with your party members are few of many. There's much to explore with each individual who joins you on the Ebon Hawk, and these dialogues can get significantly longer and more in depth as we go. Comparing this to the original game, some of BioWare's dialogue and storytelling feels surface level and juvenile. To give it credit, some of it also feels stronger as well. Juhani from the first game and Mira, who we'll be introduced to soon, have similar backstories, even being affected by your actions in the past. But it's Juhani who feels like they had a more fulfilling character arc, falling to the dark side, rising from it, hating you and forgiving you. She goes through a lot. She's justified in her hatred and she learns to control it. Mira has similar reasons to hate the exile as we will see, but whether they are as impactful is up for debate. With all of the dialogue out of the way for now, it's finally time to travel through the galaxy. It's finally time to select planets and go on unique adventures, to tread new and old ground. This is where Knights of the Old Republic shines. It's openness and freedom to explore. We have the locations of the Jedi Masters to search through, and we'll be following a particular order, but I wouldn't say there's an inherent correct order necessarily. I personally like to start with Nar Shadaaa and go from there to Dantooine. However, Dantooine's placement may differ depending on your selected gender due to a party member that is unlocked there. I ended up using this particular planet order based off a Reddit thread that I found online, so shout out to them. So Nar Shadaaa is our start, and it's potentially one of the best or worst starts you could experience. The best because of how amazing the ride is, because of how much there is to do and see, but also the worst because several other planets may not be able to live up to it. Now before we land on the planet proper, I want to finally explain influence as a mechanic fully. All of your party members start with neutral influence towards you. I've explained this mechanic earlier in the video, but to be more specific, there's static sections within the game that allow you to earn or lose influence with your party members. These events can raise or lower influence by 1 point, and many characters have rewards for raising their influence high enough. This can be them divulging more information about themselves to you, unlocking new perks, or even changing their class entirely. In fact, we'll have 2 characters shifting classes before we leave Nar Shadaaa. Atun lands you all on a pad in the refugee sector of the planet. It's a great place to land and hide, as no one really pays attention to who comes in or out. Being discreet and invisible is a natural consequence of entering Nar Shadaaa, but that also means it's difficult to find something you're looking for, maybe a Jedi Master for example. Traya informs you not to worry about it, since the Force seems to be guiding your path. Simply traversing the streets of the planet and interacting with individuals there will naturally point you towards the missing Jedi Master. There's no right or wrong party setup for planets, but there are sometimes better options than others due to the interactions that will take place there. Taking Atun and Bao-Dur is great because they both have unique conversations and scenes to be had. A couple of Twi'leks will recognize Atun a bit later on, and Bao knows a few of the people living around the area. There's also a chance to raise their influence here, such as when you repair a speeder that can be used as a fast travel point. Fast travel was technically a mechanic within the original game, but you could only travel back to the Ebon Hawk and then back to where you just were. That mechanic has been removed and replaced on some planets with a specific mode of travel depending on where you are. The speeder can be fixed and used for this purpose, and conversations while fixing it can raise the influence of Atun and Bao. Funnily enough, I couldn't remember where the broken speeder was during my latest playthrough, and I ended up missing my opportunity to fix it and gain the influence. I was lucky to gain enough beforehand that it didn't matter, but how you get locked out of the event is a huge detrimental aspect of the planet that we'll go over in a moment. As you exit the ship, you'll be reprimanded by the individual who owns the landing pad. You can persuade yourself out of the issue, but it's clear that someone is supposed to land there, and this may bite you in the ass later. Spoilers, it does. What Nar Shadaaa shows us as we explore is that the end of the war is not the end of suffering. The rippling effects of battle have a lasting impact on civilization. The refugee sector you are within is full of, well, refugees, individuals displaced by the war, even veterans of the war that have nowhere to go, and we see these individuals preyed on by the powerful everywhere we do go. If it isn't the exchange, it's various gangs oppressing the weak for their own benefit. The scars of the Jedi Civil War are seen all over on every planet, and the game likes to explore this concept. Even if you can justify a war, even if it was justifiable, there will still be suffering on both sides regardless of intent. While you're off exploring, the leader of the exchange, Goto, summons various bounty hunter factions to his yacht for a meeting. Goto is displayed as a hologram through a G0T0 droid, the reason being that he doesn't want to give away his true location and put himself in danger. At least that's what's said. There's more to Goto than meets the eye. Despite putting a bounty on the heads of all Jedi, your arrival has been noted and Goto wants you to be left alone. He wants no harm to come to you and orders all bounty hunters to stay away, which is both confusing and frustrating to them all. Many of the bounty hunters are upset that they've been searching all this time, and now that they finally have a Jedi within their grasp, they can't touch them. This leads to many of them reasoning it's alright to mess with your party members if they can't mess with you. Now, since the main idea of Nar Shadaaa is to just do shit until something magically happens, there's naturally a lot to get done here. With no real path to follow, the planet ends up feeling like one of the most open-ended experiences within the game, up until a point. Once we've done enough, we get railroaded into a long gameplay segment that takes us to the end of the storyline. In the meantime, you are basically in a role-playing amusement park. There's swoop races to take part in, droids to sabotage, Pazak to be played, people to intimidate, and more. I won't be going over all of these encounters, but I would like to quickly point out a droid in the Pazak den. This droid is awful at playing Pazak, but it can't help itself. She loves the game and has fun whether she wins or loses. This seems to be due to a bug or crossed wire in her programming, something you can offer to fix, but also something that she is unsure she wants fixed. We have to consider the programming and circuitry of a droid to be equivalent to the human brain. The major difference is that one is more easily manipulated than the other. We can change the wants and desires of a droid at our own will, but this droid here, she likes playing the game. Even if an unintended aspect of her programming, she's happy. And as we discussed previously, there's a conversation to be had about sentience and whether droids are people or not. We can repair the droid, and when we do, she thanks you for removing her fascination with Pizak. I think she calls it a silly little game or something, but that's not who she was a second ago. We wiped an aspect of her personality from existence. Was it alright to do that? Does it matter at all? That's for you to decide, but considering how often these types of topics come up in the Sith Lords, it seems intended that you at least think about it. There's several people to help around the area as well, and by helping some of them, you will again be chastised by Traya. If you help for the sake of helping, you have learned nothing of her teachings, at least in her eyes, and you'll generally lose influence if you talk back to her. But if you consider her points, consider only helping when it won't weaken you or the people you're helping, she will feel you are truly beginning to understand. As I have said, Traya is wise, but in many ways she is jaded. She suffered greatly in her past, and this can cloud even her mind, fill her with unjustified hatred and beliefs. Even the most wise are not always correct. The Jedi are fallible, and so too is Traya. Where Traya seems to want you to be apathetic to the issues of these individuals, an apparition of her later will tell you that apathy is death. This contradiction is due to how she picks and chooses what to be apathetic about, but also we have to consider that the apparition is not actually Traya. We'll get there. It's a force ghost or something made up by a tomb on Korriban. Technically, it's not a contradiction, I guess, but I'm considering it a contradiction because it really does seem to follow her mindset. Traya hates weakness, and she believes helping the weak weakens them further and weakens you in the process, but is she right about that, or is something else eating away at her? The meat of your exploration will take place in the true refugee sector of Nar Shadaaa. Here, the exchange guards the gates and prevents anyone from coming or going. It's believed they are doing this to weaken the will of the refugees and eventually use them as commodities for slavery. On one end of the area, you have the exchange. On the other hand, a group of Sirocco gang members, more individuals who were displaced by the Mandalorian Wars that came together after the fact. Now the refugees in the middle are being squeezed from both sides, and you can help in various ways to alleviate their issues. For one, Yusuf here feels as though the refugees are being suffocated by the oppressive rule of the Sirocco and the exchange, and dealing with even one of them would help them all significantly. This gives you the option to deal with the Sirocco, the exchange, or both, and there's various ways you can go about this. You can simply attack the exchange, or you could try and convince them to lay off the refugees. On the other side, you can wipe out the Sirocco gang, you can convince them to lay off as well, or you can even convince them to attack the exchange, which will lead to their deaths. It's one of those quests that's enjoyable thanks to the options presented, while not focusing too much on the moral choices we see in many others. Both the Sirocco and exchange are bullying the refugees. Innocent people are being hurt by those in power, and rather than deciding if it's right to help them or not, it's more about how you will help them. What tools will you use to solve this problem? Personally, I deal with a few side quests involving the exchange, then I steal from them to aggro them onto my character before wiping them all out. Clearing all the enemies also completes a separate side quest that allows the refugees to leave the zone freely. Then I go and convince the Sirocco to chill out for the experience gain, and then steal from them as well so I can wipe them all out for the experience. It's the sand people on Tatooine all over again. You can aggro them, not lose any alignment, and still get all of the experience. While in the refugee sector, 2 Twi'lek men will observe your group from a distance, assuming you have Atton in your party. They recognize Atton, and if you talk to them, they will warn you of him, claiming he is not who he seems to be, that he has been on Nar Shadaaa before and is trouble. You can confront Atton about this information, and if your influence with him is high enough, he'll indulge you, albeit with intense hostility. It's a great look at his character, since Atton isn't this aloof clown he often portrays himself to be. He's someone with a long history and experience in combat. He has anger and pain from his past, much like the rest of your party. In fact, that is one of the Sith Lord's major themes: your past, the pain it provides, and learning to confront it. When you ask Atton about his time before Peragus, he goes off on you. He never asked you about your past despite knowing about the events that took place on Dxun, Sirocco, and Malachor V, all places touched by the war. He knows how painful those events were, and he feels slighted that you would not give him the same courtesy. To bridge this gap, you can agree to answer those questions he's been holding back on, and they essentially amount to: how can you live with yourself after all the pain you wrought, and why did you go back to the council? Atton comes to his own conclusions here. He assumes that since the Jedi don't kill their prisoners, you went back to face judgment knowing that you would be safe. An easy out after all you've done during the war. Now you've created another Jedi secret for them to keep from the public. Atton believes that all of the Jedi who died during the events of Malachor deserved it because, to him, at their core, Jedis are liars and manipulators. He's not all wrong, is he? If you count the examples, the Jedi lie and manipulate just as much as any Sith, maybe more so. But to say they all deserve to die at Malachor for what? For protecting the galaxy? There's more to it, of course, but is the obtuseness of the Jedi Order enough to warrant their deaths like that? This arrogance and hypocrisy of the Jedi is what frustrates Atton, and he believes that they aren't needed any longer. Maybe he's right about that. Their order tends to be inherently flawed because people are flawed. What the galaxy needs is light. Unfortunately, the people that spread said light aren't always the best. Where the influence check comes in is when Atton mentions he doesn't understand why he's wasting his time with you anyway. He's deflecting, he's defensive. There's something he feels guilty about, and you can inform him that you need to know what that is if you want to continue traveling together. Atton mentions that you shouldn't get attached to him. He doesn't like it because at his core, he believes himself to be a deserter. He doesn't like it because at his core, he believes himself to be a deserter. First, when the Republic broke their oaths to fight with Revan against the Mandalorian Wars, and later again when he deserted Revan during the Jedi Civil War. Despite Atton's disdain for the Jedi, you can tell it's not all Jedi he hates, it's those that didn't act to save the galaxy. He knows that if he and the other defectors didn't get involved, the Mandalorians would have enslaved all of them. To him, it was a necessary act of defense. He became loyal to Revan because Revan saved him. In a way, Revan was an answer that the disaffected individuals of the Republic were searching for. All of these scared individuals were easily picked up by the power and command of someone like Revan, even if it meant after the war going down a dark path. We see this in the real world. Individuals dissatisfied with some aspect of their lives, and another individual coming to them with what they say are all the answers, whether that is true or not. This power that can be held over someone may send them down a destructive rabbit hole, and that is exactly what happened to Atton. As Sith teachings spread through the ranks after the war, the intense respect and belief everyone had in Revan caused them to fall. And when the Jedi who did nothing about the war came to fight against the new threat, those disaffected individuals fought back for Revan, including Atton, who became an assassin of Jedi. He was good at it too. Atton had a natural ability to mask his presence. He learned that Jedi were just people like you and I, but without the Force, they were weak. If you could hide yourself from them, any normal forms of traps or manipulation could be used to kill them, and he did kill them. He tortured them and even turned them to the dark side, which is what he liked to do the most. It wasn't until an unnamed female Jedi confronted him and informed him of his own Force sensitivity that things began to change. If Revan had found out about Atton's potential, he would have been broken into a dark Jedi. Now, still full of hatred, Atton tortured this woman, but during this event, she awakened the Force within him and made him realize the pain he was causing to those in the galaxy. In retaliation, Atton killed her, believing this to be some warped act of love he held for the Jedi, through a swelling of emotions that were unlocked with his awakening. Atton is not a good person. In fact, I would say he has done unforgivable wrongs to innocent people, regardless of if they are Jedi or not. He's a currently light-aligned individual, but the acts he has taken part in are unforgivable. This isn't like what happened to Revan either. Revan forgot about his past. He was someone new, or potentially who he always should have been within the events of KOTOR. Atton merely changed his perspective and decided to escape to solitude on Nar Shadaaa. He has things to answer for, but Star Wars has this extra layer we need to consider that our real world doesn't. The dark side taking hold of you is like an addictive drug coursing through your body. You can fight it off, but sometimes it isn't your fault that you are subjected to it, that you fall. Whether or not this is Atton's fault we could debate, but the point is that a Jedi saved him and returned him to the light. Whether he has anything to answer for now is up to the Jedi and the Republic, but at this moment in time, during a period of intense danger and turmoil at the hands of the Sith, Atton is performing good acts. He's helping you deal with the Sith. He seems to be repenting. Whether or not that's enough to begin forgiving him, I don't know. I don't think I could forgive him for what he has done, but we can give him the opportunity to continue repenting by unlocking his abilities with the Force. Yeah, almost all of the non-droid characters in your party become Jedi based on your influence. Your influence doesn't just affect their alignment, but unlocks these conversations where they open up to you, and by opening up to you, you can offer them this opportunity. You can try to help them through the Force, becoming their master in the process. You can offer to help Atton and awaken him, and in doing so, he becomes a Jedi Sentinel. You can do the same during discussions with Bayo, who awakens into a Jedi Guardian. Visas, a character we'll meet later, is already a Jedi, so there's no need there, but you now have a ship of 4 to 5 Jedi if you wish it. And that's a major plot point in the journey, something that is explored later. We are searching for lost Jedi, but maybe the Masters aren't actually the lost Jedi we seek. Maybe the lost Jedi are the friends we made along the way. The people you meet within your party, those who have been hurt by the past and the war and who can now awaken to their Force-sensitive potential. Maybe the Force is guiding you to not only stop the Sith, but heal the individuals around you. It's a great mechanic. Considering some of these characters are unlocking their Jedi potential late into the leveling process, they may be weaker than you would like, but that's where your teachings come into play. By talking to your apprentices, you can offer to teach them various skills, Force abilities, and even fighting styles that you have learned on your travels. This offers boosts to the characters that makes it more viable to use them as Jedi companions. And while I haven't talked about it much, yes, there are now lightsaber forms you can unlock and you can choose from. These various styles are scenario dependent. If you're fighting a large amount of individuals at one time, you may want to use the Shi-Cho form, as it gives you a defensive boost against anyone you are not immediately in confrontation with. If you're using a lot of Force powers, maybe you want to swap to a Force form that allows you to regenerate points in battle. Maybe you're one-on-one and the Ataru form is best suited for you. Many of these forms you learn as you level up, but some of them are taught to you from the various masters you'll meet on your travels, and it adds to the overall battle experience. If a fight isn't going your way, maybe you need to switch up your form, and as your apprentices learn these forms, they can be more advantageous in battle as well. There's a whole extra party management mechanic now unlocked to you. And don't worry, while you may think it makes droids obsolete, this isn't the case. Your droid party members get bolstered by various stat bonuses through dialogue and upgrades. Characters like T3 can become some of the more powerful party members. If it hasn't been made clear yet, the Sith Lords have a lot to say about facing your past self, being able to confront the wrongs you committed in your past and learning to be a better person in the present. Learning to care. It's not about whether or not we forgive Atton for his actions, it's about if he can learn to forgive himself, to become better. You merely facilitate that for him through your leadership and friendship if you choose. Now, while traversing and helping people out, you'll run into an individual who saw you come into the zone with the Ebon Hawk. He claims to be at least one of the original owners of the ship, and he seems to know enough about it that this is definitely the case. Whether or not it's true, you need the Ebon Hawk, and denying him having the ship back will lead to him storming off. Later on, he'll attempt to break into the ship and take it back back while you are gone, but this just so happens to align with the original landing pad recipients stopping by to cause problems of their own. There's these thugs, right? They were the ones who were supposed to be using the pad, but unfortunately your ship is in the way. Upset with this transgression, the thugs take over your ship and you soon have to make your way back while fighting through a slew of enemies. This is what I would consider the point of no return for Nar Shadaaa. From this point on, you're strapped into a roller coaster that doesn't end until the main storyline of the planet is completed. This is for the worse in my opinion. If you have things you wanted to get done before this point, say fixing the speeder, you now are permanently locked out of it. Not everything, but some things, and it can be a bit annoying not knowing this ahead of time and not being warned. Sure, every playthrough can be different, and you can use this knowledge in subsequent playthroughs, but it's common practice to offer a point of no return warning when segments like these arise. It doesn't help that Nar Shadaaa kind of throws you all over the place. I wanted to explore the entirety of the landing zone before exploring other locations. I ended up in a cantina and somehow agreed to a job as a dancer for Voga the Hutt, who was in competition with the exchange. Next thing I know, I'm on the docks dancing for the slug and having him fall asleep. Now I'm in a new huge zone, turned around, and picking up multiple other side quests I wasn't ready for. It's a bit disorienting. Then there's these pillars that are used to organize the dock freighters, and I need a passcode to unlock them, and I can get said passcode from a dock supervisor even though he never asked me to help yet. I'm following these weird signals for a Bith hidden away in his flop house. I'm suddenly trying to break into Voga's treasure room because he's asleep. A lot happens in a very small amount of time and it can be overwhelming. Oh yeah, I should mention that Voga is going to be our source of fuel for Telos Station, but we can't get it from him until we deal with the exchange. For some reason, all of Voga's freighters are captured by Goto no matter when they are sent out, and we'll be using that information to our advantage later. Right now we need to save our ship, and that means fighting our way through all of these enemies in the confined space of the Ebon Hawk. It can be a daunting ordeal if you aren't properly geared and leveled for it, and it's unfortunately thrust upon you without much choice. There's plenty of these encounters, things you kind of stumble across and can't get out of, forcing you to try over and over again, or maybe even lower the difficulty of the game temporarily so you can keep progressing. Hell, it happens immediately after this battle. We clear the ship, the individual who tried to steal it apologizes and wants nothing to do with it anymore, and then we reset at the entrance. What happens when we reset at the entrance? Cutscenes begin to play. Cutscenes of your party interacting with one another. Character development. Whatever. You know what else was triggered for me here? Visas breaking into my ship, incapacitating my crew, and forcing me into a one-on-one battle against a Sith that I wasn't prepared for, forcing me to lower the difficulty of the game so I could survive with the limited supplies I had on my person. Again, so much can happen in such a small amount of time that it is disorienting. I found myself frustrated with the fact that I was stuck going through the motions and had my exploration and freedom limited for an extended period of time. To make matters worse, the minute I finally get to exit the ship, I'm immediately thrust into the next act of Nar Shadaaa, which again, I cannot break out of until completed. Before that though, Visas is defeated and knocked unconscious. You break her lightsaber in the process and can use a part necessary for constructing your own. In fact, I had all the parts by this point after completing various side quests around the planet, and let me tell you, once you have a lightsaber, the Exile becomes one of the most broken characters in the game for that point in time, probably for the rest of the game entirely. Visas is the servant of Nihilus, but upon defeating her, she will pledge herself to you. It's not immediately clear why, but Visas has premonitions of some sort due to her connection to the Force. She's a Miraluka, a near extinct race who had her planet destroyed by Nihilus and her eyes destroyed in the process. She's blind but sees through the Force, like Traya, but in a different way. While Visas has foresight and it is an ability she can teach you, Traya has some form of greater perception. She can feel all around her and even read the minds of other individuals. This is something Traya can begin to teach you as well, and an interesting tidbit here is that she believes Bayo to be locked off from such abilities as she can't read his thoughts. However, when you attempt this, you are able to read his thoughts, most likely due to your personal history and connection with one another. This will be important later. So Visas has premonitions, and she believes that because Nihilus was so blind to your existence for so long that you are important and must be protected. She doesn't seem to serve Nihilus by choice. He simply saved her during her planet's collapse. Traya assumes this was the last of his humanity manifesting itself. Now she wants to defeat him, but will not give you his location as she believes you to not be ready for it. Sending you there would be a death sentence, and she isn't willing to do that. You can learn a lot about Nihilus at this point, about how he crushed Qatar, the homeworld of the Miraluka, in order to silence an entire race of Force sensitives, how he used the power of the Force to do this, how he transcended from being human to a force of nature, a force of the Force, of hate and silence. Traya claims that what Nihilus has now is primal hunger. It manifests itself in power, but it'd be inaccurate to say it is controlled. He simply is, and his existence is now instinctual at best. He has power, but not the strength to control it, and this makes him one of the most dangerous forces in the galaxy, to the point that Traya had hoped you would never need to confront him, something she now knows you will have to do with the arrival of Visas. Nihilus sounds like the concepts of power and the dark side pushed to their absolute limit, an individual who did not just fall to the dark side, but was so consumed by it that his corporeal form was eaten away. If the dark side is a blight that eats away at the Force, you may be able to consider Nihilus its humanoid manifestation. To deal with this, you need to become more powerful. As it so happens, these events lined up with my exile hitting level 15, and this is the level you need to be for Traya to unlock your prestige class. In KOTOR 1, you started as a non-Jedi class and then were promoted into a Jedi class of your choice. In the sequel, you start as a Jedi, and you may have assumed there was nowhere else to go from here, but that isn't the case. No, while we have become a Jedi at the start, there's advanced classes we can choose from to further customize our character. The names change based on your alignment, but the classes are the same three choices, those being Weapon Master or Marauder, Watchman or Assassin, and Master/Lord. These prestige classes can affect the feats you're allowed to unlock, your overall vitality and force stats, and much more. Weapon Master, for example, gains less skills than Sentinel, but it also allows you to unlock the superior 2 weapon fighting technique. Since I am a dual-wielding Sentinel, this means I can be extra effective if I unlock these feats. Plus, I've gained so many skills as a Sentinel already, I can afford to gain less now in order to be more effective in combat, while effectively eliminating any penalties I received for using 2 weapons at once. Broken. It's up to you what you want to choose. I'm not going to break down all of the statistics, but a Weapon Master class excels at dual wielding, while a class like Watchman gives you the ability to perform sneak attacks finally, which were previously locked off to scoundrels, plus force camouflage, meaning you can perform stealth mechanics without a generator. Each of the classes is a natural progression of the previous. Sentinels generally become Watchmen, and Guardians become Weapon Masters. Consulars become Jedi Masters, but I wouldn't recommend it. Master is statistically worse than Consular for a variety of reasons, but it does offer some unique force abilities that also turn out to be underwhelming. I'm sorry. But that's the nice thing about prestige classes. You get to mix and match. You can be a Sentinel and become a Weapon Master. You can be a Guardian and become a Jedi Master. If you feel you are weak in one specific area, you can try to cover those bases, or if you want to get the most out of a specialization, you can choose to go that route as well. As a Sentinel, I wanted to be more combat effective after focusing so much on my skill progression, so Weapon Master was for me. Alright, we've talked about character development long enough. If you remember, we are now forced into a storyline for the remainder of our stay here, and while I believe this is justifiably annoying, it is made up for by being an enjoyable experience. First, we need to discuss Hanhar and Mira. While traversing around Nar Shadaaa, you'll be spied on by a human bounty hunter named Mira. Mira is then approached by a Wookiee named Hanhar Hanhar, who grabs her by the throat. It's made clear that Hanhar has a life debt with Mira, a Wookiee custom that is bred into him. It's instinctual. Should a Wookiee's life be saved by another individual, they must pledge a life debt to that individual and serve them. At some unclear point in time, this seemed to happen between Hanhar and Mira, but something was off. Rather than sticking by Mira and pledging his life to her, Hanhar has an intense urge to kill her instead, and this will be explored as we talk to Mira on the Ebon Hawk. That's because both Mira and Hanhar are potential companions to your exile, but who you receive is dependent on your alignment. Depending on your current alignment, you will either be approached by Mira or Hanhar when entering the docks to head to the Jek Tar, a cantina for non-human life forms filled with gas that the clientele eat up but would poison you. We're heading there because after the events on the Ebon Hawk, a member of the exchange known as Visquis wants to meet up with us. An obvious trap, but one we need to fall into in order to deal with the exchange and the bounty on our heads. When approached by Hanhar, you'll still head to the Jek Tar, but will then be stopped by Mira and incapacitated by her. She'll then take your environmental suit and pretend to be you upon entering. The same happens for light side characters, except you meet Mira, head to her hideout, and once again get incapacitated. Regardless of alignment, for a short period of time you play as and control Mira before she falls into the trap set up for the exile. Later on, Mira enters a fight with Hanhar in an underground arena, but who you control for the fight is based on your alignment. Dark side characters will play as Hanhar and kill Mira. Light side characters will play as Mira and kill Hanhar. While the player character is lying unconscious in Mira's hideout, she will be visited by Zez Kyle, balding but with one of the thickest mustaches I've ever seen in Star Wars. Knowing you can hear him, Zez begins talking to you about how he has witnessed your actions on Nar Shadaaa, actions he refused to take part in. Even in exile, he believes you to be more a true Jedi than he ever was. Turns out Zez hired Mira to look out for you, not to hunt you, and now she's trapped and Zez feels responsible. He plans on rescuing her and suggests you do the same. Despite this, we won't see Zez again until after everything is said and done. If we head to Jek Tar, the exile won't be able to breathe and will begin to collapse, but Traya enters into your mind and teaches you a new ability called Breath Control that makes you immune to poisons and allows you to fight through the entire location. An ability I don't think I ever used again once in this entire playthrough. And there are a lot of enemies here. I highly recommend having a lightsaber by this point if possible, because I was absolutely slaughtering these guys, but even then I still took a lot of damage in the process. Visquis and Hanhar retreat to the underground base I mentioned previously through a maze of tunnels they expect you to get lost in. You give chase, but come to a locked door that you can't penetrate. This is where we switch to either Hanhar or Mira. As a light side character, we are playing as Mira, but I will mention some differences as we come to them. Mira's special because she doesn't trip landmines, and she has a unique rocket launcher on her arm that can shoot grenades and specialized darts as well. Despite this, I still found this area very difficult to get through, although I believe I went about it the wrong way. It isn't made very clear to you here, but stealth is highly recommended for this. The issue is you wouldn't think so since Mira isn't specialized in stealth. She has many other skills she is specialized in, but stealth isn't one of them. And with a low stealth skill, you'll be forced to fight through various enemies that can triple or quadruple tap you, many of whom fight you with backup, so you need to get creative here. It's not impossible, but I did find myself lowering the difficulty for a reason that I don't believe is a fault of my own making. Yeah, skill issues, etc, etc. So first we battle Hanhar and kill him in combat, or you play as Hanhar and kill Mira. Regardless of the outcome, Visquis releases a pack of Cath Hounds to finish you off, and within the pen you can find a key card that lets you out of the arena. As either Mira or Hanhar, you will need to sneak or fight your way through, at the very least, a few waves of powerful enemies before reaching a terminal that will unlock the door blocking the exile from entering. Once inside, the exile can take care of the rest and obliterate the remaining forces before looting the base. You then approach Visquis in the arena, who this entire time has been betraying Goto by going against his wishes and trying to kill/capture you. Goto was aware of this, and all of the militia at Visquis' disposal turn on him as Goto begins speaking on the intercom, having one of his men killed a traitor. Goto explains he wishes to meet with with you face to hologram and invites you onto his yacht, an act you have no choice in. During all of this, your party, a selection of members of your choosing, fight through the streets of Nar Shadaaa on their way to the hidden base in order to save you. However, when they arrive, you are already gone. If light side, Mira will meet your party here and join up with you. On the dark side, Hanhar will run off only to be killed by Zez Kyle. The reason Hanhar has to die here is because a scene takes place regardless of alignment. Traya approaches the corpse of Hanhar and uses her powerful force abilities to revive him, forging a life debt. Her reasoning for this isn't immediately clear as a light side character. She tells Hanhar to hunt down Mira and kill her, but to leave the Jedi alone. As a dark side character, she will force Hanhar to join your party and help save you from Goto's yacht. That's the last of the comparisons I'll be making between the two paths. Canonically, you recruit Mira, and that's who we will be focusing on from here on out. Now, the elephant in the room here has to be controlling your party members without the exile. The exile is leaps and bounds more powerful than the rest of your party, meaning that a lot of the fights you take part in while trying to rescue her can feel like daunting tasks if you aren't prepared. And you may not be prepared because you didn't expect to be in this long, drawn-out sequence of events that you can't break free of. There are items to find and workbenches to use as you progress, but they are few and far between, to the point that I again found myself lowering the difficulty because I didn't expect these events to still be taking place. Luckily, T3 was a tank for me by this point and was a great help later on at the yacht. But how do we get the rest of the party onto the yacht? It's cloaked at all times unless Goto invites his bounty hunters on board, so it's virtually impossible to find. Well, remember when I said Voga's freighters are consistently captured by the yacht? If we could get a freighter signature and apply it to the Ebon Hawk, then flying off planet should lead to the ship getting captured. A sort of Trojan horse, if you will. To get the codes, T3 needs to break into Voga's warehouse as it is entirely droid operated, and they often buy droids to work for them. T3 is sold to Voga and begins a little bit of espionage to work his way to the codes. This involves manipulating several droids and destroying a couple others. As a fun callback, you can actually find B4D4 and T1N1 from Telos here, and you'll get into an argument with T1 that leads to the two of you fighting one another. T1 turns out to be really aggressive. B4D4 will actually thank you for helping him as T1 wouldn't let him leave. I really enjoyed seeing them again and finding out what happened after the events at Zerka. Once you have the codes, you can bring them to a mechanic to have them assigned to the Ebon Hawk. Then the Hawk will be captured by Goto's yacht, and you can board the yacht with 2 party members, as the exile will eventually make up the third. Speaking of the exile, it turns out that this entire time, Goto really just wanted the Jedi's help to help the Republic. Having the galaxy in such a chaotic state is bad for business, or so he says, even the illicit kind, and Goto needs things to calm down. The bounty on your head was to bring you to him, but the bounty hunters often went further and tried to kill you, especially the HK-50 units, which are spread across the Republic, posing as protocol droids, just waiting to find you. And even when all of this is resolved, the HK-50 units do not stop hunting you. Despite wanting your help, Goto isn't willing to let you leave, and thus emergency alarms begin to go off as the Ebon Hawk breaches the yacht's security. What follows is a long slog where 2 of your party members must fight their way to the exile. Since this may be a difficult task, you can find various programs through utility droids and install them on communications terminals in order to produce various effects, all of which seemed to do nothing for me. I didn't see effects from the shutdown commands, the overload commands, or anything. Well, that's not entirely true. Shutting down the turrets seemed to turn them hostile against all of the enemy droids for some reason, so it did help somewhat. Eventually, you will reach the audience chamber where the exile is being held, and she will be re-added to the party. From there, it's a mad dash to the bridge as bounty hunters begin boarding and killing everyone in sight. You fight your way through the bounty hunters and back to your ship, allowing you all to escape before the yacht blows up completely. Mira will join up with you, explaining how she was hired by Zez to watch out for you, and a G0T0 droid will be aboard as well. Goto will talk through the droid, explaining that this is a token of goodwill. He still wants you to stabilize the Republic, and he's willing to offer this droid to you as assistance. G0T0. Goto. With the bounty taken care of and the Jedi Master found, it's time to return to Nar Shadaaa once more and have an enlightening conversation with Zez Kyle. Zez informs you that Kavar, another one of the Masters, believed you to be a major factor in dealing with the threat of the Sith, although he wasn't sure how at the time. Additionally, many of the other Masters were unsure of this idea, especially Atris, considering what we know of her opinion towards you. Kavar felt a connection between you and the worlds that were touched by the Mandalorian Wars. As it turns out, the Jedi are being targeted through the Force and hunted down, thus the extinction of the Jedi was only a ruse. The Jedi hit on planets where it was difficult to sense individuals through the Force in order to make the threat feel victorious and safe to come out of the shadows. You can ask Zez a variety of questions about your past with the Order and your exile. Zez informs you that while they said they exiled you for leaving to war, this is not truly the case, at least in his mind, to the point that Zez left the Order entirely because he didn't feel they were actually facing the issues at hand. They weren't being true to the Order they were part of. You weren't exiled for defiance, but because the Order was afraid. You being severed from the Force terrified the Jedi, for they were unsure why it happened. You can confirm this with Zez by asking him about it, and this may change your perspective of the Jedi from the conversation we had earlier. To sever one from the Force as punishment sounds brutal in nature, and it may be surprising to hear the Jedi would do something like that to one of their own. Learning now that this wasn't the case may allow you to see the Jedi in a better light, but don't be fooled. Zez is quick to clarify that this is a punishment that has been dealt out in the past, but what happened to you is a bit of a mystery, and I think we should explore that a little bit. The Jedi are terrified of you and your lost connection to the Force, yet there are times when they are willing to deal this pain to other people if they feel it justified. Maybe you think that form of punishment can be justified, maybe you don't. That's one of the many moral questions being examined within the game. The Jedi can hurt their own, but is it justifiable to do so? How does this relate to our own world, our own laws and rules? Are we justified in punishments we dish out to other people, even when they inflict pain or suffering? Things like the death penalty, are those justified? Zez is my man, to be honest. He's quick to criticize every pompous aspect of the Jedi Order. He's happy the Jedi secrets are coming to light, believing the galaxy would be a better place with less of them. Despite this, you can inquire about your trial and the unknown thing that the Masters said happened to you. But Zez will not divulge any info. Despite not making promises to Jedi any longer, Zez does make promises to friends, and he vowed not to speak of it until all of the Masters are gathered together again. What really makes him appeal to me is his view on the Jedi turning on their Masters during the Civil War. His ideas of responsibility and casting blame. Zez mentions how he too had a Padawan leave for war and turn on him. Many Masters experienced this, and now he can see that the Padawans were not to blame for this, even though many of the Order chose to leave. Many of the Council had grown self-righteous and arrogant in their teachings, believing them to not be at fault for the actions of their students. Zez believes it's time for them to take responsibility, to be judged, especially when none of them took responsibility for previous galaxy-changing events. No one took responsibility for Revan and Malak. No one took responsibility for you, and even when the exile was the only one to come back from the war and face judgment, what did the Council do with the opportunity? Nothing. They turned a blind eye to their own failures and cast judgment on you alone, exiling you from the Order because they believed you to be the problem and not their teachings. They missed the opportunity to understand you, your reasoning for going to war, to potentially see where they succeeded and failed with you, or consider that they were just wrong in this instance. This is because the Jedi, as human individuals, can often conflate the righteousness of the light side with themselves as individuals. It's as if the Jedi believe themselves, again, infallible because they are arbiters of the light. But time and time again we see this isn't true. In a way, the Jedi of the Council have already fallen themselves, just not to the dark side. They have fallen into a false sense of superiority. They are trapped in arrogance. It is not the Jedi who are good, it is the light side which is inherently good. And the Jedi sometimes abuse that power even if not through the dark side. Zez has realized this, and that is why he stepped away from the Order. The Jedi have failed their own teachings. In a way, the people of the Republic are justified in not trusting the Jedi any longer. A group of people who were seen as gods among men are now seen for what they are. People like you and me, no better than us as people just because they have the ability to utilize the Force. In some ways, they are actively worse than us, and this circles back to what Atton was saying earlier, how the Jedi fool the public while keeping secrets and manipulating individuals. Was his response to these thoughts justified? No, but he was still right. Zez is a coward. He was too much of a coward to help the people of Nar Shadaaa. He was too much of a coward to stand up for you with the council, and if you don't agree with me yet, be sure that he will prove himself to be a greater coward yet later on. Not evil, but misguided to a fatal point. After discussing all of this with Zez, he will head back to Dantooine to await the return of the remaining masters. Additionally, if you really want to, you can kill him here, although I'm unsure why you would do that as a light side character. Nar Shadaaa is now officially completed. We come out of it with experience, items, 2 new party members, and one of the biggest adventures seen in the KOTOR series. I don't think a single planet in the original game could live up to the expansive nature of the Smuggler's Moon, and having had it been such a long time since I played this game, I'm curious to see how the next planets hold up as well. While Nar Shadaaa has its assortment of problems, namely in having too much happen to you too quickly, it makes up for it by having all of what happens to you be interesting, to leave you asking for more adventure, to have light shed on aspects of the story only to make you want to learn more and more. Nar Shadaaa has an assortment of characters and personalities for you to interact with. Gangs of bounty hunters chasing after you, huts to steal from, grand battles to take part in. It's where we built our first lightsaber. It's where we learned about Atton and made him a Jedi. It's so much all in one package, and it's only the first real planet we have explored thus far. The return to the Ebon Hawk had me run into multiple HK-50 groups. After talking to a merchant and getting enough parts off the corpses of the droids, I was finally able to put HK-47 back together. I don't think I'll delve too much into the development of 47. He's just as he was in the past, once again having issues with his memory core that make him unable to remember much of what happened in the original game. I believe he doesn't even remember T3. Still, those memories will come back to him in time. In the meantime, you can inform him of the HK-50 units, which causes him great distress as he believes them to be inferior beings and sullying his reputation. Turns out that the voice print scanner from Peragus is actually a beacon used by the 50 units to track you. 47 suggests using this as an opportunity for him to track them instead. As you travel and fight more groups of assassin droids, HK-47 will try to triangulate the location of their manufacturer. With Mira on the team, we can now begin getting to know her. There's a few dialogue choices you can make to raise her influence, making it possible to unlock the majority of her backstory within your initial conversation together. Still, this wasn't enough for me to train her just yet, but you can still learn a lot. I believe you can actually get her to be trained by this point, but I didn't pick the right options at the time. The first thing we learn is that she is a female Mandalorian in name. As a child, her home was sacked and Mira was turned into a slave for the Mandalorians. Later on, she was accepted into a Mandalorian unit and learned how to fight and survive until the death of her new family at Malachor V, something she blames you for. Before, I mentioned the parallels between Mira and Juhani. Both look to your character for blame to cope with a tragic aspect of their past. Juhani blames you for the destruction of Taris. Mira blames you for Malachor, but Mira also realizes that defeating the Mandalorians was necessary. She believes that they probably deserved it considering the pain and suffering they were enacting on innocent people across the galaxy. You can get the history of Hanhar out of her, at least from her own perspective. She knows that his species come from a planet, the name of which she can't remember. She knows that it was taken over by Zerka slavers, and it's believed that someone broke Hanhar and caused him to kill his own tribe before becoming a slaver and then bounty hunter himself. Once while hunting Mira, he trapped her in a series of vents but ended up getting hurt in the process. Mira saved him, and this in turn broke something within Hanhar, causing his instinctual need to offer her his life debt to make him want to hunt and kill her forever. To Hanhar, his life debt felt like slavery. It made him feel weak. He believed that killing Mira would free him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, often shifting between attempting to kill her and letting her go. Mira didn't want this debt either, and now believing Hanhar to be dead, despite Traya reviving him, she feels a bit more at peace. Now, while I didn't unlock it at the time, the dialogue on the Ebon Hawk is enough to gain Mira the influence she needs to feel comfortable around you. Once you've met this point, you can discuss Nar Shadaaa with her. Mira feels comfortable in Nar Shadaaa, and you can discuss how Traya feels the Force strongly there due to all of the individuals within the city. Mira can be convinced to be brought back to the pit where Traya first showed you how strong the Force is there, how you can feel Nar Shadaaa around you. You show Mira this, you have her meditate, and she begins to realize that there is a power inside her that she wishes to unlock. Her walls break down for a moment here. Mira confesses that she often feels scared and alone, something she wants to become strong enough to deal with. She wants to be like you, and in that moment, Mira awakens and you become her master on her path to becoming a Jedi. You can train your Jedi apprentices and gain additional training from Traya. One of the mind-reading drills she has you practice shows you that Atton is constantly thinking about random things. As an example, he's constantly playing Pazak in his head. If you ask him about this, he'll show you why he does it. By playing a game of Pazak with him, Atton will ask you what you are thinking about right now. You're thinking about the game and not much else. It's a lesson Atton is trying to teach you, that by playing Pazak in your head, by thinking about random things, you are shielding yourself from Jedi mind tricks, something he's familiar dealing with. And by learning how to do this yourself, you can get a bonus to will saves against Jedi. With all of that taken care of, it's finally time to see how the rest of the planets hold up to Nar Shadaaa. We'll start by exploring a planet that is present in both games, one that represents the past of Revan and the Jedi. Let's head to Dantooine. As expected, not every planet can live up to what Nar Shadaaa has to offer, but that doesn't mean Dantooine is a bad experience, just a compact one. You'd think revisiting a planet from the first game may be repetitive, but this visit takes place after the Jedi Civil War and after Malak attacked the planet for harboring Jedi. The Enclave that we knew and remember has been destroyed, with pockets of it still open, but mostly explored by salvagers looking to sell Jedi artifacts to anyone that will buy them. The people, meanwhile, hold great resentment toward the Jedi for what happened during the war, believing that the Jedi did nothing to help the settlers on Dantooine while they were in power and further failed to help them during Malak's attack. To see a Jedi on Dantooine now is a rare sight, one that is understandable considering they seem to have gone extinct. Even seeing someone holding a lightsaber is enough to cause panic or resentment from the residents here. It's a gameplay mechanic. NPCs will notice your lightsaber and talk to you with hostility. One man even runs from you to warn the other settlers. Now, let's be clear here. I'm no Jedi apologist. If somebody asked me what the Jedi did, I'd probably respond by saying a whole lot of nothing. It is true that during the Mandalorian Wars, only a percentage of Jedi went off to fight, while the rest remain, but there is something to be said about how the settlers view the Jedi now. They see them as arrogant, holier-than-thou individuals who never lifted a finger to help the people of Dantooine. But that isn't the case, is it? There are plenty of situations where the amnesiac Revan helped individuals while working as an agent of the Order. He cleared the Tainted Grove, he solved a murder, he even helped the Matales when their household's son went missing. These are all instances of things you as the player did in the original game, but even some of the NPCs on Dantooine now acknowledge them, acknowledge that the Jedi had their faults, but they did some things right. They did try to help where they could, even if they wrapped themselves up in their own red tape. That's what Dantooine wants to show us. Just like the other planets, we're looking at the aftermath of war. Here we're seeing the resentment towards the Jedi. The discussion of whether or not it is justified. It is justified to some degree, but not completely. It's not black and white, but the people here can make it out to be, and we can understand why that is. War has brought alongside it pain and suffering. Settlers are being harassed by mercenaries and salvagers, and there's no Jedi to help, meaning the Jedi get to take the blame blame for everything that is going wrong here. Even one of the militia members is worried about speaking up against the mob when they belittle the Jedi. It's up to you then as the player to reinforce these views or change them. It's up to you to decide how the legacy of the Jedi on Dantooine will be viewed. Will you help these people despite their hatred towards you? Will you use and harass them for your own benefit? It's a short segment, but one that explores a fair bit of Dantooine's disorder. As I mentioned, exiting the Ebon Hawk with a lightsaber will cause one of the NPCs to notice you, explaining that you will find no welcome on the planet any longer. Despite this, you can convince her to give you an idea of what's been going on since the war, and also persuade her not to let anyone know that you are here. It's not a very relevant skill check. The individuals within are going to learn of your existence very quickly, especially if you talk to the old man standing by your ship on the landing pad. Dantooine has gained leadership in the form of Administrator Adare. The Matali household from KOTOR 1 was attacked during the war and rebuilt into a base of operations for the settlers and militia of Dantooine. It's now a location known as Kunda and has its fair share of problems that need taking care of. Before that, there's an Ithorian you can play Pazak with. Apparently the settlers were fine playing against him while he was learning, but as he grew adept at the game, no one wanted to continue. He doesn't care about betting or credits, and even has some valuable armor upgrades for betting as well. If you win all of his credits, he'll bet those components as well until all of his resources are depleted. It's a similar setup to the DLC specific Rodian on Yavin Station back in KOTOR 1. Play an NPC several times to earn additional rewards. We're in Dantooine for one specific reason, to find Master Vrook, one of the missing Jedi that was noted to have been last seen here at some point in time. The best place to start the search would be within the ruins of the Jedi Enclave, but we can't head in there immediately. Due to all of the scavenging, Dantooine has rules in place for making sure it doesn't get completely out of hand, leading to us needing the permission of the administrator to head over there. I'd recommend heading to Kunda anyway, as a large portion of the side quests begin there. The main side quests I'll be focusing on are the several thefts taking place around the salvager camp and settlers, as well as helping the militia, specifically Captain Zeron. There's a militia member named Bayron, an individual who means well enough. Bayron is sympathetic to the Jedi and worried about speaking up. Additionally, he has doubts about Captain Zeron due to how hard he's been trading the local mercenaries, believing that Zeron may be up to something that could put Kunda in danger. This leads to a quest where we can investigate Zeron and see if he's causing any issues that we should bring to the administrator's attention. The long and short of it is that yes, Zeron is doing something that may upset the mercenaries on Dantooine to the point that they may attack Kunda. Specifically, he is placing hidden cameras on atmospheric sensors taken by the mercenaries to the nearby crystal caves infested with Kinrath. If you take these sensors and return them to the administrator, you can inform her of Zeron's actions, which will force him to step down. Now, whether or not this would have truly endangered Kunda is unknown to me, but what makes this quest so enjoyable is how it circumvents your expectations. If you, for example, expose Bayron's actions to Zeron, he'll complain about needing all the men he can get, forcing him to not let Bayron go. If you then side with Zeron, he'll ask you to travel to the mercenary camp and tell one of the mercenary members, go ahead. Now, I haven't played this game in a long time. I don't remember how the storyline went exactly. Looking at Zeron, he seems like someone that would be up to something. This is due to how the dark side affects NPCs in KOTOR, graying their complexion, darkening their hair color, changing their eyes. Mechanically, Zeron looks dark side aligned. To ask us to tell the mercenaries, go ahead, sounds like we're giving them the thumbs up to attack Kunda, but that isn't the case. It's a ruse for the player specifically. Zeron is informing one of the mercenaries that they have the green light to turn on their leader later during the Battle of Kunda, thus adding to the overall defenses and forces for the base. Since I didn't remember this, I agreed to help Zeron, but I assumed I could use this information to turn him in. Turns out it's not enough information for the administrator, thus requiring physical evidence in the form of the atmospheric sensors I mentioned earlier. The one issue with the quest is how easy it is to miss these sensors. Even if you find the sensors within the crystal cave, you most likely assume they are for the nearby side quest where a member of the militia asks you to find them for him and pays you for your services. If you turn them in, you can never use them as evidence and thus lock yourself out of replacing Zeron. I missed my opportunity to do so in the past, and I even missed my opportunity to do so in this current playthrough. It's just not clear, but in a way it hardly matters. Even if you strip Zeron of his title, events that take place later on will cause him to be reinstated. Zeron has a lot that needs to be done around here. There's the thief prowling around, dead salvager bounties that need to be accounted for, and Kinrath patrolling around the plains as their numbers grow out of control. You can help with these issues for a variety of rewards, many of which require us exploring the Enclave and thus needing to speak to Adare first. Administrator Adare is upfront with you. Kunda has a lot of problems and needs help. She knows you're looking for Vrook, who she is acquainted with, but hasn't seen him for some time. Since you want to look for Vrook, she gives you permission to search the Enclave sublevels, an area that is apparently the only place to still find Jedi artifacts due to it being infested with hostile alien creatures. This is in turn leading to problems with the salvagers who are constantly dying within. One of the biggest hauls of Jedi artifacts remains unclaimed because all of the salvagers who went in to get it ended up dead except for one man, who later died in combat against another settler. Many individuals try to claim the treasure, but Zeron has it locked up and under guard by the militia until someone can make a valid claim through bringing the bodies back from the Enclave and having a will. So there's a lot to do within the Enclave itself, but before that, I believe it's a good idea to explore the plains surrounding Kunda and clear up some of the other issues. First is the Crystal Caves. These caves are used by the mercenaries and where you find the atmospheric sensors. The first thing you'll notice within is that the mercenaries walking around do not attract the Kinrath's attention. This is due to the mercenaries learning how to extract Kinrath glands that help mask their scent to the creatures and prevent them from turning hostile. The mercenary is cordial enough and can be persuaded into explaining this to you. You can even persuade him to allow you to hold the gland, and this gland can be taken by force in order to give you the same benefit at the cost of the mercenary's life. Even if you weren't going to take the light side path, I still think it's more rewarding considering the amount of experience we'll get overall while not forcing a dude to be viciously murdered by savage alien creatures. The real reason we are in the Crystal Cave is for the crystals. Obviously, these are either used to change the color of your lightsaber or provide it with various bonus stats. Unique to KOTOR 2 is a specific crystal with your name on it. The crystal is attuned to your character specifically and will have stats based on your own progress as Jedi or Sith. Your alignment affects various bonuses while your level does the same, but not automatically. Sometimes Kreia will point out that you and your crystal are out of tune. You can then give her the crystal to upgrade, which will cause it to shine brighter with better stats. I believe the crystal has 10 upgrades in total, but the chance of you seeing all of them are slim unless you plan ahead from the start of your adventure. You may need to even hit Dantooine first. It's not necessary to max out the upgrades anyway. The crystal is powerful enough even in its base form. To continue upgrading it just plays into the already overpowered nature of the game. Within the crystal area of the cave, a Kinrath matriarch can be killed to help slow the advance of the species. You may also notice an area full of crates and an energy shield prison that we'll come back to later. On the way to the Enclave, you'll come across the salvager camp I mentioned earlier. Here you'll meet Durala, who has one of the most unique faces I've seen in this game thus far. A lot of NPCs in this game look similar due to the reuse of head textures. However, Dantooine specifically seem to have some of the most unique faces I have seen yet. Coming back to this point in the script after having played the entirety of the game, some of the planets actually have even more unique faces that I wasn't used to. Administrator Adare, Captain Zaron, and Durala are just some of the unique characters to name a few. Durala seems to hold a lot of resentment for you. If you're a salvager, there's too many already. If you're a settler, well, salvagers hate settlers. If you're a mercenary, who knows? Either way, you aren't on her good side immediately, and you probably never will be. If you ask Durala for work, she'll mention the dead salvagers and ask you to bring their bodies back to the camp so they can be laid to rest properly. Sounds nice enough, but things aren't always as they seem, and we'll soon learn that once we head inside. Beside Durala is another salvager named Raylon. Raylon has a Jedi holocron he wants to sell, but upon closer inspection, you immediately realize it's a fake. Apparently someone has sold it to Raylon, who bought it from someone else, who bought it from someone else, etc, etc. The fake holocron has been passing hands for some time, and at this point, Raylon just wants to make his money back by selling it to some greater fool. KOTOR 2 is somewhat prolific in its commentary. It's really reminded me of NFTs as an example. Better not see any NFT apologists in my comments. Reaching the Enclave may feel familiar to a lot of you. We spent a lot of time here during the first game, but things aren't going to be the same moving forward. For one, the Enclave was demolished to a certain extent during the attack. Back in KOTOR 1, when facing the Enclave, there would be a door far to your left and one to your right, but we could only ever enter the left door in order to meet with the Council and reach the Enclave's landing pad. Now it's the right door that's accessible, and this gives Obsidian the freedom they needed to flesh out the location with the sub-levels. levels, a large dungeon-like area to explore, full of hostile creatures known as Lygrek. One of the first things you may notice when approaching the door is a group of salvagers currently leaving. Apparently they had just made it out, and another salvager, Joran, is still inside with all of the loot. He didn't steal it necessarily, he's just trapped by the Lygrek. Heading inside, one of the first things you may notice is how detailed the area is in comparison to the upper levels of the Enclave in KOTOR 1. It seems like Obsidian took the opportunity to add to the overall ambiance of the Enclave. Left of the entrance, you can find a locked door with Joran behind it. He asks you to clear out the Lygreks before he's willing to leave. If you lie, I believe he'll get attacked and die, but you can clear out the area and allow him to escape. Before he does, you can forcibly take or offer to buy the artifacts he's acquired. I think the most interesting route to take is buying them for a few reasons. Joran will tell you that he needs the money to help him get off-world and back to his family. Whether or not you believe that is up to you. Then, when agreeing to buy the artifacts, he refuses to show them to you at first. As a Jedi, you may be able to determine their worth and refuse to buy them for the price he is asking for. The entire transaction then is a gamble. Will the items you receive from Joran be worth the price? Is Joran an honest man who just wants to get back to his family, or is he trying to scam you out of your credits? He has already been accused as the thief by an individual at Kunda, so you may have the perception that this is a dishonest person. The deck is stacked against Joran here, but if you take the gamble and you do trust him, you'll come out with some lightsaber upgrades and crystals that are more than worth it in my eyes. Although I never looked into the actual value of each upgrade at a merchant. Some of these items may be unobtainable to you depending on your skill levels, so it's more than worth it for that alone. It's a gamble that focuses on trust. Are you able to look past what has been said about Joran and find the ability to trust him? Is it even worth attempting such a gamble? How important are your credits worth to you? One thing that could influence your decision is further into the Enclave. As you progress through the middle area of the sub-level, you will suddenly be ambushed by a pack of Lygreks. These were released by a young Padawan named KV, who has been living in the sub-levels ever since the attack. KV has been stealing to survive and turns out to be the thief everyone was complaining about. Additionally, it seems as though she got her hands on a Sith holocron at some point, which has been slowly turning her towards the dark side. Something you can intervene in and help her back to the light. There's not much to say about the quest itself other than that it helps prove Joran isn't the thief. Behind the scenes, I believe this is entirely restored content, to the point that KV didn't even have voice files in the game's data, and a casting call was put out to find an actress for her. As we continue the search for Vrook, we will come to an archive room or library that has a pile of dead mercenaries within. Standing directly behind the door is our next party member, the Disciple. His real name is Mikhail, and this is revealed during a light side male playthrough. In such a playthrough, you can't recruit the Disciple after talking to him, and he will call into Karth afterwards to let him know that he found you. I believe you also find out that the handmaiden's name is Brianna on the same playthrough, assuming you raised her influence enough. Returning to this point in the script as well, I realize that he tells his name near the end of the game if you're on the female light side playthrough, and I'm not sure about the dark side playthrough. The Disciple is a historian for the Republic who headed to the Enclave in hopes of finding the missing Jedi Masters and preserving their history. Running into the Disciple, it seems clear that he recognizes you but says nothing of it. You recognize him as well, and you can mention it, to which he'll deflect for now. Mikhail is full of knowledge involving the Jedi and has some interesting things to say about them. Most interesting is how he describes the public perception and hatred towards the Jedi. He points out how he still believes in the distinction between Jedi and Sith, while most individuals didn't see it as such. Most people see Jedi and Dark Jedi. To them, they are all Jedi, and therefore it is the Jedi who hurt them during the Civil War. By conflating both groups as Jedi, a bad taste has been left in everyone's mouth for the entirety of Force-sensitive individuals. In reality, we can see that these are two separate factions of individuals who have similar teachings in terms of power and abilities. The Jedi are Jedi, the Sith are not, even if we call them Dark Jedi. But again, it's all perception. You could argue that they are Jedi if you define the title as Force-sensitive individuals trained to be monk-like dudes with lightsabers. I believe that the distinction can be important. If we frame it as the Sith who attacked the galaxy, there is less emphasis on the Jedi. Maybe less hate would be thrown their way for what happened, even if they did fail to act. There's obviously still valid criticism against the Jedi and how they handled the situation. After talking to the disciple, he will ask to join you. If you have Atton in your party, he will become immediately jealous and refuse. By allowing the disciple to join, you can lose some influence with Atton, but unfortunately, he's going to just have to suck this one up. There are multiple scenes on the Ebon Hawk where Atton is either a complete asshole to the disciple because he feels threatened by him, or he's sulking while watching the exile and disciple train together. Yeah, the disciple too can become a Jedi after enough influence is raised. If anything, he is one of the easiest to complete this task with. I had him as a Jedi before leaving Dantooine. All it takes is being nice to him, grateful, and performing good deeds in his presence. Soon the disciple will open up that he does know you, and the reason you recognize him is because he was to be a Padawan at the Enclave before the war. As individuals left to fight, there was no one to train him. If a child cannot be trained, they cannot become a Padawan, and he was sent back to his home only to join the Republic later. But the disciple has great respect for you. He felt your leadership when he saw you as a boy and continues to do so now, watching you help people around the galaxy. This is what bothers Atton so much. The fact that the disciple has this intense, unwavering loyalty and admiration for the exile, perhaps even stronger than Bayo-Dur, who served with her in the Mandalorian Wars. It intimidates him and makes him feel threatened. Regardless of how Atton feels about it, the disciple is now a member of our party. If we examine the mercenaries, we'll see that there is a datapad stating that Rook is to be taken to the Crystal Caves once captured, implying that that is where he is now. On the way out, we can find two salvager bodies, one of which has a will. Talking to Joran about this before he leaves reveals that Dorala is playing you for a fool. She wants the body so that she can get the salvager's stash for herself. I personally chose to keep the bodies for myself and edit the will so that I was to be given the stash, an act that led to dark side points but prevented the schemes of Dorala from continuing. I questioned if this should have been a dark side act. I guess the aspects of greed involved would imply it should. I don't believe keeping the loot from Dorala is inherently dark side, but perhaps wanting this all for yourself and the dishonesty involved says otherwise. Heading back to the cave, I just want to say that I dislike Rook. I didn't like him in KOTOR 1, and I don't like him now. If Zez Kyle represented the cowardice of the council, Rook represents the pure arrogance. Rarely is he ever willing to admit wrong. Rarely is he ever willing to see eye to eye with you. Even as we enter the cave and confront the mercenaries who are holding him hostage, he simply berates us for intervening after his rescue. Now that the mercenaries' Jedi prisoner has been freed, they have no reason to hold off attacking Kunda, something that was going to happen anyway as tensions have been rising between the settlers and militia versus the mercenaries. Rook is upset you took action. You can argue back that taking action was necessary. Rook wants you to see that sometimes action causes more harm than good, that the Mandalorian Wars are proof of that, something I don't necessarily agree with. I don't believe war is the answer for many things, but the Mandalorians were on a crusade to conquer every planet in their path and had to be stopped. Rook's inaction would have led to the enslavement of all people in the galaxy, and he's unable to see that. He's blind due to his own arrogance, and he can't be helped. Each of the masters we run into will have some fault like this, and these faults will be their undoing. Rook, now worried about Kunda, will rush back to the base and you are to follow. Once there, you can talk to Administrator Adare, who apologizes for sending you out to find Rook, not realizing it would cause this much trouble. Zarin will then ask you to help bolster the base's defenses and give you a security card to access the majority of the area that was locked off previously. This allows you to make sure that Kunda is as protected as possible. You can heal injured soldiers, repair assault droids, fix the turrets, and place mines down around the base, all of which earn you XP for completing. If you helped NPCs with their side quests, you can even get them to sign up to help the militia in the upcoming battle. Don't forget that if you sided with Zarin and talked to the mercenaries at the camp, some of them will betray the mercenary leader during the battle as well. All of these are optional tasks. I'm not completely sure, but I believe the level of defense determines how many mercenaries you'll end up fighting within the base, as well as how many NPCs back you up inside as well. Before the battle, you can even try raising the morale of the troops and deciding if you will guard the front or back entrances. I chose the front as the exile is the most effective fighter and there are more troops coming towards that entrance. After a few waves of mercenaries, you'll head inside and take out the leader in one of the easiest fights in the game, assuming you prepared well enough. To Rook's credit, after the battle, he will acknowledge that Kunda is safe due to your actions, and he feels he may have have misjudged you. That's all you'll get out of him in terms of compliments, however. Further conversation leads to arguments and Rook assumes you have learned nothing since your exile. You can inform him about Zez-Kayal and the return of the Sith, and he will agree to head to the Enclave to await the rest of the Masters, but not before teaching you a lightsaber form. Like I said, Dantooine wasn't as complex or robust as Nar Shadaaa, but I think you leave the planet feeling satisfied with the events that took place there. There is a lot of hate within Dantooine, and you can help alleviate some of that, either to help the perspective of the Jedi to the people of Dantooine, or to help yourself. Dantooine shows the effects of your actions, but what would Dantooine look like if the Mandalorians hadn't been dealt with at all? There's a level of freedom that the settlers of the planet have that may have been stripped away from them if you hadn't been involved in the past. But no choice is perfect, at least not choices of this scale. War causes people to suffer even when it's over, and that's what Dantooine wants to show us. That's what a lot of these planets want to show us in their own way, because that's where we are traveling to. Planets affected by the Mandalorian War. Planets of your past that the Masters have traveled to. Everything is connected to the exile, and this is becoming more apparent as we go. Returning to the Ebon Hawk will have a further variety of scenes. Since I killed a few more HK-50 units on the journey, HK-47 has managed to capture one and torture it for information on where it was manufactured. This is actually a plot hole. HK-47 states at one point that due to his self-preservation programming, he wouldn't be able to harm fellow HK units due to seeing them as himself. Despite this, he still manages to harm and torture a unit. This event doesn't lead to anything immediately, as the manufacturing facility is tied to the storyline and also completely restored content. Some additional scenes involve Kreia spying on the Disciple while masking her presence from him. She's directly in front of him, but he can't see her. Later she confronts him and he realizes who she is and about her past, but Kreia has the ability to manipulate his mind due to his innocent and trusting nature, meaning she can wipe his memories and stay hidden from him. Mikhail knows that Kreia was one of the Masters of Revan, but his research is also making him realize something about all of the injured planets affected by the Mandalorian Wars, something that Kreia doesn't want him to realize just yet. By this point in time, something should be apparent. We are one party member away from having everyone on the Ebon Hawk, but in terms of human companions, we have all of the Jedi it's possible to achieve, outside of the Handmaiden for gender-related reasons. One of the biggest aspects of KOTOR 2 is developing your party into a team of Jedi apprentices who pledge themselves to the exile due to the influence she has over them. Through your actions, you not only affect the alignment of these characters, but help them unlock their potential with the Force as well. Bao-Dur, Atton, Mira, the Disciple, and the Handmaiden are all characters who have this ability. Visas, an individual already adept at the Force, also pledges herself to you. This journey we are on, the journey of finding the lost Jedi, is in its own way a red herring. This will become clearer as we near the game's conclusion, but while the Jedi Masters are lost, the lost Jedi we are searching for, the individuals that will rebuild the Jedi Order, are all already with us. We just don't realize it yet. As we make our way to our next destination, Onderon, we'll find we are stopped by an ongoing blockade into the planet, a symptom of some of the political issues plaguing it currently. Onderon is on the brink of civil war. It's a look into authoritarianism, propaganda, and the effect it has on the population of a community, while failing to say anything of substance about the monarchy that is also installed on the planet. Before we can delve into Onderon, however, the Ebon Hawk will be recognized by Colonel Tobin of the Onderon militia. Tobin will send fighters to attack your ship, forcing you to fly away from the blockade and land on the nearby moon known as Dxun. The attack against the Ebon Hawk causes a series of battles to ignite within space around the blockade, leading to a level of chaos that allows you to escape mostly unharmed. Although the ship will need to be repaired for some time, meaning Atton will be out of commission until we're done here. Dxun itself isn't anything special, but it holds history with the people of the galaxy as it is where the Mandalorian War started. Onderon was the first planet targeted by the Mandalorians, and the moon was included within that. This led to Onderon joining the Republic, and with the help of Revan managed to drive off the Mandalorians from their home. Dxun is meant to be a return home for the exile, and in lesser part Bao-Dur who served with her, but you won't see anything particular relating to battlefields here. Instead, Dxun is an exploration into the Mandalorian people and how they are handling themselves post-war. If it wasn't clear through discussions with Canderous Ordo in the first game, the Mandalorians are a warrior race under the leadership of a head Mandalorian known as Mandalore. Mandalore isn't a person but a title. Many take up the literal helm of Mandalore after the passing of the previous, becoming Mandalore themselves. However, after killing the previous Mandalore, Revan kept the helmet and hid it away from the Mandalorian people, in turn preventing them from establishing a new leader and causing the clans to break apart and spread across the galaxy. They're a warrior people. It's the entire reason they are fighting this war, because it's part of their culture to earn honor through battle and conquering other planets. It's why Canderous holds so much respect for Revan, because Revan was a surprise to the Mandalorians and one of the only Jedi that was an actual threat to them. Someone who was able to lead the Jedi and the Republic to winning the war. There's no contempt for the Jedi from the Mandalorians necessarily, rather they respect those that took up arms against them. Dxun gives us the opportunity to see this firsthand. As you explore the jungle planet, you will be ambushed by a Mandalorian scouting group, but they don't attack you. Instead, the leader of their clan, Mandalore, has been established once more and wishes to meet with you, either peacefully or by force. I don't actually know what force would look like, as I opted for the peaceful approach, which has the scouting party guide you to their hidden base. When you arrive, you are presented to Mandalore, the latest leader of the Mandalorians, and while it's not obvious at first glance, this is actually a familiar face to individuals who played KOTOR 1. Mandalore the Preserver is in truth Canderous Ordo, and he now leads Clan Ordo in his quest to bring strength back to the Mandalorians, and make them a fighting force within the galaxy once more. As it turns out, Revan continued his adventures with Canderous for some time after the events of KOTOR 1. As I mentioned previously, with his memories returning to him, Revan realized that there was still an unknown threat within the galaxy, and he knew he needed multiple avenues to deal with it. It's why the Republic wasn't fully crushed by him during the Jedi Civil War, because he needed the forces of the Republic for later. It's the same for the Mandalorian. Knowing he would need their power, Revan revealed to Canderous where he had kept the helmet of Mandalore and returned it to him, allowing Ordo to take up the mantle. We need to get to Isis on Onderon to find Kavar, but with the blockade up and the Ebon Hawk out of commission, we don't have any options. That is, except for Mandalore and his shuttle, which he uses to make periodic trips there. Mandalore is willing to help you, most likely interested in you due to your acquisition of the Ebon Hawk, plus your history as one of the main factors in the war. He won't do it for free, however. He wants you to prove yourself to him and his people by taking up odd jobs around the base. He mostly means through combat, but there are other semi-peaceful tasks you can complete as well. I won't go into all of them, as there are a variety of side quests to complete for EXP and rewards, but some of them include fixing a relay station for the base, helping out some missing Mandalorians in the jungle, and taking part in their fighting ring. Most of these side quests in some way examine the Mandalorian people. It's meant to show how they value honor to the point that they are willing to die for it if necessary. No one respects you in the camp until you prove yourself, and you can prove yourself easily by fighting several Mandalorians. It's like the Achani we fought back in Telos. There's an assortment of progressively difficult fights to take part in, most of which are hand-to-hand with no Jedi powers allowed. If you challenge someone, they choose how you will fight, but there is a Mandalorian that challenges you during this, and you can choose to use whichever means you'd like. I still opted for hand-to-hand though. This continues until you are allowed to face the champions of the Mandalorians. Or it would be, except you have to further prove yourself to them within combat to the death in order for them to feel justified in facing you. That doesn't mean killing another Mandalorian. Rather, it means having one of the champions witness you kill pretty much anyone, as long as it seems honorable. This works itself out by having one of the champions in the jungle. When you reach him, he has killed an Onderon militia scout. Several of them have scattered throughout the jungle in search of you, and you can team up with the Mandalorian to kill them all, which is justified by them being hostile. Once you've wiped them out, the champion will be impressed and allow you to fight the strongest Mandalorian champion in the ring. Most of the quests have this focus on them. It's about showing the cultural differences of a warrior tribe in comparison to the culture of the Republic. Even one of the individuals you beat in fair combat challenges you again outside the base, this time to the death. You can attempt to talk him down, but he feels he must prove himself against you in order to establish his honor. This Mandalorian is young. He didn't have the opportunity to take part in the war. To earn the honor, many of the older Mandalorians already have, and this eats away at him. In a way, it may seem toxic. This individual has been driven to the brink due to the culture his clan takes part in. He has no other option in his mind than to challenge you to the death so he can finally prove himself to his clan. And if you take part in this and kill him, it won't lead to dark side points because it isn't an inherently dark side action. In fact, peace and pacifism are not inherently light side. It's one of the lessons we learn in KOTOR 2, or rather, it's one of the arguments presented to us. Peace and pacifism are virtuous in nature, but sometimes violence is necessary. Going to war was necessary in the eyes of Revan, in the eyes of the Exile. To the Mandalorians, it was just a way of life. To them, it made perfect sense to go to war. What led to the dark side was the lives lost, the suffering inflicted. The Mandalorians are a warrior people. That's part of their culture, not something for us to judge. But it's when they try to push that culture onto us, to harm us, that the dark side started to play a factor. And it's possible this brewing within the dark side allowed them to continue pushing further and further, leading to the war and requiring the Republic and the Jedi who chose to step in. Fighting in the Mandalorian Wars does not make the Jedi dark side by default. It was the influence of the dark side on Revan and his intense leadership skills that had a trickle-down effect on those that followed and respected him. And again, there's ways for these cultures to coexist and intertwine. It's just about how the violence of the Mandalorians was pushed onto the people of the Republic. So while it may seem wrong to kill this Mandalorian, it is what he wishes. To fight you in fair combat and die trying. It's part of his culture, one we could possibly refuse, but something we should also consider respecting because this is the life these people lead, one of combat and death, one that we have agreed to immerse ourselves within while we are on Dxun. Now, I'm not saying I personally enjoy killing random Mandalorians who are almost forced to this state of mind due to the culture that surrounds their clan. Further, not all Mandalorians think alike. They are individuals like you or I. They are people. There's a Mandalorian you meet in the jungle who is trapped and starving. He was thought to be dead and you can rescue him. Something that should be of great dishonor for him. He even asks you to not mention this to the fellows back at camp. You can choose whether or not you will, but it shows what I was just talking about. There is a culture within their warrior race, but it's not the same for everyone. Some are content with dishonor if it means the rest of their clan doesn't hear about it. And while it isn't our place to influence this culture, as long as they don't try to take over the galaxy, there is some integration that can be had here. The Mandalorians can live within our culture and us within theirs. We can all coexist like every other culture within the galaxy. After enough has been done for Clan Ordo, you can return to Canderous, now Mandalore, and he will list off everything you have done so far, being impressed with how much you possibly got done. He didn't expect you to be as good as you are, both at combat and other skill-related activities. He's ready to take you to Isis whenever you want to, but as you get ready to depart, Traya will approach him, discussing the history and the failing of their clans during the Mandalorian Wars. Calling them weak and scattered, Mandalore will point out how they were indeed scattered, but he has managed to bring them together and give them purpose. Mandalorians spread out. They became mercenaries, thugs, bouncers for anyone and anything. Mandalore managed to get them together again under one banner, and he plans to continue so that the galaxy can be theirs once again. A problematic goal considering it is in direct contrast with what the people of the galaxy want, whether they be part of the Republic or not. Still, maybe there are greater things for them. As I mentioned, Revan foresaw something that he needed the Mandalorians for. Canderous is working to build his clan up once more so that they can take over the galaxy, in his own words. But maybe that isn't what is in the cards. Maybe Canderous isn't being truthful here. In Traya's eyes, the Mandalorians may very well be dead already, a quiet death that takes place over many years. At this point in time in the game, it's unknown, although further storylines within the universe of Star Wars give us our answers. In truth, the Mandalorians serve a greater purpose now, one that will have them stand with the Republic. Still, the reason Traya discusses this with Mandalore is because she knows the answer to an unknown question that burns within him, and she is willing to answer it for a price. His loyalty to the Exile and an agreement to serve and protect her. The question? It involves Revan and why he left without Canderous on his adventures after having traveled with him for so long after the events of the first game. Dxun is a relatively short planet, and that's due to it really being the first part of Onderon. In terms of progression, Dxun and Onderon are the same destination, and so a lot of the content within makes up the whole. Completing Dxun may not seem to take any time at all, and while Onderon may feel similarly short, this will not be our last trip to the planet. Onderon is a location we have to visit multiple times to complete the story. I mentioned this earlier, but the location is in a state of political turmoil. General Vaklu is trying to manipulate the populace to turn against both their queen and the Republic. He uses force, espionage, and propaganda to get his way, leading to Queen Talia being forced to stay locked up within her palace while hosting Master Kavar of the Jedi. I want to make one thing very clear here. It will be shown in the events that follow that General Vaklu is the evil option to side with here. He fights for an authoritarian rule over the people of Onderon. He kills without remorse. He lies and manipulates. He even aligns himself with the Sith. It is very clear that the developers are both tying Vaklu to authoritarianism and authoritarianism to the Sith. This is the bad option to take, the dark side option. That means there is a good chance that Talia is the light side or good option. Things are not always that black and white in the game. You may ask yourself, is a monarchy really the right option for the people of Onderon? Something most of us would consider a defunct form of political power in the world. I personally dislike the concept of a monarchy. I dislike the concept of power through bloodlines in comparison to something more democratic. If we look at this situation in a way that the developers didn't intend, nor did they flesh out, we could discuss how Vaklu, while clearly not a good option for Onderon, doesn't mean he is a worse option than a monarchy. We could discuss that, but we aren't going to. It's a missed opportunity from the developers' point of view, to be sure, but they wanted to focus on something else. They don't focus on the fact that a monarchy exists within the universe of Star Wars, at least not in this game specifically. You focus on the manipulation tactics of a militant force and the effects they can have on a community of people. Of course, we are going to side with Talia when the time comes. She's peaceful, she cares about her people. Whether or not a monarchy is right or wrong is not the point here. The question isn't authoritarianism versus the monarchy, it's General Vaklu and authoritarianism versus the Republic. That's the real conflict here. Vaklu hates the Republic for reasons we will discuss shortly. Talia aligns herself with the Republic, and while Vaklu is a clear bad actor in this situation, we can explore the issues some of the people Onderon have with the Republic currently. Before we explore the city, I think now is a good time to talk to Mandalore. As a party member, he has more to say now and questions he would like to ask us that help answer questions about the war. Mandalore will ask you about why you joined the war. He'll talk about how the Mandalorians had never faced the Jedi before, how they were enigmatic in nature. To a Jedi and those close to them, you can know plenty, but to many other factions and species out there, the Jedi are shrouded in mystery. There was only so much the Mandalorians could go on, hence the surprise when they ran into Revan during the war. Later on Onderon, Mandalore will mention that they expected Kavar to be leading the charge within the war. They had planned to fight against the Jedi you may perceive on a surface level, semi-pacifist monks who could be overpowered. Revan was an unknown and unexpected variable, both a Jedi and ruthless in his tactics, something that blindsided the Mandalorians. Mandalore wants you to think about something. He has a what-if scenario for you. What if the Mandalorians won? Would their strength as warriors and the wealth of the Republic planets allow them to bolster their forces to the point that the Sith would be nothing more than a nuisance? Would the world be better off under Mandalorian rule? Are the worlds better off now that the Republic won the war? He points out the suffering and damage done to the planets after the war and wants you to think about whether this would have happened if the other side had won. In a way, Mandalore seems to believe efficiency and progress would have been guaranteed with a Mandalorian win. Maybe he's right there. Considering the Force used, the slaves utilized, the power of their clans, maybe the Mandalorians could have saved the planets and communities in a way that the Republic could not. But would those people be free? Is that more important? I'd say it is, and I'd say that's what Canderous as a Mandalorian misses here. The people of the Republic have to pick up the pieces, and without new leadership being forced onto them, it's up to the individuals to get together and organize. It is happening, but slowly, and this slowness looks like stagnation to some, like a Mandalorian. It looks like a set of dying planets that are doomed to fail. In reality, these planets are simply beginning the slow process to grow once more, on their own terms as free individuals. vehicles. As we exit the starport into Isis proper, we'll be stopped by a security official who has to inspect our ship before we are allowed to explore. Since we don't have anything with us, it's mostly just a formality, but it allows you to get information about the situation here. The blockade and lineup in space is due to Republic ships having to be fully searched before being allowed on Onderon. Additionally, the official mentions how Republic forces had shot at some of the Onderon forces in space, which has led to some tension. I'm not exactly sure if he is referring to when we were attacked or not. I mean, it would make sense. I don't see the Republic shooting Onderon ships for no reason, and a fight did break out due to Tobin firing on us. This is most likely the first glimpse of manipulation and lies from the general used to show the Republic in a bad light. Like I said, the planet is close to civil war. Vaklu is making use of his time to rile up the citizens in an attempt to justify an uprising. But said uprising would only lead to Vaklu being in charge, and he's already pushing for martial law as it is. The people of Onderon wouldn't really enjoy his rule, and it's not just me saying that, we see it firsthand as we explore. Before we can do that, the official hands us a starport visa. These are cards assigned to visitors that are needed to leave the city. If you lose your visa, you are as good as marooned, and this is a problem for many on the planet. You'll run into many individuals looking for an open visa so that they can assign it to themselves, a unique business opportunity, or an opportunity to help someone in need. It's really just a means of performing light or dark actions. You find 2 visas as you progress, and there are 2 light side options to offer them to. There's a Republic spy who needs to leave the planet to get the word back to his supervisors, and a widow with 2 children. Other options include individuals that will pay for a visa and some criminals. First, we can meet the Beast Riders, a people of wildlife tamers who were once at war with the people of Isis. Now tensions are still high, but an alliance has been made between the 2 groups. You can see plenty of caged beasts scattered around the city, and it looks rather inhumane. It is inhumane, but the reason they are stuck here for so long is due to the blockade. These beasts are meant to head to Telos to be released into the wild so that they can help in the restoration of the planet. Unfortunately, since they are collected, they can't be let loose in the city and are forced into small cages that continue to agitate them. Guess whose fault this is? The militia. Want to hear the latest news? Head to a nearby terminal. Unfortunately, you'll quickly realize that it's propaganda and lies set up by Vaklu. The reports talk of a Republic military craft initiating a space battle over the planet, confirming the vessel to be the Ebon Hawk. I guess that official was talking about us after all, but we didn't fire first. In fact, we didn't fire at all, as we had the option to run away without engaging. It was entirely the Onderon militia that caused the battle above the planet, and now the Ebon Hawk is not only blamed for it, but reported to have been destroyed. Walking down the street, you'll see journalists getting accused of being spies and actively arrested in front of you. Luckily, you can intervene, but it's clear that General Vaklu has an agenda and he's using everything at his disposal to facilitate it. This woman's husband even realized that Vaklu was trying to kill the queen and attempted to assassinate the general, getting shot after getting caught during the arrest. And the militia aren't helping by any means. It's understandable why the general's manipulations are shown to be effective on the people of Isis. These people have been part of the Republic for 50 years, and within that time, war, terror, and death have been commonplace. Many blame the Republic for this, even though Onderon was the first to be attacked by the Mandalorians before being saved by the Republic that they currently learn to hate. Some believe that the Republic isn't protecting Onderon, nor that Onderon needs protection, that the Republic is merely using Onderon for its resources. The planet has resources of use to the Republic, sure, but it'd go against history to say that the effects of the Republic didn't save these people. Do I believe that the people of Onderon have a right to be frustrated? Yes, these are dark times. It makes sense that as a community, people would begin to get riled up. They look for someone to blame. The Republic isn't perfect, and those imperfections are now being utilized by dissenters to complain. But Vaklu isn't helping matters. He's actively breeding these thoughts within the population while his queen supports the Republic. Now, maybe you personally think Vaklu is justified. I'm not here to argue that. I know that I don't think he's justified, and I think even many of the people on Onderon have a hard time justifying his actions. Take a conversation between 2 citizens nearby. One values truth and peace, leading him to favor Queen Talia. The Twi'lek, meanwhile, favors Vaklu because He supports the will of the people, but the Twi'lek is then quick to mention that even though Vaklu lies and manipulates, it's okay in his eyes, or rather he's actively trying to convince himself of this. The man has been fed so much propaganda and bad faith that he sees the ill effects of General Vaklu and blames them on Talia, even when he states that she is a necessary diplomat to help Isis in times like these. I don't want to focus too much on real-world political comparisons, but like, come on. This comes almost prophetic in how things are going around the world lately. This level of turmoil and manipulation, the propaganda, we see it time and time again in America, in Canada, in the UK, all over. If this game came out in our current year, it would get criticized for being too on the nose. But KOTOR 2 called this out years beforehand. So we're on Isis to find Kavar, but there's no easy way to do this. Kavar is in the palace with Talia, and you can't just enter of your own free will, especially right now. Luckily, Mandalore knows of a doctor who may be able to help us smuggle a message in. The bad news is that said doctor has been arrested in suspicion of murder. When you ask to see him, you are turned away, but if you want to find out more about the murder, you are pointed in the direction of the cantina to ask around. There's several characters in the cantina to talk to. There's more swoop racing to take part in, and an individual named Nico who you can play Bazak with several times for some bonus cards. Apparently the doctor was arrested under suspicion as he was one of the only people at the scene of the crime. Additionally, he was witnessed to be arguing with the victim at the bar, assumedly over getting turned down on romantic advances. Nico will inform you that this isn't true. The doctor and the victim were good friends and their banter was commonplace. You can visit the scene of the crime to find a destroyed service droid. You can then buy the memory module off of another nearby droid and have it fixed to witness what destroyed him. Turns out the assailant came from the direction of the marketplace, but witnesses saw the doctor coming from his office in the opposite direction, proving his innocence. If you bring this information to a nearby captain, he will attempt to release the doctor before one of his superiors arrives and tells him not to bother. To him, they have their man and there's no real reason to look into this any further. Again, I feel like I'm just experiencing real-world scenarios on Onderon over and over again. You and Nico can explain your evidence to the superior, plus mention the many witnesses who can back you up, forcing the man to release the doctor. Back at his office, the doctor will thank you for helping him and agree to help you in return, but he needs one last thing from you. The people you want to contact can't be reached easily. There's a procedure, and said procedure is on a holodisk that was stolen by a beast rider in the cantina. When you attempt to retrieve the disk, it leads to an ensuing battle and the death of the thugs at the bar. Once you have the disk, you can bring it back to the doctor and he will set up a meeting between you and Kavar in the cantina. Why Kavar would choose the cantina, I'll never know. It's clear that he is being protected in the palace. To go somewhere so public would obviously lead to conflict, and sure enough, that's what happens. Before you can say much to Kavar, you are attacked by Tobin and his men. Kavar stuns the majority of Tobin's men before running off. Tobin chases after him while you fight your way back out to the shuttle. As you run through the city, you are attacked by militia forces, but as you will soon learn, it's not all of them. Turns out there's a communications blackout for security reasons. Some officers will mention hearing the shooting and ask you what happened. If you tell them, they're confused and unsure what's going on. Additionally, while escaping, you'll be attacked by a group of civilians that seem to be working for the militia in secret, sort of radicals. Vaklu seems to bring on anyone he can in private in order to bolster his forces for the civil war that is coming. Like I said, Onderon isn't complete yet. We have to come back when things have cooled down again or when Kavar gets in contact with us. Until then, we can use the shuttle to escape back to Dxun where the Ebon Hawk has been fully repaired. In terms of planets to visit, Korriban is technically the last one we'll be landing on. I say technically because we do have to return to Dxun and Onderon shortly to finish the storyline there. Additionally, there's some final endgame stops to make as we progress through the game's finale. Now you may disagree with this, but Korriban in terms of planets you can select fits best as the final planet to explore. What little it has in content it makes up for in difficulty and challenge. We've been here before in the first game. In fact, it was a much larger and more explorable area in KOTOR 1 as well. All of the tombs we visited previously are now blocked off. The only areas to explore being the open space surrounded by the tombs, the nearby Chirac cave, and the ruins of the Sith Academy. What Korriban is a test. Not so much a commentary on the galaxy and the politics surrounding them, but a test of your skills. A check to see how far your exile has progressed, while also testing the willpower of the character within the narrative. The exile has the opportunity to face something here. I believe it's completely optional optional, and Traya even suggests completing your tasks in the academy before exploring the cave as she senses something powerful and dark within. Traya won't join you on Korriban. She mentions how it messes with her mind. The intense darkness that is exuded out of the planet is something she has bathed in the past, and I guess returning to it at this moment is too much for her. She has plenty to say about it, however. Through your connection with Traya, she will talk to you as you explore the area surrounding the Ebon Hawk. Approaching each tomb will lead to a history of the Sith Lord laid to rest there, as well as how Revan interacted with the tombs back during the events of the first game. It's both a callback and a lore dump for those who want to know more about the universe of Star Wars before the game started. Korriban is abandoned, at least it should be. When we were last here, the Sith were thriving. It was the height of the Jedi Civil War, and they were actively recruiting and torturing students in droves. After Revan's defeat of Malak, it took a few years, but the Republic eventually showed up to rid the planet of the Sith, at least temporarily. The Academy still stands, but is no more. There are no students to meet or interact with, no one to betray, no amusement park of dark side characters. Instead, what we get is an optional character study of the exile, one you get to shape as it unfolds. I've mentioned it twice now, so it's best to get it out of the way. The Chirac Cave leads to the hidden tomb of Ludo Kresh. Funnily enough, Traya warned us about entering the cave too early, but once I reached the tomb, she told me I was more than ready for what was to unfold inside. The big factor here is that you have to enter the tomb alone. Any party members you had with you at the time will be sent back to the Ebon Hawk. Within, you will face an assortment of tests. These tests are the reliving of the exile's past. When you first walk inside, you will be met by a young Malak. You stand beside multiple students, including Bastila. This is the point in which Malak had recruited you to fight in the Mandalorian War. It's a great scene because it shows his descent from virtuousness to the dark side. During his speech, Malak will talk about how the Jedi are wise, how he understands this, and how he understands that despite this they can make mistakes, that they are making a mistake now by not helping the people of the Republic defeat the Mandalorian threat. The wisdom of the Jedi bred in action, and to Malak that inaction would have led to more destruction than the dark side ever could. Now, I don't mean to measure these two things. You can't really equate the history and destruction of the dark side to the Mandalorians, but both had their fair share. By doing nothing, the Jedi seem to be dooming innocent people. The point is that it is understandable why you were convinced to join the war, because it's understandable why it was the right thing to do. You can fight Malak on this if you want, or you can agree with him, and as he continues to speak, many of the students will join his side. Even Bastila will join his side, which the exile can point out never happened. Malak responds by explaining that Bastila had her doubts from the start and even fell to the dark side at one point. This is how the speech turns out. What was once a discussion about going to war to protect innocent lives now becomes a plea for you to continue following Malak and Revan on their path to the dark side. If you refuse, Malak questions your actions. You are willing to follow them to war, but no longer when they want to fall? He makes it seem like you should trust them now as you did then, but that's not how this worked out for you, nor should it have been. It's one thing to agree to the ideals presented to you by someone you admire and respect, but it takes a strong sense of will to be able to see when said leaders begin to go down the wrong path, when you need to step away and distance yourself from them. Malak wants you to be a good soldier. He wants you to be unquestioning and consumed by the dark side. You are one of the few that managed to fight this line of thinking and come out of the other end relatively unscathed, although you did lose your connection to the Force. Malak and all of the students, including Bastila, will then fight you. It's an easy battle, especially if you've been buffing the ever-loving shit out of your character as you've progressed. The Exile has the ability to one-shot countless enemies by this point in the game. What this test does is show us the path of the Exile firsthand, while giving us the opportunity to both consider what she would have chosen back then and what she might choose now. Maybe your exile agrees with the war, agrees with the dark side, and is willing to follow Malak, leading to more dark side points gained. Maybe you stick to the virtuousness of the light and gain more points there. It's up to you how you decide to shape the exile's ideology here, and through doing so you'll shape her alignment as well. The next test is of Dxun during some of the first battles against the Mandalorians. You're met with a Republic squad that do not wish to go on, considering the battle to be a suicide mission. You remember the battle well, and you remember coming out victorious, but how you did so is up to you. There's a minefield nearby, and you can force the squad to go through it, leading to guaranteed casualties as you push towards the Mandalorians. Alternatively, you can deal with the mines first and lead the squad into battle, allowing them all to survive in the process. It's another value test. Where do your values lie? Revan was a merciless combatant and strategist. He would sacrifice anything and anyone if it gave him the upper hand. Were you the same? Are you the same now? The choice is yours. The next test involves an apparition of Traya and potentially one of the most famous lines in the game. If Dxun and Malak were your past, Traya is in some way representative of your present. It's a weird scene, one I still try to wrap my head around because of how the alignment points are distributed. The Force vision of Traya will discuss your past and present with you before being interrupted by a Force vision of Atton. Atton tells you to stay away from Traya as she is a dark Jedi and trying to manipulate you, something that is arguably true. Both raise their weapons, readying themselves for combat. As they do, Bao-Dur shows up to defend Atton. T3M4 follows, and soon your entire party is there to defend you. But this isn't what you think it is. To the exile, Traya may have a history of being part of the dark side, but she also has the possibility of being redeemed. Your entire party has turned against her, but you can choose to defend her because you believe she can come back to the light. It's a callback to an earlier conversation you can have with Traya. At one point, Revan helped the ghost of a Sith Lord be redeemed into the light. Traya considered this redemption weakness, not because they joined the light, but because they had betrayed their sense of self and ideals. To Traya, if you are to go full dark side, you should stick with it. I assume to go full light side would mean the same. It's not about your alignment, it's about being who you are. In this situation, Traya is the dark side. She's even in her Sith garb. You can try to redeem her and defend her in the process, but we know that isn't what Traya wants. We know that she is manipulative, a possible danger, and to defend her means killing everyone we went on this journey with. Our droids, our apprentices, Mandalore. You get light points for this, but is it truly a light side action? I'm legitimately asking you here because I don't think it's so easy to classify, in a way being one of the true gray morality choices in the game. You get light side points, sure, but did you do the right thing? Was killing everyone in your party to defend Traya the right call? Maybe it was. Maybe she can be redeemed, but we don't know and we lose everything in the process of helping her. One alternative is to side with your party, the choice I originally thought would have led to a light side gain. Your party accuses Traya of manipulating you, potentially towards the dark side. She kind of is in a way, and you can choose to side with them against her. You shouldn't have to fight her, but that is where this conversation is heading. By claiming Traya has been manipulating you, is a danger, and that you will stop her, you in turn take a step closer to the dark side. Why is it that defending ourselves against Traya leads down the dark side? Why does siding with our party do that? Is Traya not what they are accusing her of? Should we not realize that by this point in the storyline? Is the choice to not attempt redeeming her really worthy of us falling off our path? A woman who has made it clear that she wouldn't want to be redeemed? That light side or dark side, she would rather stick to the values she believes in, regardless of which alignment that puts her in. Traya at this moment is a Sith. She's a danger. What is the right course of action here for you? Well, there's one more option. An option I believe is worth considering despite the message the tomb is trying to convey to you. Maybe you don't agree with Traya, but maybe you don't want to kill her. Maybe you can't get behind your party all turning against her, but at the same time you wouldn't defend her. Maybe you can just walk away. That's an option, and one that leads to the notorious scene within the tomb. Traya will chastise you for your inability to choose one of the two previous options. It's considered an utter failure of the test, and she will finish by telling you that apathy is death. To make a choice will lead you down one path or another, but to make no choice, to commit no action, well, you might as well be dead. Apathy is death. Traya says it and then is followed by everyone else in your party, including HK-47, who says it like a sarcastic ghost in a Scooby-Doo episode.
So you will do nothing. Apathy is death, worse than death, because at least a rotting corpse feeds the beasts and insects.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death. Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Statement: apathy is death.
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 Is walking away from this scene the wrong call? Not necessarily. You have to remember where we are. In the tomb of a powerful Sith Lord. This entire place is pulsing with dark energy, and whatever it may be trying to teach you may not be what you agree with. For the exile, action is usually required. It's why you went to war. Inaction is the way of the Jedi. Apathy is death. In a way, this is true. You have a responsibility to do something, to help someone if you can. Apathy is death, but what choice would you make here? Regardless of your choice, a battle will commence and you'll be on your way to the final trial. Once you reach it, you'll be met by an apparition of Revan and of yourself fallen to the dark side. You'll battle yourself and then Revan, finishing your tests within the tomb. I can only assume the final battle is meant to show your connection to Revan, who you were at one point and how close you were to falling and becoming like him. The battle against Revan is meant to show how much you've overcome, how now you could even overcome Revan himself. With the defeat of these apparitions, Traya will contact you through the Force, congratulating you for making it through. You can mention that you feel the tomb has changed you into someone, potentially not for the better, and Traya will point out that everything you have done and felt within is merely coming from within you. You instinctively know your own path, and you will follow it. The tomb's power holds nothing over you, it merely showed you things to think about. I don't fully agree with Traya here, as with many of her takes. While the tome definitely meant to show you various aspects of yourself and facilitated the ability to reflect, it clearly had some darker motivations in mind. The dark side is an inherently corrupting force. Even if you are more powerful than it, it still has that goal in mind. With the tomb completed, you can loot it for some items, none of which I believe I ended up using. Once you get your party back from the Ebon Hawk, you can head inside the Sith Academy proper. There's nothing to do here really. I don't mean that as a slight, but okay, maybe I do mean that as a slight. There's really nothing to do here. You head inside, see a scene of Darth Sion meditating before sending a group of assassins after you, and then you spend your short amount of time within, unlocking various rooms as you search for the Lost Jedi Master. To do so, you need to open a nearby library via a terminal, study Sith history, pass a multiple choice quiz, and then fight some dogs, all while being hounded by Sith assassins. You eventually unlock the torture chamber you visited as Revan, only to find the corpse of the Jedi Master you were searching for. Out of all the Masters, she is the only one to be captured and killed by the Sith. Since she's dead, there's nothing else to really do here. That is except for Darth Sion, who complains about Traya and how much he wants to murder his old master for the torturous training she put him through. Probably justified, but we won't get into that just yet. To Sion, you aren't Traya's apprentice. Rather, you are nothing. A fly to him that he would see destroyed, although this opinion will quickly change. A short battle unfolds before Traya informs you that you cannot beat Sion here, where the dark power of Korriban courses through him. You're forced to run, and Sion prevents his assassins from following you, believing you earned your escape through battle with him. That's Korriban. Again, your time here is relatively short. Out of all the planets, it's potentially the one that feels the most unfinished until we reach the endgame. Whether or not it is unfinished, or this was just what the developers wanted, I'm unsure. But if you decided to do a zero optional content run, I believe each planet may take you around half an hour or longer depending, while Korriban would take like 10 minutes maybe. What Korriban lacks in content, it too makes up for in dialogue and narrative. Taking part in the Chirac Cave and the Hidden Tomb is a must because of how thought-provoking it is, how much it lays out the past of the exile and her motivation, your motivations for her. Korriban is short but sweet in this way. With it now completed, as we return to the Ebon Hawk, we'll receive a comm from the Mandalorians asking us to return as Kavar has left a message for us. I told you we'd be returning to Onderon, but we'll be exploring more of Dxun as well. When you arrive back at the Mandalorian camp, you'll be informed that Kavar wanted to get a hold of you and provided safe passage via Queen Talia. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible as General Vaklu has accused Talia of being a traitor, effectively starting the civil war I mentioned previously. You need to take a ship to Isis as soon as possible, but there's an issue. There's plenty of energy signatures coming from an uncharted part of the jungle on Dxun, and there are registry numbers members tied to the Sith. Traya suggests that the Force requires you to split the group up to tackle these issues together, to which the Mandalorians are unhappy about. Apparently, strategically splitting up their forces doesn't make sense to them and is a sign of weakness, showing that it is no wonder Revan outsmarted and overpowered them. This means you need to choose 2 party members to join you on Izes and 3 party members to assault the Sith compound. It's really up to you who you choose. For the compound, I chose Bao-Dur, T3, and Mandalore. Throughout this entire game, T3 has been an absolute tank who could solo most of this content, so it doesn't really matter who I brought alongside him. The same could be said about the Exile. We start off with our Dxun party. One of the Mandalorians has escorted us to the location of the Sith readings, and what we uncover is the tomb of Frida Nad, a Jedi who decided to openly be consumed by the dark side. Rather than having his tomb on Korriban, Nad's tomb was hidden away on Dxun. The Mandalorians seem to know of this, but never this specific location, surprising them that it was so close to their base this entire time. What follows is an assault on the tomb and the Sith forces within. If you were wondering where all the Sith forces are coming from, considering they were all defeated by the Republic, so am I. From what I understand, these people are all remnants of the Sith from the Jedi Civil War. I believe they are the forces of Darth Nihilus who adopted them, while Sion is off doing his own thing back at Korriban. Regardless of where these forces came from, you spend the next extended period making your way through the tomb and defeating them. There's a few tactical options to take advantage of, such as turning off turrets, programming the droids to attack their masters, and destroying a proximity sensor so the enemy doesn't know where you're coming from. However, once inside, things are more straightforward. You can clear out the tomb, but more interestingly, you can find little pockets of dark side energy concentrated in specific spots on the map. If you are having trouble with the battles within, and I could see that being possible, these dark side spots are very useful. You can either bathe in the dark side energy or do what I did with Bao-Dur here and overcome the darkness through meditation. By overcoming it, I gained temporary attribute bonuses until the fighting was complete. I found 2 of these in total, and they made Bao particularly strong and tanky in comparison to the norm. Backed by T3 and Mandalore, I made short work of the enemy units. Now, I don't think it's completely clear what the Sith are doing here. There are some Sith masters at the central part of the tomb completing a ritual, presumably to bolster the power of the Onderon troops during the Civil War. General Vaklu, in an attempt to overthrow Talia, rid his planet of the Republic, and take charge, has sided with the Sith. That shouldn't be surprising considering what we know of Vaklu so far. It's not like Onderon was in direct threat of the Sith during the Jedi Civil War either. Onderon had to deal with the Mandalorians, sure, but the Jedi versus the Sith was more an annoyance to Onderon on both sides. Vaklu holds contempt for the Republic, therefore he holds contempt for the Jedi. It is understandable why he would side with the Sith, although it isn't justifiable by any means. Your party of companions will interrupt the ritual by defeating the Masters within. We then switch back to the Exile and her party before heading to Onderon. The Mandalorians have set up a basilisk for you to crash land in Izes. It's one of their more effective war droids and is a rite of passage for young Mandalorians to pilot during a war. It's a sign that you are held in high esteem with the Mandalorian people and should be seen as a great honor. Once you crash into Izes, it's a pretty straightforward affair. There isn't much to say until we reach the throne room past the sky ramp. You'll meet with some royal palace guards, fight your way through the militia, and you'll even get the opportunity to try and convince them to surrender or at least retreat, if you want. You can also just gladly slaughter everyone if that's what you're doing in this playthrough. Once in the palace, you need to find a way through the central door. This takes you through some of the hallways within, and you have to deal with the Twi'lek slicer Kif. Kif was the individual that sliced our starport visas for us during our first trip here. Now he's been semi-forced to help the Onderon militia in an attempt to stop you or at least slow you down. You can deal with Kif how you want, but an awareness check shows that this wasn't really an act of malice, rather he was just trying to save his own hide. I ended up leaving him for the Royal Guards. Captain Riken can be saved from imprisonment, and you can get some security codes that will allow you to use a computer on the other side of the palace to open up the main door to the throne room. Here you'll run into Kavar, who ended up separated from the Queen at some point. Once the door is open, you'll be face to face with General Tobin. You don't fight him though. Turns out all of the beasts within Izes were taken control of by the Sith and Onderon militia. Ballista. One particularly large beast goes out of control and begins killing soldiers and wounding Tobin severely. After you kill the beast, you can head into the throne room where you will witness Vaklu and Talia fighting. I haven't mentioned it yet, but battle meditation makes a return in KOTOR 2. What was once a rare ability that only Bastila knew to use effectively at the time is possible to be utilized by your entire Jedi party. In fact, when reaching the throne room, there is an option to use battle meditation to bolster the royal forces if you so choose. Vaklu, with his back against the wall and with the arrival of Kavar, attempts to fight you off but is swiftly defeated. Here's where things come back to morality. Talia wants to have Vaklu executed for his actions, and Kreia will agree. She thinks that Vaklu is irredeemable, a topic she focused on a lot during the trip to Korriban. To let him live would only cause problems for the people of Onderon further down the lines. Now, you can try to convince Talia to spare him if you want. It's not about whether he should live or die, but to kill him now would go against the laws set in place by the political powers of Onderon. Talia will respect your counsel, but be steadfast in wanting to execute him. You can let it happen, or you can't. It's up to you to decide what justice is here. Talia wants Vaklu dead for all of the death he caused. You may feel the same. Should Vaklu be dealt with now, or should he have a trial? Is the concept of law in this instance even important? Further, what repercussions would this have? In order to convince Talia, you can mention to her that killing Vaklu now would make him a martyr to the people who sided with him. And again, you have to ask yourself, would it? What is the right course of action here? Is it too dangerous to leave Vaklu alive? Is that our choice to make? Should it be the choice of their laws and people? It's up to you as the player to decide, and it's not as simple as it seems. I personally do not put a lot of faith into their laws, but I do also believe the concept of Vaklu becoming a martyr to be possible. To me, the best course of action is showing the people firsthand how awful this man was, whether that be in a court of law or in some other capacity. After the battle and the discussion of how to deal with Vaklu, you'll have your time with the final Jedi Master, Kavar. Kavar will tell you much of what you now know already. They exiled you because they thought it right, but it was ultimately your choice. They didn't cut you off from the Force, and they are hiding something from you still. Something that is most painful for Kavar. He points out that he almost took you on as a Padawan, that he considers you a friend after the time you both spent together in the past, and while he can't tell you about the secret the Council holds, it greatly pains him. It's foreshadowing for something not so good, something that is going to be happening sooner rather than later. With all of the Masters found, and with them all informed about the Sith showing themselves, it's time for everyone to reunite on Dantooine and begin what I would consider the endgame of KOTOR 2. Not too much more to say about the conversations on the Ebon Hawk. With Mandalore joining us, there's tension between him and Bao-Dur due to their history within the war. Bao-Dur is frustrated that Mandalore can easily justify his killing of countless innocent lives through the concept of honor in the heat of battle. Mandalore doesn't understand why this makes Bao-Dur so upset. You can calm them both down, but Bao-Dur will mention that he'll shoot Mandalore out of the airlock if he ever acts up. Additionally, I had a conversation with Bao about nightmares he has from Malachor V. To this day, his creation of the mass shadow generator still haunts him and is something he has to actively face on this journey. As I mentioned before, that's one of the game's major themes, facing your past for better or worse. Everyone on your ship has a past, and many of those are tied to war. You are tied to the Mandalorian Wars, same with Bao-Dur, same with Mira, Atton, and Mandalore. The wars and their destruction are something the Disciple actively researches and invests time in. The pain of the past is something that the game wants you to confront, and it allows you to decide how it will shape your character. I also finally had a conversation with Goto about his true identity, if it wasn't obvious already, especially since some of the dialogue will call him Goto but spell it as G0T0. Goto is actually a Republic droid, a droid that was created by the Republic to theorize ways to save it, something the droid considered an impossible task and that allowed it to break free from its logic loop. Despite being broken free, the droid was still programmed to love the Republic even if it believes it is weak and unable to be saved. It's a frustrating concept for Goto. He hates that he is forced to love something that he considers so inferior. He yearns for stabilization because that is what he is programmed to do, and Goto used his droid abilities to control Nar Shadaaa through multiple other droids. The Pazak droid we met previously was used to spy on gamblers, the Swoop droid was able to do the same, there was a Bith scientist with a droid who mysteriously vanished, and there were all the droids working in in Voga's warehouse. The entirety of Nar Shadaaa was under the secret control of Goto, more than anyone truly realized despite him being the leader of the exchange. With another batch of conversations taken care of, it's finally time to head back to Dantooine and meet with the Jedi Masters we located during our travels. The return of Dantooine marks the beginning of the end. KOTOR 2's journey gets streamlined from here on out. As we land and approach the Jedi Enclave, a cutscene will play showing that it has been partially rebuilt with the previously locked door now open. Heading inside, we will find the areas we explored in the original game now destroyed, with overgrown foliage as nature takes back what once belonged to it. Within the council chamber, you will find the last 3 Jedi Masters reminiscing about the Enclave. They note that it isn't what it was, but that it might be for the best. The Masters have been waiting for you. You can approach them and mention that you all must join together in order to defeat the Sith, and Vrook will argue with you, surprise. The Masters want to do nothing. They want to just sit and wait until the true threat reveals itself, as they believe it to be bait to lure them out. As the Jedi went into hiding to lure out the Sith threat, they too now have made themselves known and put themselves in danger. Regardless, Nihilus is causing real damage to the planets around them currently. Countless innocent people are dying and something needs to be done. Even if a potential trap, inaction would lead to the death of so many, and we know this. The Masters know this. You argue this with the Council, mirroring the time of the Mandalorian Wars. Kavar points out that this is not a normal battle. Sure, there are people, victims at the front lines, but this battle is being fought through the Force. The enemy is attempting to defeat them through the Force, an invisible battle that they do not fully understand. Nihilus is forced to feed on all around him. He's compelled to feed on the energy of the Force and could cause great destruction due to this. At one point during the Civil War on Onderon, Traya revived Tobin and sent him to Nihilus, telling him to warn the Sith Lord of the many hidden Jedi in the Enclave on Telos. Obviously there is only Atris, but this is enough to send the Sith to attack the entire planet. A lot is happening all at once. We have Sion off doing something, somewhere. It doesn't really matter. We have Nihilus feeding off the life force of everyone around him, causing war to break out on Telos. And then we have Traya, who we will soon learn is the true threat here, although this should have been obvious. As you talk to the Council, Traya will walk around the Enclave reminiscing about her past. Traya takes his seat and seems to listen in on your conversation with the Masters. Kavar and the rest don't want to argue about whether or not they should fight. To them, they have something more important to deal with, the secret that they have been keeping from you all this time. We should all understand that at one point the exile was cut off from the Force, but we also learned that this was not at the hands of the Council. Rather, we need to revisit the topic of Force bonds, our Force bonds with Traya as the main example. To have such a strong Force bond is rare. That the harming of one could harm another seems to be virtually unheard of. As it turns out, the exile has an unnatural ability to form these bonds. Through being a powerful leader similar to Revan, the exile had the ability to command and make connections with those around her. When these connections began to all die out in one quick moment during the events of Malachor V, the rippling effect through the Force would have been enough to kill her. In an act of defense and self-preservation, the exile deafened herself to the Force instinctually. This prevented her from being harmed, but had a side effect. A wound was created in the Force, a wound that follows the exile around, and a wound that feeds on death to become more powerful. I was actually talking to Janky about this earlier, but it's an interesting narrative topic because it basically describes why you get more powerful and gain experience in the game as you kill a bunch of people. The Masters saw this within you. When you were the only one to return to the Council for punishment and judgment and for exile, they felt the wounds surrounding you. The Masters tell you that you were blinded at this point, but we then see Traya say you were finally able to see, that you were finally free. This is what Traya has been yearning for all this time. What the Masters see as a great loss that inhibits you, Traya sees as freedom from the Force, something she wishes for the entire galaxy, and a lesson she is trying to teach the Masters now. By gathering the Masters here and having you presented to them, Traya's true goal is being realized. She hopes to show the Masters the benefits of breaking one's ties to the Force, ending an unnecessary reliance on it, and presenting a world where the Force would no longer exist, or at least not be relied on. Traya's hatred for the Force has always been what fueled her main desire, to remove the Force entirely and allow everyone to finally see for the first time, to finally be free. The Jedi fear this wound. They believe you have gained or have always had an ability within the Force to create connections with people. The main mechanic of the game, our influence over our party, may be something more. Rather than the skills and charisma of a leader, we may be manipulating these individuals through the Force unconsciously. But I want to make it very clear, this is a theory only. The Jedi are theorizing you have this ability, but they don't know for sure. The disciple even calls this their blindness later on. The Jedi could not fathom the social power you possess as being natural to your personality and willpower. To them, this has to be some aspect of the Force, but while the disciple cannot prove to you otherwise, he ensures you that he and the others follow you because of who you are, because of your leadership, and because of your ability to influence. It's not the Force that brought them to you, it's you as a person. The Jedi cannot see that, at least not the current order. The Jedi are scared of you. They see your natural influence and it frightens them. They fear change, and while you are the embodiment of that change, these masters each embody something of their own. Zez-Kayel is the cowardice of the Jedi, with his inability to stand up for you here and now or help the people of Nar Shadaaa. Vrook, the arrogance of the Jedi and never being able to look past the teachings, and Kavar, the blind virtuousness of the Jedi, who even though he saw you as a friend, feels the need to harm you now. The three masters represent everything wrong with the Jedi, that they are an outdated and obsolete order, that they aren't willing to change, and how it will be their undoing even as they attempt to be yours. The wound that you possess feeds on death. The Jedi know this. All of the death on Peragus reawakened your Force powers. All the people you killed on your search for the Masters allowed you to grow more and more powerful. You are stronger than you ever have been. You can continue to grow stronger, but the cost is death. Whether justified or not, whether light or dark side, death is what allows you to grow, and this frightens them. They see your ability as no fault of your own, but a threat they cannot ignore. They believe this wound to be a threat to the Force itself, with the potential to end it completely, and that is something the Jedi cannot allow. The Force plays a huge role in terms of life on planets. For it to be wiped from the galaxy could have catastrophic consequences. But is that what will happen? Is it possible that they are more scared of the idea that one can become more powerful by learning to let go of the Force, to cut themselves off from it and see for the first time not as a Jedi, but as a person? This is what Traya wants to show them, and this is a lesson the Masters cannot and are not willing to learn. To prevent this potential threat from taking shape, the Masters thus choose to strip you of the Force. It's ironic, this entire time we have been discussing how awful this would be to do to somebody. Just when we think that the Jedi are somewhat deplorable in their actions, we learn that they hadn't stripped you of your connection after all. Yet now we learn that it is perfectly within their ability to reason to do so. The Jedi can find reason to strip you of the Force, to cripple you, even if it's not a punishment. To them, it's for survival. You are a threat, but not one I think to the galaxy at large. I think you are a threat to the current Jedi Order, to their way of life, and this is an excuse they have managed to believe in order to remove you from the equation and to prevent change. The Jedi in this light show who they truly are: selfish individuals, people, not some gods that we should all look up to and trust. Traya arrives just in time to save you. She reveals herself to the Council, and Kavar mentions that he believed her to have died during the Mandalorian Wars. I suppose this is a good time to mention that there is a fan theory surrounding Traya. Her true identity could be that of Aaron Kai, or Aaron K, again I don't remember, a master of Revan and mother of Brianna the Handmaiden. Most of this is based on the fact that Traya and the Handmaiden look similar, and Traya had high praise for Aaron when talked about. In an interview, Chris Avallone was asked about the relationship between Traya and Kay. He stated, "Can't comment, but good catch, sorry." Apparently Chris is known for saying something like this when an interesting theory is brought up that he didn't consider beforehand. I'd assume that the theory isn't canon until stated otherwise, but it is something that could could be considered. Traya chastises the council for judging something that they could not understand. Rather than waiting for the echo of Malachor to arrive, they should have taken the time to travel and seen the darkness firsthand, to learn what dangers there are in the galaxy, and to learn how to either utilize or contain those powers. By sitting at home and doing nothing, the council has become ignorant and blind to the world around them. Traya discusses the power of war. How war creates a power that would normally be utilized by a Sith, an area of corruption that can drown all within it, corrupting them and turning them to the dark side. It's how Revan was able to convert so many people to become Dark Jedi, to become Sith. He had the power of Malachor V, he eventually had the power of the Star Forge, both relics of wars long past that now act as beacons for the dark side. But what's important about these places and about the atrocities that unfolded is that no one could walk away from them except for one person, the Exile. You learned something that others could not. You unlocked something new within the galaxy, something that Traya and the Triumvirate have now learned. This entire time, Traya attempted to understand you, how you turned from the Force and survived. She believes she understands why now. It was due to fear. You feared for your life, and self-preservation is what saved you. Traya then passes her judgment onto the Council, preventing them from being able to judge you any further. Like they tried against the Exile, she strips them of all of the Force, but so thoroughly that there is nothing left within them. Without the Force, the bodies of the Masters are left as simple husks. As you lay collapsed on the floor, Traya walks away only to be approached by several handmaidens. I assume they were there for the Exile, as Traya mentions she is no more, but I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, Traya orders the Echani to bring her before Atris, believing she can do what the rest of the council could not. Meanwhile, you can hear the thoughts of your party members aboard the Ebon Hawk. Mira, for example, is worried about what Traya may be up to, worried that she may be planning something that would kill all life in the galaxy. Most interesting is Bao-Dur, who mentions that he knows the Exile can hear his thoughts. He's always known. It's why he followed her. In the past, he has destroyed planets for his general, but now he hopes to save something instead, and in the process, save himself. As you get back on your feet and make it to the Ebon Hawk, you'll find Atton has been attacked, presumably by the Handmaidens. He informs you that Traya has been taken to Telos and believes Atris will attempt to execute her due to Traya being Sith. Oddly enough, you can question this, acting confused at the idea. Atton will ask if you were actually surprised, as it was obvious from the start, and this is true. It was abundantly clear since you met her on Peragus that Traya was Sith-like in nature. You can even have a conversation with her about this, about how she was a Jedi, how she became Darth Traya, how she was exiled from both. Of course Traya is Sith, of course she is of the dark side. There should have been an option to acknowledge this understanding. At the very least, Atton points out that if we were all judged on who we were in the past, we may not be able to understand who we are now. Traya was Sith in the past, yes, and she may act as Sith now, but she may be something more than that. I mentioned that the disciple will have a conversation with you here, that you will ask him about the possibility of your Force connections, if he believes they exist, and he points out he doesn't, and he believes the Jedi are ignorant, that their choice of isolation has left them unable to see things as they are, to see connections and the power they hold. He believes that living life without the Force may not be punishment after all. Maybe it was something more. A lesson to learn, a perspective that the Jedi should have. When Traya comes before Atris, it's as though Atris cannot look at her. She knows Traya is there, but in some ways she is still masking her presence to those around her. The room Atris is within is a chamber for storing Sith holocrons. It's why she only has non-Force sensitive Echani warriors by her side, so the influence of the holocrons doesn't affect them. Atris, as a historian, collected and preserved many Jedi artifacts. The Sith holocrons were kept to better understand the Sith so she could learn more about the threat they faced. Unfortunately, this had the adverse effect of shifting her towards the dark side. Traya informs Atris that she has always been there, watching the events of the Jedi unfold. In fact, she was the one who manipulated the Council, asking for your character to be exiled. Even back then, everything was part of Traya's plan for you. Atris accuses Traya of being a Sith, but Traya points out that Sith is nothing more than a title. One could classify her as a Sith, but that is not what she is or what she believes in. Traya was once Darth Traya, but she too was exiled and took on a new purpose. However, she believes there must always be a Darth Traya, someone who has been betrayed and can betray others as well. She believes Atris will fill this role for her as she has begun to fall. Atris was betrayed by Revan. Telos was one of the first planets to fall at his hand during the Jedi Civil War. It's the home of Cartho Onasi. It was always the plan for the Jedi to retreat to Telos if something went wrong, and Revan knew this, striking there first to say that there would be nowhere for the Jedi to hide. In a way, this broke Atris and started her down her path of resentment. Kreia leaves before you arrive, but Atris is still there waiting for you. She challenges you to combat as Kreia predicted would happen. Atris believes that battle with you will lead her to enlightenment, allow her to truly ascend and then rebuild the Jedi Order after using her new power to defeat the Sith. But Atris has now become Sith, and her thoughts are corrupted. Still, everything is going to plan for her. Atris leaked the recording of your trial to you. She wanted you to see the missing Jedi Masters, to search for them, and in reuniting them, draw the Sith out of hiding. Now the Sith are approaching Telos, and Atris believes she will be able to defeat them. Even if she could defeat Nihilus, there's still other Sith to be dealt with, Atris included. She believes she could rebuild the Order to be a council without war, but the truth is that she would be building up the Sith Empire and the Sith failings without realizing it. The two of you fight, and as she is defeated, Atris asks you to kill her. I imagine you can, but I chose to spare her. It's poetic in a way. Atris brings herself back from the brink of darkness, but has nothing left to show for it. Her hate took everything from her, and all you can offer her is the concept of exile, something she chooses to do, choosing to strip her identity as a Jedi away and live as a person again. Atris knows where Kreia has gone to, back to Malachor V, where all of the pain and suffering of the Mandalorian Wars met its climax. You need to head there to confront her, but before we can, we still have Nihilus and his ship, the Ravager, to deal with. If playing with the restored content mod, which you should be, you'll take control of HK-47 and infiltrate the HK manufacturing plant in order to shut it down. All of the content is restored from the files left within the game, and I don't want to focus too much on it. I found the entire section to be a slog, both because you are forced to solo it with HK, and because I didn't have the speed buffs of a Jedi party member. Still, it does feel somewhat complete as its own section and brings the HK-50 assassination unit's storyline to a conclusion. While HK and Beodur have gone off to do their own thing, Telos Citadel Station is under attack by Sith forces. Once you've dealt with Atris, you head there with Atton to push the forces back. Here you're able to talk with the TSF, Kunda Militia, and Chodo Habat to see how things have been going since you left the various planets you explored. Chodo is happy to inform you that Zerka was removed from the restoration project on Telos, but has been reassigned to several other planets, making him feel like it was all for nothing. You can fight through the Sith forces to save the station, and once complete, you'll take a strike force to the Ravager with a group of Mandalorians. You, Visas, and Mandalore storm the ship and place several proton charges around the ship to destroy it once you deal with Nihilus. You can run into Tobin here, who has been corrupted, and you can convince him to return to the light as the Sith would only come back to attack Onderon later. He'll then help by blowing up one of the proton charges you set up on the ship. Along the way, you can reach Visas' old chambers. She requests the ability to stop by so she can meditate on everything that has happened. Here she is able to come to terms with the destruction of her planet and loss of her people, giving her extra force points in the process. The three of you place the charges, deal with Tobin, and make your way to the bridge where you confront Nihilus for the first and last time. There's not much to the actual confrontation, unfortunately. It feels unfinished, if anything, and a large portion of these final areas are just that. A bit of a rushed and unfinished mess. You can inform Nihilus that Kreia tricked him, that there were no Jedi on Telos and nothing for him to feed on. The hunger is consuming him and becoming too much for him, meaning it is possible for you to battle and strike him down. I really wish the developers had more time to flesh out the interactions you had with Nihilus. He's an ominous and enigmatic character, one I'd love to see developed further, but all we end up with is a short battle before he collapses from exhaustion and is devoured by the power of the dark side, fading from existence. After his death, Visas takes another moment to meditate, seeing Malachor V in a vision and seeing you walking down its path, one she plans to follow with you. As you all prepare to leave, you are hit by one final burst of energy from Nihilus's body as he disappears. Visas goes to help Mandalore and commands him to stand, letting him know he still has many battles to fight in the future. Mandalore mentions that she sounds like Revan, and he begins to open up to you and Visas about what Revan had told him while exploring the Outer Rim, the reason Revan had given him the helmet to become Mandalore and save his people. As Revan's memories came back to him, he informed Canderous that the Mandalorian War was orchestrated by forces unknown, that the Mandalorians were nothing more than pawns and manipulated to attack the galaxy and the Republic, to weaken the galaxy so it could be conquered later. I've seen people online complain about this point, that it removes the agency of the Mandalorians as it was established in the first game, and acts as a bit of a retcon, but I disagree. The war the Mandalorians fought, while it destroyed them, was still something they took pride and honor within. It was a glorious time for their people to fight against someone like Revan. Even if their agency as a people is now subject to scrutiny, I wouldn't say that this is for the worse. Rather, it allows the established motivations of the Mandalorians to still be intact, while building the narrative towards what KOTOR was supposed to be originally, the trilogy of Revan and his journey. It's unfortunate that we never got to see that narrative come to fruition, only getting the story fleshed out in external media and finalized in the MMO The Old Republic when Revan returns. After escaping and destroying the Ravager, you'll be informed that Carth Onasi wishes to speak with you. What follows is the narrative tie that would have led into the third game. Carth asks you if you know where Revan is. He once served with Revan in the Ebon Hawk, but they had to part ways. Revan knew of a threat far off in the galaxy and knew he had to go alone because bringing anyone he loved would have put him and them in jeopardy. They would have been used against Revan in an attempt to manipulate him. He reiterates that the Mandalorians were used as pawns, and that Carth was asked by Revan to keep the Republic afloat in order to deal with this new threat. However, whatever Revan set out to do, Carth doesn't think he succeeded, and now he wishes to find Revan so that he can help him. It's unfortunate, but you can't help Carth with this at the moment, as you too are searching for Revan and are unaware of his current location. Carth has a request for you. If you find Revan, don't tell him the location. Simply report to Revan that Admiral Onasi is following his orders, that the Republic is still intact. You make your leave for Malachor V, and as you do, Bastila appears from off-screen to discuss the conversation with Carth. Bastila can't bear not knowing why Revan left, and not knowing why Revan had to protect his friends from the knowledge. All they can take solace in for now is that they are doing as Revan asked, and when playing this on release, we could hope to find out those answers in a future installment. Unfortunately, we wouldn't for many years. It's finally time for your party to head to Malachor V. HK and Bao-Dur may have been absent from the scene on Telos, but HK at the very least is back and will appear in a scene later. I can only assume Bao-Dur is on board again as well, but I don't know for sure. Malachor V is a broken planet. Its pieces are held together by the gravitational pull of the mass shadow generator, and the atmosphere is chaotic at best. This makes it particularly difficult to land, and the Ebon Hawk ends up crashing into some mountains, apparently launching the entire party around the map and knocking them unconscious. How you get knocked out of a spaceship, I'll never understand that. Meanwhile, Traya returns to the Traya Academy where she had trained Sion and Nihilus. She's ambushed by Sith assassins but takes care of them without any issue. She then approaches Sion, who is meditating in the Academy Center, and overpowers him with little effort, showing that she had always been holding back against him. Traya's power is immense, and she once again makes Sion her pawn to be used and abused by her. Atris had informed you that Traya threatened to end her own life to end yours if you did not come to meet her on Malachor V. She has questions to answer, and it's your destiny to meet her there. But it's still a test, and Traya won't make it easy for you to reach her. This entire time, Traya has been using you for many reasons. She used you to collect the Jedi Masters, to show them their wrongdoings, to show them life without the Force and its power. She used you to get revenge on Nihilus and Sion, and now she hopes to use your death at Malachor V to release the wound and echo within you. The wound and echo would then compound on the planet's pain and create something even greater that had enough power to deafen the Force entirely. Traya's true end goal and the potential end of all life in the galaxy. But there may be more to it than that, and we'll learn as much once we reach her. In the meantime, you have to travel across the surface of Malachor V, fighting beasts until you approach the Academy proper. Along the way, you can find several buried ships with consoles within, but you can't utilize them for anything at the moment. While traversing the surface, you will see a scene of Mira waking up as well, and as she travels to find you, she will be stalked and attacked by Hanhar, forcing them into a final confrontation. It felt like another unfinished aspect of the ending. By the time at the Ravager, we barely see any of our party any longer. They virtually disappear from existence until the very end of the Traya Academy. Mira fights Hanhar and you can choose not to kill him. I offered to have him escort Mira to Traya, as Traya would put an end to his life, which he wanted and agreed to, but after that we never see Hanhar again, nor what becomes of him. I believe this is due to the scenes being part of the restoration mod and cut content. We get some extra narrative and context on Malachor V, but a large portion of it leaves plot holes due to not being complete. All this to say that if Malachor feels rushed, confusing, and incomplete, that's because it is, and the restoration efforts can only do so much to remedy that. As you make it to the Academy, a scene will play and Beodur's remote will appear on the surface as well. A holo vid shows that Beodur programmed remote to reactivate the generator using the engines of broken down ships on the planet. By doing so, it would cause the planet to break apart instead of squeeze together, thus destroying it completely. However, remote was told not to fully finish this task until the exile was safe off planet. While attempting to activate the engines around the surface, Goto will attempt to prevent remote from doing so. However, HK-47 intervenes and kills Goto, allowing remote to complete its task. Why did Goto want to save Malachor? Apparently it was to hoard the artifacts he believed it to be in abundance of. I believe the death scene with Goto is also cut content. Soon, your Jedi apprentices all reunite, except for Beodur, I believe, and they all attack Traya before you get there. Unfortunately, she's able to overpower and imprison everyone, including Mandalore, so that they can be used as a test for you later. However, Atton manages to escape before running into Darth Sion. He manages to beat him in combat, but doesn't manage to kill him before absconding. Traya orders Sion to wait for you to reach him, mentioning that there are 2 paths within the Academy that will get you to your destination. However, it's a choice you have to make. You either take the path that is full of enemies for you to slaughter but will have you skip saving your friends, or you take the path to your friends which will weaken you in the process. This is a lie, probably a development issue more than anything. The truth of it is that both paths are full of enemies and killing them will allow you to level up further more than anything else. They'll hardly weaken you, especially if you are as powerful as possible in this point in the game. Additionally, you are not making a morality choice here since you don't actually know which of the 2 paths are which. It's unknown to you whether the left path or right path will lead you to your allies. You can miss them completely by accident. Again, I don't have a list of all the cut content, but this feels related to it in some capacity. I can't be sure though, considering the last time I played this game without restoration mods was when I first played it as a child. To find your party members, you have to travel through the Proving Grounds area. You'll fight countless enemies and then find a series of prisoner cells with a terminal nearby. Opening the cells will free your comrades and you can convince Mandalore to take everyone to safety and ready the Ebon Hawk for escape. You'll split off from the group and continue making your way to Traya, which will leave you face to face with Sion, who blocks your path. The conversation with Sion is great. It turns out that he has gained immense respect for you to the point that he loves you. He sees much of Traya in you, but without the pain and influence. You are just there, silently in his mind, and he finds that presence beautiful, which he equates to death. He tells you not to go further as you will only suffer at Traya's hands. He'd rather see you have a swift death on the surface of Malachor, or he's willing to kill you to prevent you from falling into Traya's clutches. Sion is only alive due to his hatred and connection to the Force. It's what keeps his body intact, and the power of Malachor V feeds him, allowing him to fall again and again only to get back up. You'll fight him several times, and each time he'll get back up while you try to convince him to turn away from the Force, to see true power and to finally be free and released from this hell he lives within. After several battles, he will fall, exhausted, confused as to how you could be so powerful to beat him here, and you can explain that you are as you are because you were able to turn away from the Force, something Sion is unable to do. You can ask him if his life now is worth living, and he will admit that it isn't, that no matter how much pain he inflicts and darkness he spreads to survive, there is no end to his own pain. He yearns for death but is scared of it, but you are the final nail in the coffin that convinces him to release himself from his own torment, from the torment of the Force, so he can finally die and rest rest in peace. Before he dies, Scion tells you that you are Traya's weakness, as she is yours. He falls to the ground defeated, and you can move forward to your final confrontation with Traya. Traya greets you, and the first thing I had the exile say to her was that it wasn't too late. That the exile could save her if she willed it. That despite everything Traya had done, she could be redeemed. We already know how Traya feels about redemption, but she still wanted to hear the words. Wanted to confirm the connection the two of you shared as master and apprentice. And for it, she is grateful, even if she does not plan on being redeemed or accepting your mercy. You can use this time to ask Traya a series of questions to help shine some light on her mysterious nature. For example, why did she confront Atris? Traya will explain that she merely showed Atris what she had already become. She couldn't allow her teachings to continue because she didn't want to see the old ways of the Sith or Jedi to persevere. They were obsolete at this point, and therefore Traya orchestrated your confrontation with Atris as a means to remove her from the equation. With Atris dead or exiled, she would no longer have influence on the future, while also finalizing your training. Yeah, even now Traya has been training you. If you were to overtake her and defeat her, she needed a backup plan. If she could not deafen the galaxy from the Force, and if she were to die here, what would happen? We'll soon learn the answer to that question, but you can continue asking Traya about her actions, such as why she chose you specifically. Plenty of people have been cut off from the Force before, but why were you so special? Traya explains that it's because it was your choice. Anyone else was forced to lose their connection. You chose to do it to survive. You chose to do it to survive, and in doing so, gained knowledge and power that no one had ever experienced before. And this knowledge would shape your ability to teach others. Thus, Traya's plan becomes clear. Traya has contempt for the Force. She wants to see it removed completely, and by killing you here and now, she will be able to make that wish a reality. But at the same time, Traya truly was your master. You excelled in every way she could have hoped. She began to love you for this and wanted to protect you. She wanted her teachings inscribed on you so that if you met her here on Malachor V and defeated her, it wouldn't have been for nothing. If Traya were to die here, she wouldn't have failed because the Order of the Jedi would be rebuilt by someone who had Traya's teachings and the knowledge of what turning away from the Force means. A new perspective that the older Order of the Jedi couldn't fathom. In this way, Traya cannot lose, but it also isn't about making her lose. It's about stopping one option she has laid out before us in order to save ourselves. We don't care if Traya wins even in defeat because she's right. The Jedi were outdated. They were arrogant and ignorant. They couldn't be saved after the events of the Jedi Civil War because they refused to change and adapt. You will change that. And in learning this, we now see what I have already mentioned previously, that in your search for the Lost Jedi, you found the true Lost Jedi in your companions, Atton, Mira, Mikhail, Visas, and Bao-Dur. These are the individuals who have the ability to rebuild the Order. Even if the Force won't be destroyed, there will be an order of people who understand what it means to live without the Force. A group of people that follow Traya's teachings. She's one, and the galaxy may be better for it. Traya can't be saved, and she believes one of you must die, so you finally begin the battle. Within this fight, you cut off Traya's other hand, but she uses her powers in the Force to control 3 floating lightsabers at once, one of the rawest scenes in Star Wars history in my opinion. Still, it isn't enough to best you, and you land the final fatal blow on Traya, sealing her fate. Traya reveals that the battle is complete. She states that you are the greatest pupil she has ever trained, and you rewarded/saved her by ending her life. As she stands there dying, Traya uses the power of the heart of Malachor to gaze into the future. She is willing to answer several questions for you before she passes on. Traya will confirm that the true Lost Jedi were the friends we made along the way and tell you of their futures. She can't tell you anything about Bao-Dur because that dude is somehow a vault, but Mira, for example, will go on to be a powerful Jedi who will die on her own terms, saving those who need her. She will have no regrets. The disciple will go on to reluctantly sit on the council, holding a pure love for you in his heart. Mandalore will continue to fight many battles, and the Mandalorians will unfortunately fizzle out, always to be a shell of what they once were. Visas will return to Qatar to make peace with the destruction of her planet, Traya confirming that you saved Visas in the end. Atton apparently is the fool, and the Force will continue to watch out for him. You can ask if Atton loved you, and Traya will basically confirm that he did, but that he has nothing to offer her. Traya will also confirm that she would have destroyed the galaxy to protect you, that you are her greatest apprentice, and the love she holds for you is immense. Finally, Traya will talk about Revan, how it is your destiny to chase after him and protect him in the battle that is to come against the true Sith, the heart of the Sith. And like Revan, you will need to cast aside all of your companions so that they cannot be used against you. It's a bit of a sad story about what happens to Revan and the Exile in the end. If you ever want to see for yourself, you can play through the MMO, but I won't be covering it here. There's plenty more for Traya to tell you about, including how all of the planets you visited will fare, but at some point the end of questioning will be met, and you can let Traya pass on, her dying in front of you. As you walk away from the scene, Atton will be there to greet you. He asks where you'll be going again, since last time was such a crazy adventure. He reminisces about the mining colony, the Sith Lords, and more as the scene fades to the Ebon Hawk escaping from Malachor as the mass shadow generator is activated and destroys the planet for good. If you were hoping for more of an epilogue here, there isn't one. The ending of the Sith Lords is abrupt. The Ebon Hawk escapes and the credits roll. Everything we might want to know about the future of our party we have to hear from Traya. You get the knowledge if you talk to her long enough, but I still would have enjoyed a bit more closure at the end. Even the original game was fairly abrupt, but at least we had the award ceremony. But maybe that's for the best. Even if we look past the rushed development, KOTOR 2 wasn't meant to be a conclusion. It didn't need to have closure, because it was meant to lead us into the finale of Revan and the Exile's journey. In a way, it ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, and knowing now that this would never be truly resolved as it should have been, it's a sad note to end things on. Regardless, that's where we are. The end of KOTOR 2, with Traya gone, the Force saved, and a new age of the Jedi who will hopefully turn out better than their predecessors. I had always assumed that the Sith Lords was unanimously considered the better entry between the two games, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, there seems to be a lot of people upset with the Sith Lords due to what they consider retcons to the original and nonsensical story elements on top of an unfinished product. To some, the Sith Lords can never be the classic that KOTOR 1 originally was, but I disagree. Having replayed the game now with all of the restored content and paying attention to the dialogue and motivations of characters, everything feels more fleshed out overall, more in-depth than anything the original game could have offered. With its comical dialogue and inability to create moral choices with any weight or depth, KOTOR 1 failed where the Sith Lords succeeded. Traya is a complicated character, one that I believed confused and frustrated a lot of people because that's what she is, confusing. She's manipulative, and you may not agree with her actions. I know I don't, but there is clarity in what her goals are if you look for them. If you listen to her and try to understand her, you will learn what Traya wants out of you, out of the Jedi, and out of the Force. Why she leaves you on Dantooine, and why she goes to Malachor. Traya is enigmatic and confusing, but she has purpose. It's a sad end for her, but one she finds beautiful because regardless of what happens on Malachor V, she knows she can rest easy. If she can't rid herself of the Force, she at least has you to carry the torch, and you can do so however you see fit, through the light side or the dark. If we consider Traya a villain, I would say that Obsidian has succeeded in creating one of the best villains in Star Wars as a whole. Even in loss, Traya wins. Even if we stop her, we can see the truth in a lot of what she says. She's sympathetic in a way, but that doesn't mean we can forgive her actions, that she doesn't need to be stopped. A sympathetic villain is one of the best in storytelling, and Traya is one of the best sympathetic villains in the series. KOTOR 2 is about confronting your past. It's about learning to not rely on the power that controls you, to expand your perspective. You confronted your past during the Mandalorian Wars. You turned away from the Force. Force, and you became a better person for it. This in turn allowed you to introduce your party to the Force with your teachings, for them to confront their pasts as well. They saved the galaxy because of your actions and leadership. In a way, they learned to live again. It's sad to think about what happened to KOTOR. As someone who isn't a fan of the MMO, I was always disappointed we never got a true sequel to finish off the trilogy. I feel for Obsidian and the development hiccups they had. I feel for the game in its unfinished state. I feel for the series as a whole because it will never have the conclusion I believe it deserves. Forced to live in a weird limbo through the storylines created in the MMO. I don't know, I feel it deserves better than that. There's a remake of the original game on the way, or it's stuck on hiatus still, I'm unsure. But with that remake, maybe we will open the door to a remake of the Sith Lords as well, and with it, we can see the project fully realized, even if it's too late to get that third game in the series. If you haven't played Knights of the Old Republic before, why are you watching this video? Please do yourself a favor and play it. Play the first game and then play the second. Enjoy the ride and see what could have been. If there was plenty to explore and learn in the first game, the same is doubly true for the sequel. In my eyes, KOTOR 2 had everything going for it that would have allowed it to be a perfect game, a perfect Star Wars product. It just needed more time that it would never receive. It was doomed from the start, but some dedicated fans picked up the pieces, and even today the Sith Lords is better for it. So please give the series a chance. I promise it will be worth it. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hey, thanks so much for making it to the end of the video. This is the Patreon section where you can support the channel and have your name called out or have your name here. It's usually there. Shout out to Wooly, Ralcar, Triton 8, Prime XD, Disparity, Nolan Brookman, and Mo Al-Qasemi. Shout out to Captain Ziva, Cyberworm, Crunchy Cowroo, Jonathan, Strangely, Rosaleo, and Mr. Janky. Big shout out to Mr. Janky since he helps proofread these scripts before they go out. So thank you everyone for the support as always. Hopefully you're gonna look forward to the next video because I think it's going to be Oblivion. I think the next big one's going to be Oblivion, so look forward to that. Thanks guys.